As you all know, this conference is the annual flagship event where leaders from real estate, higher education, urban planning, and policy making come together to explore how the big ideas and cross-border collaboration will shape the future of student living. We have a full agenda for you today with some very interesting discussions and debates and amazing speakers who are ready to share their insights with the whole community. But before we move on with the agenda, I want to invite, of course, the two heroes, the brains behind the whole initiative. Please let's invite on stage Frank Uffen, the co-founder of the Class Conference 2023. A big round of applause there if you come onto the stage. And Kelly Ann Watson, the managing director of the class. Another big applause, please, to these amazing people for our opening session. I'm going to take my seat. It is about the investment barometer, European Market Outlook opening session, which you are in now. Well, thank you, both of you. Oh, you're miles away. Come closer, come closer. We have got two more guests coming onto this session, but for now, I'm going to start with you, Kelly. Kelly, I don't know if any of you were with us last night, but there was a rather spectacular event last night. Kelly, how was it?
I think I've got my own mic.
Ooh.
Anybody who knows me knows that I don't need a mic in general anyway, because I'm probably the loudest person in the room. But thank you so much for being here today. I'm really excited to welcome you all. So the Best in Class Awards was last night and our partner dinner, which was absolutely incredible. The atmosphere and the vibe in that space was incredible. There was fierce competition as well for our awards, with over 100 applicants applying. We actually had 19,000 individual votes in our public vote, which happened online. Just kind of shows the vast interest.
It's pretty incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
19,000. We just repeat that. And that's doubled, hasn't it?
It is.
At least doubled.
It's doubled. And yeah, and the night was extremely stylish. We had not only an incredible building, we had amazing entertainment, we had amazing service, the food was incredible, and just really the quality of the people in the room as well. And I think it was a really special moment for our partners to celebrate in style and celebrate what we're doing as a community and the impact that we're making across Europe. So
yeah, and thank you, and I'm sure thank you to everyone who attended that. And the awards, what struck me about last night was the real passion within this community. Isn't that right, Frank? It is incredible. And I would say, working on many, many events across different industries, I think you're ahead of the curve. I think the way that you're dealing with collaboration and working together, the different areas that bring this community together, is pretty incredible. Do you agree, Frank?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I mean, it was always the mission to work together, to share best practices, as the base for our ability to solve the student housing crisis and improve the student experience. And I think that continues to be very true. We did a couple of new things this year, like the workshops connected to the site tours, which allowed the host to really share, how they approach things and then work on tables with the participants on like what other people are doing, and to understand also, who else is in the room working on similar things. Sometimes it's, Italy meets UK. Sometimes it's like a new idea from Spain that becomes super relevant for Germany. So for me, that was one of the most exciting new parts from yesterday. And then, of course, a little competition with the awards helps as well. Keeps us sharp.
Healthy competition.
Healthy competition.
We love that, don't we?
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
And sharing best practice. That's
Yes.
the importance of this.
Yeah. It's also an industry that is relatively new, and I mean, that's also why we chose to have a theme this year, reality check, that was, like, where are we today? We started like a little over 10 years ago, and a lot of these partners, a lot of the brands, a lot of the investors have literally entered markets in the last couple of years, and there was a lot of growth, but now you also see, that given the economic conditions, some of the, the things that are fundamental to real estate, such as the sustainability agenda, but also the cost of construction. A lot of things are very challenging at the moment. So at the class, we said, okay, reality check, this is the theme for this year. It allows us to talk about investment, to increase the supply of housing. It allows us to talk about sustainability, how do we get greener buildings. It allows us to talk about how we can improve the student experience. And also, and this is a topic that is very interesting, I think, for me this year also, is like, how can we address affordability in a better way? Because we see in many places that the number of students that are leaving their family homes to study is decreasing. We saw it in the Netherlands since 2016, that the number of students living outside of their family home went down from 53 to 44%.
That's a huge drop, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge drop, and the reasons they give is that there is not enough housing for them available, and that it's not at the right price available. So we believe from the class that everyone should be able to have a student living experience. So we hope today that we will be able to bring back more, make more people available for affordability solutions, but also increasing the supply, because we've seen that that's necessary in many university cities.
Well, those key themes and taking those forward, Kelly, you've got a few things that you've prepared for us today. Do you want to talk us through it? Because it's really important what you've outlined, Frank, to outline the whole day, really.
I'm just going to start off by saying, although I love that you guys are wearing your headphones now, because you all look wonderful, all in sync, this session for the next 10 minutes is going to be over the mics. And then we will be moving to the headphones in 10 minutes, where you can plug into each of the different stages. So that's why, if you can't hear us very well, that's why. Okay, so we have two stages. This is the Inspire stage, and the stage down at the bottom where you can see the investment and the affordability and experience and those kind of big pillars, that is the Insight stage. So we are going to be having really interesting conversations. We're going to be bringing in new intelligence. We're going to be talking about data. We're going to be talking about those big trends. But we're really going to be addressing those important issues, as Frank's just mentioned today, those elephants in the room. So we really urge you to get involved online, ask questions. It's really about hearing your guys' feedback as well. We also have a networking corner right in the far end on the left. These are themed. Most of them are nearly full, so if you haven't signed up, you can also try and squeeze in. I'm sure they're pretty nice ladies over there that are running that. But they have sessions around technology, affordability, higher education. So please make sure you have a look at the agenda and make your way over there. We had an amazing women's workshop this morning where it was completely full to the brim. They had people stood up around, and I love to see that there's, a really diverse mix of people in the room. I attend a lot of events and there's not enough women at them, so it's really awesome that we were able to host the space for women here today. We also have a podcast station just on the left over here. Evan, give us a wave. Evan, God is calling. Give us a wave. Hello. So Evan from Eagle Eye is running a podcast today. If there's a topic that you're passionate about, you want to share best practice, you've got some interesting ideas, then please head over there and have a conversation with the Eagle Eye Networks. And of course, we are very food-centric here at the Class Foundation. We think food is a really important, integral part of building a community. And we also think you're adults, so you can choose when you want to eat. So we have an all-day food bar. There's different types of food happening all day, dietary requirements. Me and Frank have also handpicked all of the foods. If you don't like it, don't come to me either. But it's loads and loads of healthy options, local options for you to try and experience as well. So, and probably the most important thing, at 3:30 we will be opening the bar up. So there will be some free drinks, and we have a DJ booth happening just in the center over here near the partner wall. So please stick around to continue for the fun later on this afternoon. So I'm really excited for today, and I hope you guys are as well.
I just want to pick up on the fact that Kelly just said that we're all adults. I don't think we all want to think like that, do we? I mean,
The student lives in you forever.
yeah, absolutely has with me. Now, before we move on with our discussion, it's time to experience our wonderful silent disco format, as you mentioned. So you can pick up your headphones and connect on channel 1. If you experience any problems with hearing us, please do contact one of our members of our team and they'll assist you and give you a hand on how to use those headphones properly. Now, we are going to continue with our discussion, and we've got 2 of our special guests, and we've got another 2 to invite onto the stage. So be aware that the Insight stage will start at 10:15 with the first session on student living in Germany. Feel free to pop in and out of those sessions anytime that you like. So, without further ado, let me invite our 2 other special guests onto the stage. We've got Joe Persicino, Chief Operations Officer at Hugo. Please come onto the stage. Big round of applause there. And Richard Valentine joins us too. Celsi, Head of European Living Research and Consultancy. Savills to join me, Frank and Kelly, for this discussion. Welcome, both of you. So, you can see everyone's got their headphones on. So they can now hear you, I think. I'm just waiting for a few at the front. And we're going to switch on these down now, I think. Back to you, Kelly. The class, they've just launched the investment barometer. Can you explain to us all about this exciting initiative?
Yeah. So this year, with the investment barometer, it was really important for us to address some of the pressures and challenges in which we face in the sector today. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a thumbs up?
Oh, great.
Amazing.
No, we have to speak a little louder also, so
Yeah.
Richard and
Sorry,
Joe
we
can hear.
can't.
Yeah, come a little
You know
closer.
what? Should we just get a
We'll
little bit
huddle up.
tighter? You know, we like each
Oh,
other
I
and
love
everything.
this little
Little
huddle.
huddle. Oh my
I know,
word,
but
I
now
love
look
that.
at me.
Yeah.
Come closer to
Do you want me to pull?
No. Well, you can pull, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, continue, please.
Yeah, so it's really about what's the key sentiment that's happening in the markets today, and kind of looking at the current affairs that are happening. And for us, it was really about digging a little bit deeper into what matters to investors at this moment in time. You know, what are their ambitions? What are their plans? And that was the reason why we decided to connect with Savills on this really awesome piece of work, just because the richness of your data already and the overview of the living sector in particular, and being able to see the differences and the nuances between both of the sectors, where we're doing well, where we're not, where the challenges are. And I really enjoyed working on that, I really did.
Frank, I'm going to move to you now for you to explain who's taken part in the investment barometer survey this year.
Yeah, sure. So we surveyed like 11 active operators and investors in the European market. Together they represent around 123,000 bets in the European market at the moment, with an estimated value of their portfolios of 17 billion, 17.8 billion euros. So it's a significant group and representative, I think, of the European markets. And they indicated that they have the ambition to invest in the next 2 to 5 years 12.3 billion euros. So they're some of the most serious investors at the moment. So to Kelly's point, really interesting to hear what they think about the market and where they are interested in. And we saw, for example, and this is also something that was picked up yesterday already, that Spain, Italy, Germany, France and Portugal are their top markets. That's the markets that they focus on in particular. So that's also a confirmation of the last couple of years that those markets have gained a lot of popularity.
And these are really, really significant. When you look at the amount of investment now in this sector, it's huge.
Yeah, and it's so needed too. I mean, we see most of those markets are significantly undersupplied. There is student housing, but it's often not the type of housing that students need or look for, or that universities need to have in place to be able to attract talent. So we're very happy that this ambition is still there.
I think it's also interesting to point out that obviously the UK isn't on there as well. You know, a mature market that's always been, I guess, at the top of investors' radars. And although there is challenges in the UK, I think it's interesting to see, you know, other countries now pushing their way up the ladder in terms of, interest and opportunity.
Yeah, but we could argue that that mature market is in desperate need of an overhaul, but we won't go down that road now.
We just did.
It'll make me really cross. Richard, Savills have been partners on this research due to their extensive understanding of the market. Can you tell me how this compares to Savills' European Living Investment Survey?
Yeah, sure. So early this year, back in January, February, we sent out a survey to all of our investor clients who invest across the living spaces, so not just student housing, but student housing through to care homes via multifamily, senior living, and co-living. And what this has shown is a similar sort of trend we saw in that survey, which was student housing came out as the second most looked for living subsector investors want to increase their assets under management in. I think the weight of capital looking to come into living as a whole is expected to grow significantly in the next 3 to 5 years. I think student housing is one of those key growth sectors. I think the cities and countries that come up here was similar to what we saw in our research, that investors are not looking at individual locations anymore. They're tending to look at more pan-European options. They want to see where they can go, not just we'll go to the UK, we'll go to Spain, we want to go everywhere, because they see the value of the brand of having this and be able to partner across Europe to show what they can do across everyone.
Okay, thank you for that. Now you go, a global investor, an operator, Joe, and it will be interesting to hear your point of view and appetite on PBSA investment.
Well, I think everyone in this room would know that the appetite is extremely high. So,
Why? Why is that?
well, if you look at PBSA and its performance, and we can go back to the beginnings of time and track student numbers, for example, the strength of the education sector. We can use the UK as an example. You go through world wars, GFCs, crises, black swan events. What's the one of the few sectors that's still showing an upward trajectory and still showing growth, still showing good numbers, and even during hard times, you're still getting those applications that are increasing and coming through. So the demand is still strong. The fundamentals are not broken. They are very much there, and as we live and breathe. And if we touch on the point of what Richard was talking about there, the volume of drive since COVID, especially. So we did some tracking of numbers, and of the capital that you can track globally, we estimate there's around $2 to $3 trillion of dry powder currently that wants to invest in the living sector as a whole. Haven't got the breakdown by student, unfortunately, but as a whole, 2 to 3 trillion. So that shows you that there's a weight of appetite looking to get in, and they're trying to understand the market and how to get in, where to get in based on the survey results that we've seen. So with that volume of pressure, we've now got to counterbalance that with the economy, etc. But ultimately, PBSA is very strong. It's showing growth year on year. It's what long-term investors are looking for. They want that stable income growth. They want to be able to not go through the highs and lows of income dropping and increasing and dropping and increasing. They want that stability, because ultimately their investors and their clients want those steady returns that they can rely on. So as a sector and in living in general, it's got to be one of the top 2 or 3 sectors to invest in at the moment. And to not talk too much, but if we look at what's happened in terms of repricing across the markets, across all the sectors, logistics has taken a huge hit. Retail post-COVID, hotels, a lot of nosebleeds out there, and there's a lot of investors that are now looking at the living sector that they weren't exposed to before and thinking, actually, we should diversify into this, because this seems to be quite steady. People always need a roof over their head, no matter what format of living you're looking at. So that's really attractive to investors today.
Because fundamentally, they just want their return, don't they? They want as high a return as possible, to be calculated and cold about it.
Depends on the type of investor. So if you're talking long-term money, then it's not about as high as much as possible. It's that stability that's the most important. They need to, they're promising that they'll deliver X% returns year on year. That's what they're targeting. They can outperform, great, but if you're short-term money, you have a different objective. You're trying to get in, build and sell for the best possible price. So you have competing priorities, but ultimately, a lot of the people in the room here are looking to stay in the sector for a while, because you believe in that sector and the growth that's going to come inevitably.
Yeah, we definitely have seen a shift in terms of investors caring about longevity, being in it for much more of the long run, caring about social impact and really driving that forward. They also want their third parties, their joint ventures, their operators to also care about that as well. That also matters to them.
Absolutely.
So I think that's also a really interesting shift as well.
It is interesting, and Kelly, when you look at diversification, to find the perfect, it's almost the perfect thing to diversify with, because you do have those goals in there, the sustainability goals, the moral side of it, as well as potentially a stable year-on-year return, as you say.
Yeah.
And I think that is a definite
And
shift that we're seeing.
That's the key strength for PBSA is that if you talk about sustainability or ESG, and it's top of the agenda and has been for a while and will continue to be as the goalposts keep moving. But if you think of how student fits into that, there's not many other sectors that address the S. They'll address the E or the G, but the S is where the student sector can really come to the fore.
Absolutely. Also, just to add another layer on top of that though, you've also got socially and environmentally conscious people living in your buildings.
Exactly.
They're also driving that forward as well. You know, you're building buildings, delivering buildings for the next generation that are also driving this agenda forward. And I think that's the uniqueness in it.
Fascinating. Back to you. You were waiting for that, weren't you? Now, from the investment barometer and your own data, let's look at the key findings.
Great. Do I have the clicker to move along? Because I
there
now
you
have
got.
the great honour to give you a quick run through of some of the key highlights we've pulled out from the survey, which has been released this morning. I think it comes as no surprise to anyone that the things that forefront of people's concerns at the moment for the next few years of their business is the economy, is debt, is interest rates. So there's no way getting around that. That is the market we're in at the moment. We are likely to be in that market for another 12 to 18 months, maybe longer. We wait to see. We could have a few more black swan events to change that. But I think the one thing that really struck out to me is the one thing we can start to look to control in this that comes up quite high in terms of concern is that availability of suitable assets and suitable stock. I think this was something that came out in our European Living Investor Survey as well, was that investors were concerned about the availability of scaling a business and where can they find those opportunities. I think that comes around to everyone here to think around who are you working with, how can you find and partner with people to bring the right things forward. And then you see at the bottom of that graph there, the next two, which we'll touch upon again later in the next few slides, is that have environmental sustainability and decarbonisation. Now, ESG has been in the forefront for the last 4 or 5 years. It's only going to get stronger. I think everyone is focused on the E, but the E is very important. And with some of these assets, in some countries, there's a lot of work to do to bring them up to the quality and the requirement we need for the future. I think when we're looking at things that investors are kind of less concerned about, I think this struck me that actually looking at digital transformation, AI, and the management of the workforce, they seem to have a pretty good handle on this and understanding what they're doing and where they're going. I think perhaps that shows that from the COVID period where they had to kind of grapple with this head on and deal with it immediately, they've started to put things in place that mean they're not as concerned about this, or it's just been pushed down a bit by the fact the economy has come back front and centre, and now we might need to be careful of this moving forward. But that asset obsolescence thing as well, just being mindful of what you have in your portfolios and what you need to do, and having a plan for the capex requirements going forward to get that on. Now, one of the questions we also asked them, investors was, what kind of capital do you see changing or being available in the next 2 to 5 years? Now, unsurprisingly, given the level of risk around this, like availability of debt and equity for development ranked quite highly as things that people didn't expect to see or concerned about sourcing in the next couple of years. That, I think, is going to have a knock-on effect for the next 18, 24, 36 months, where we're not going to have the pipeline of new assets coming through we might have thought we did, which if anything is just going to put more pressure on these undersupplied markets and make this challenge we're facing today even more acute. I think the positive sign from this is actually investors weren't as concerned about the availability of debt for refinancing existing assets and investing into operational stock. So if you are operating and running, you should be able to find capital, and we do know from our conversation with our debt advisory team that they do have a lot of debt funders who want to go into living sectors but don't want to do the investment side. They want to go into standing assets so they can get the capital from. So if you've got that, you should be okay. Now, onto the ESG point, one thing we did find quite interesting from this was asking respondents what they intended to do with stock they have today that doesn't meet future ESG requirements. Now, I came into this thinking that most people would just say, I'm going to sell. That's someone else's problem, not mine. Actually, it's reassuring to see that most people here are saying they actually want to refurbish, hold that stock, continue being in the sector, and that's a really positive sign looking to grow their portfolios rather than shrink and try and regrow later. And when we asked them how much their current stock doesn't meet ESG, the average about 14% of existing stock, but the worst was about 40%. So there is a bit of a delta here depending on where you are, when you came into the sector and how much you've got. But it's not an insurmountable challenge, but something we need to be working with each other to understand what we can do and how best to do it. And then my final question here was looking at what investors thought around the rent regulation piece and regulation more generally about affordability. Now, this is always a polarizing debate, and there are times I'm told by the business not to talk about regulation because you might upset someone. But in my personal view, good regulation is beneficial for sectors, but the key point of that is good regulation and understanding what it is. I think the results here highlight the concerns investors have about regulation being forced upon them where they have no say in what's going to be. So I think we need to be thinking about this and collaborating with governments to understand what our sector needs, how it works, what the benefits are of it, and that they don't come in with some draconian regulation and say, we're now doing this, you're stuffed.
Amen. Yeah.
So Richard's presented the data. Kelly, what is screaming at you?
I guess firstly, I feel a little bit uneasy. I'm concerned that if there's a large amount of stock that does need to be brought up to ESG standards, are investors just going to sell? It's obviously nice to see that they're thinking about refurbing, but it does make me feel a little bit uneasy. If we've got a large proportion, even 25%, leaving the market is a large amount, a large number. Then on top of that, these challenges that they're saying around new money and new funds in building new projects. So if you've got units exiting the market and then nothing else being built, my concern is we have an issue now, but we're going to have a bigger issue in 5 to 10 years. And that really does make me feel a little bit on an edge. And I really loved what you said about the collaboration piece. I think we as a sector and the people in our, in the room here, but far and wide, we need to be talking about this publicly. Because if we don't say, and we see these trends now, then we're going to be in a right pickle, to put it,
nicely.
I
think
I don't know if that translates
Not
in
to
every
panic
country,
everyone,
but
But you're absolutely right, aren't you?
Yeah.
No, I think Kelly's absolutely right, because actually you're doing what we all should be doing, forward planning and trying to look at preventative methods rather than the sticky plaster that we all seem to be living. What are your thoughts on that, Joe?
So I think, whilst Kelly's right to be concerned, I think the situation also presents some new opportunities. So we're already starting, or I've already seen a couple of new players to the sector that are coming in and are specifically focused on taking those old buildings, refurbishing them, repurposing them, and putting them back out to market. So I think there's a huge opportunity there. I mean, not even on the private sector. You look at university stock, tends to be the oldest stock that's hundreds of years old, hasn't been invested into because the focus has to be the academic side of things. So there's a huge opportunity and thousands of university beds that could really do with the spruce up, which, those typically universities will mothball them and then they're just out of circulation, and then that just compounds the problem even further. So I think that there is challenges bring you opportunities, and for the right types of capitals and players in the market, they can really use that to their advantage. ESG is, it's a huge subject. You could literally have a whole day talking about it because there's just so much you need to address. It was interesting from the slides that Richard showed in terms of the percentage of investors that were looking to reinvest back into their stock and hold, and for the long term. I think that's really key for a strong, buoyant sector. So I'm really pleased to see that. The challenges that you have with ESG are obviously the goalposts keep moving, as I said before. So this year you're aiming for that. Next year it could change again. and obviously the costs that go along with that. And what we need to try and avoid is that what we're spending in the assets ultimately doesn't filter through to the students, because housing affordability was on the chart as well, and that's a key aspect. And whilst some investors will say, well, that's not our problem to address, we're here to provide homes, you have a choice, even though you probably don't in some countries. Affordability it's linked to so many things across that ESG piece, and the social piece, and the mental health and well-being, and success at university. And will we start to see student numbers dropping if prices get too high? There's so many unanswered questions, but it is a key area that we need to address, and it's very important, as you said, Kelly, before, to the students themselves.
I think what you said there is really interesting in terms of, like, for me, affordability is relative. What one person can afford, another person can't afford. And actually just diversification in stock type and creating choice is the importance here. And like you said, just some markets just don't have that diversity in the types of stocks. So
We'll stick with affordability, Frank, because you're going to do a panel on that later today.
Yeah.
But actually, your thoughts are really crucial, because it is the students, isn't it, that will use these rooms in the end, and they have to be able to afford it.
Yeah, and I think it's, as housing is a fundamental right and an absolute need, it's also very interesting to understand what our sector's role can be. So I think there was maybe a culture of trying to resist regulations, and what I thought was interesting, that this sentiment was actually a little bit more hesitant towards regulation than other surveys that you've done. And also conversations that happened at MIPIM, for example, where institutional investors said, like, no, we actually can be pro-regulation as long as the time frame and the impact is clear, so it becomes predictable for us. And I thought that was something that we need to bring into the conversation in the student housing sector. It's one of a relatively underdeveloped market as well, so you see a lot of politicians across Europe also responding to a housing crisis with all kinds of measures that make it very difficult for international investors to navigate. But yeah, we're going to talk about it later this afternoon with Xavier Jonge and Natalia from LaSalle and from Catella, and there's also a network session. We'll go deeper in it and come back at the end of the day with the outcomes.
Absolutely. Give us an overview at the end.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I just want to go back to you, Joe, very quickly. As Hugo is present in so many countries, at the top 5 countries that resonate with you and your business strategy. What are your final thoughts on that? We've got a few minutes to talk about it. Did you hear that? So Hugo is present at the countries with the top 5 that are resonating with you and your business strategy. Can you explain that? Why is it part of it?
Why? Well, I don't want to give away the farm here, but so
the pickle farm.
That's
we
why you're
obviously
here.
have a global pickle farm. Yeah.
That's it. Sharing.
It's earlier.
That's going to stay all day, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've obviously got a global strategy. We look at every opportunity across the globe, as many others do, and Richard's picked out some of the key metrics that you look at. I explained before the fundamentals that we're looking for. They apply and are very similar from market to market. Where the focus is, obviously, we're present in the US, Europe, and APAC, and global themes aren't necessarily mirrored in the same way across each of those markets. If you look at Japan, it's almost like it's immune, and it's just been very stable at that sort of 0.5 inflation rate. Not much has been happening. Whereas we've seen a lot of volatility in the States, for example, and then Europe sort of somewhere in the middle, depends on the country. Ultimately, what are you looking for? You're looking for the positive numbers in terms of student numbers going up, the strength of universities, and the opportunity to be able to build. And this is where the regulations and the development piece that Richard touched on before is really key. Those markets are everyone's seen the stats. We're completely undersupplied across pretty much most markets, and even, Nadira, you said there, the UK, which is absolutely spot on. So there is a need, and our goal is to fulfill that need and to help students have their best experience possible at the university that they wish to attend. And I'm sure that's the goal of many of of the people in the room today. And those markets are really interesting, but it's not a caveat, but something you've got to remember is the nuance for each of those markets and how you enter those markets, how business is done. There's a scale that we use, which is the ease of doing business, and you're ranking cities, and that goes from regulation to planning, time frames, hoops and hurdles that you need to jump through to how amenable universities are to talk to you. I remember when we first went into Germany, universities just weren't interested in talking to private players, just weren't interested. And you had to go it alone. And it wasn't because we were searching for a nominations agreement, it was just to say, hello, here we are another housing option for your students instead of the Studentenwochen that you've got to wait 2 years to sign up for and share with 20 people with one toilet, that. So the market's moving on.
First criticizing it,
I remember those days.
Yeah, the good old days.
Yeah.
So there's huge opportunity. Ultimately, is what is where I'm getting to. There's huge opportunity. Those markets are strong. You look at Spain and Germany; they've proven themselves. There's so much opportunity. Germany, the largest student market in Europe. And the supply, the penetration of supply there is so low.
With a government that is really actively promoting higher education to attract talent to this.
Yeah.
So there will be, more demands coming.
Absolutely.
Into, yeah.
Talking of Germany as well, that session's just
There's a
starting
session
over
there.
there as well if people are interested in Germany.
Just one last point. The point you talk about, the differentiation in terms of price point diversification, that is absolutely key, because what we didn't show today but you look at the international numbers specifically, and how those numbers are changing. In previous years, it's just been Chinese storming away. Now we're seeing other countries coming through, such as India, Vietnam, Nigeria, for example. They haven't got the same spending power.
Yeah.
So we need to be really cognizant of that fact and making sure that we are offering a broad spectrum of pricing that can suit all of those needs. And that means that we need to innovate and be clever in terms of the type of product that we're offering as well. And that's been the real challenge, because at the moment it's very much cluster, studio, go off and build it.
Yeah. The amount of operators I've spoken to, and they've said, the Nigerian cohort have come in with their 2 children, their partners. That it's something we haven't maybe even thought about.
We need to address it.
Variety, the spice of
Life.
life, apparently. Been great. We could talk for ages, but we're going to move on now. It's been a fantastic discussion, I think you'll all agree, and a real good kick-off discussion for the event. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, Richard, Kelly, thank you. I'm going to ask you to leave the stage. Frank, you're going to stay with me. And we're going to move on to our next session, probably immediately. I'm going to get off the stage. It's called The Blending of Living, Learning and Working Through an Experience Lens. And beware though, on the Insight stage, we have the Data Insight on student living in Spain, which starts at 11:25 if you're interested, at the Networking Corner. And there's a nice discussion starting at 11:30. But now I'm going to hand over to you, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and see you later.
Yeah, see you later.
I am blending. Yeah, welcome. How are you? Good morning.
Sorry,
Super good to.
I wasn't able to go.
Don't worry. We're already live, so we're gonna set up. We're gonna. Yeah.
Can you all hear? Ah, here we are. I can hear myself now. Okay, it's time for session 2 now, which is called the blending of living, learning and working through an experienced lens. Now, we shift our focus to the place-making lens, and here we're going to explore the dynamic between the inner world and the outer world, envisioning how they merge in the future. Our long-held belief that living, learning and working are intertwined, and they'll be examined in light of the technological advancements and our innate desire for mobility. We will emphasize the importance of investing in public and shared spaces, placemaking and collaborative efforts with community stakeholders to ensure the future resilience of our university cities, urban campuses and student living solutions. So without further ado, I will re-welcome onto the stage our co-founder of TCF, Frank Uffen, the moderator.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good morning again. For those that are new, we just started. This is our second panel, and we want to dive right into some of the trends that we have seen at the class evolving across Europe. And one of them was already identified about 10 years ago, when the way we were learning, living, and working started to quickly evolve. There was a lot of technology coming to the market that enabled much more mobility, much more remote working, digitalization of education that started. And then during the pandemic, that process even accelerated further. So we're interested today in how cities respond, what is the business response to this increasing blending of our ways of learning, working and living, and also what are some of the concerns and the obstacles that we have to tackle. We invited back Cristina Matteo, who is a friend of the class and has been contributing because she's very interested and not only interested, but I think you also have a lot of insights across different industries and how things influence, for example, education and the real estate side. You're representing the IE University from the Architecture Institute. I'm going to ask you a couple, to share your sort of like what you think are the key trends at the moment. And then we have Gonzalo Carpentiero, who won yesterday also an award. Congratulations for Livenza. And we have Xavier Mayo, economic advisor to the city of Barcelona for our, from the policy perspective. So, I would love to invite Cristina, you first, to share some of the ideas. We will be playing a few slides in the background that illustrate some of the projects that you will be talking about. So I'll ask let me see if I may, oh, there you go, yeah.
Okay, so, well, the first thing is thank you, Frank, and thank you, the class conference for inviting me to be here in Barcelona and to be in this amazing space as well, which is an example of a great repurposed, used building. So one of the things that I wanted to mention, following from what Frank was saying, is this idea of creating neighborhoods. The idea of a neighborhood, of a district, is more than a district, it's actually a neighborhood. The idea of neighbors and communities is really important. So creating like learning and working spaces which actually are community-based. One of the things that that leads to is the idea of serendipia. So this is a Greek word which actually talks about fostering interaction with each other, and also talks about a degree of spontaneity, which is something that happens when you are actually creating common spaces, purposely common spaces, where things can happen spontaneously. So that's one thing. And I have some examples, we have some examples in this carousel, where we have some universities, some districts, if you want, which are actually propelled by universities and academic institutions. So the other thing that I think that it will be interesting to focus on is the idea of the new living and learning neighborhoods. And I'm focusing on this idea of the neighborhood. We have some example, like University of California, San Diego University from architects HKS. And what they've done is actually thinking of the local community, but also faculty, students, and of course, anybody else. So it's this open idea that the neighborhood is not just based on students and faculty, but also the local kind of community there. The other thing, the third idea that I wanted to propose is how can corporations, and we have plenty of examples. We have an example in your hometown in Amsterdam by Booking.com, which is an amazing campus by UN Studio. And there, what they've done is basically think of developing a vibrant community. So thinking of the workers, that they need to be attractive because we don't want so much people to be working all the time in remote. We want people to kind of be together because that's when the magic appears. And we were talking about that just last night. And the fourth idea that I wanted to touch upon is the idea of repurposing. And this is an example. How can we develop creative districts which are actually propelled by buildings maybe, but also how they are used. We could talk about universities also having a very proactive role in that sort of activation. We have some examples here in the carousel from UCL, University of the Arts in London, the BBC, and also Sadler's Wells, the Victoria and Albert Museum, all together occupying a space in the what it was originally the Olympic Park in the Olympic Games in London. So again, a very good example. And I think that with that, I will kind of open it to the final idea of the importance of creating and thinking of new dynamic business models as well, which are actually tapping into the potential of the community, of the hybridity of users, and also of the ability of technology. So that would be it.
Thank you so much. And indeed, very interesting examples of how already things are in practice across Europe. Also, a lot of them are collaborations, which I think at a neighborhood level is something that we've seen also yesterday, for example, in the Bezos campus, where you see different partners that come together in a plan and do things that otherwise each individual would not be doing. But I would like to start the conversation by asking you, what do you see as the benefits, like the opportunity, so to say, of these merging or blending lifestyles? What did it bring to you, your professional career or the company you work with? Gonzalo, may I start with you?
So I think first, it's not something that you like or you don't like. It's something that is happening and you need to be able to adapt to it and to provide, in our case, products that are able to serve for that purpose. So the examples that we are having now are coming from two angles. As she mentioned, it's examples where the public authorities are pushing those new spaces, those new neighborhoods, and then you go into them and you benefit from these vibrant dynamics, students, professional workers, and then you have that product to serve it. And then there is another angle that we are experiencing, for instance, in our asset in Alcobendas, where you are kind of the first risk taker on going into a location that was not obvious for redevelopment. You make the first flex product, and suddenly you see that people are discovering that destination, and then the authorities are helping you into pushing forward. No? So what we see is a way to improve the future of the company, in the sense that you diversify as well your income, you diversify your clients, but also you have ways to embrace a larger community. Traditionally, we come from PBSA, we restricted the community life to students. Mm-hmm. When you are developing these mixed use or hybrid uses, your community sense is expanded to not just students, but to anyone in the neighborhood. And this is, to me, one of the most interesting aspects.
Nice, interesting. Because flexibility is one of the consequences that you have incorporated in your business model.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we are experiencing sometimes a faster change in the trends and demographics than we can discuss later, but for instance in the urbanism.
Yeah.
So we see that authorities are catching up, as we are catching up as well, with products that 3 years ago were not even existing, and now they are heavily demanded by new customers. So this is an interesting hybrid uses as a way to respond to the real needs of the customers that were not before catered.
From a city planning's perspective, is the blending can be a big challenge as well. But before we go to that, what do you see as the opportunities, Xavier?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting us.
Well, it's your town.
Yeah,
Thank you for having
but
us.
this is your event in our town, so it's wonderful to
Very
to have,
blended.
to have you in our city.
Yeah.
Okay. In any case, first of all, I would like to tell you that it's true that this international movement that we are seeing between the international classes, international students, international talent that's going on, like international and global flows of economy. That is something we need to handle from local authorities, and we don't always have the tools for managing that. But in any case, let me just explain how we are managing it, because Barcelona is a blended city. It's in our DNA. It's like a melting pot. Just giving you a figure, in the year 2000, just 2% of the population in Barcelona was being born abroad. And now we are in the 30% rate. That means that there's been a huge increase, and this includes as well people migrating for economic reasons, as well international talent, the so-called expat community, and so on and so forth. What is the motivation?
That's an incredible number, by the way.
It's an incredible number. So what, on one hand, that is causing some problems, and we are going into that, I suppose, in another questions. But from my perspective, you need to know that my role in the council is promoting economically the city of Barcelona in order to attract foreign direct investment. Okay? So why companies feel attracted to come to Barcelona? Because they find the talent they need. And I need to explain that talent is scarce all over the world, but they are able to find more easily or more rapidly the talent they need, both local and international talent. And for us, for our role, this is a huge advantage, having all this community, talking in 180 languages. So for multinationals that need to address international markets, having such a workforce in one single place, it's a big asset. No? Having said that, we need to have a city in which you live well. So the issue of quality of life, understood as a concept, is very important, but not for this specific group of the population. For any Barcelonian, it doesn't matter whether they are Barcelonians by birth or by choice, because if we don't have a city in which is worth living in, then local talent, they're going to migrate, and then international talent is not going to come. Yeah. So the first and main duty of the council is having a city in which you live well. Yeah. And this live well, this quality of life concept, is a very wide concept, understood that a good public transportation, a good health system, a good education system, a good cultural offer, security in the streets, and so on and so forth. So it's a big concept that at the end we provide our citizens, and on the other hand, international talent is able to benefit from.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I add something?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, please.
I had a question, I mean, it's to both, but mostly to what you were saying, Xavier. When you talk about talent, you are talking about people who are university students who come from many different nationalities, but how many of those people actually stay after they finish? It's not just talent, which I understand because we are in the business of providing services and accommodation, but what about turning them into real talent for the city, for the territory, to make them, like stable community elements? Do you measure that? Do you follow that up? Yeah. And what role does that have?
I cannot give you a figure, but what I can tell you is that locals, especially those that are graduates or have a master or whatever, it's normal that they start their international career, especially in the European Union or other places of the world. Yeah. The problem with these people is not that they leave, is that they don't go back home because they don't have opportunities to at the level that they would like to have. And then the problem with the international local talent, or the local talent that goes abroad, is taking them back. If they want. And this is an issue as well of the kind of companies and the kind of salaries that are paid in the city of Barcelona, which is, on the other hand, in the opposite side of attracting companies, because obviously they are coming because the conditions and then cost is cheaper than other European cities, no? So we need to be careful with this. With regard to the international talent, what happens is that Barcelona is very popular for just graduate people, I need to tell you. I mean, especially in the European Union, it's very easy. There's open mobility in the European Union. There's a lot of, there are companies that have a business taking people from other countries just to work in the city of Barcelona. So, I mean, this is, if there's a business, if there's, then you have something there, no? It's, what happens that when all these people grows up, and some of them maybe have a boyfriend or girlfriend in the city of Barcelona and they want to have a family, sometimes these people go back home. It doesn't matter whether we have 32 international schools and they are able to remain in the city of Barcelona. It's a question of, we need to build to increase the level of the corporate job vacancies that are available, and obviously the job at higher levels that are available in the city of Barcelona. So just to tell you in short, or summarizing up, is the local talent is very well prepared. Some of them leave, not all of them are coming back again, and international talent, especially the young generations of international talent, feel attracted strongly to come to Barcelona, and some of them go back home, and most of them remain with good conditions.
I think that there is a very interesting discussion here, because I understand that you want this amazing, first of all, Barcelona is an amazing destination and will keep being that. So naturally you will have a big, massive inflow of people coming from work, tourism, or just even retiring in the future possibly. But then you are mentioning this, and linking to the topic of this session is, you have as well to deal with the pressure of these people coming and where they stay, right? And I think in that sense, still there is a lot of work to do to provide alternative ways to live, or temporary ways to live for people that are coming, they don't know what to do, and also for you guys in the city to alleviate some of the rent pressure that you have on the people living here. And this is where I think still there is opportunities in these hybrid uses, mixed developments, to facilitate this transition period, because anyone coming, you mentioned very well, maybe the first year they don't know what to do, they don't want to stay, they don't know yet where they want to stay in the city, how they discover the city, how they feel embraced in the city. So what I want to launch these challenges, still there is a gap between attracting that talent, keeping a city that is live and vibrant, and providing opportunities for people to stay in flexible ways. I see this gap. We see that from investment.
It's almost like a paradox, no?
Yes.
Yeah, but at the same time, we have to think not only of these young people, but also with the concept of lifelong learning, which we talk about a lot. I mean, let's not think just of people who may have that transient need when they are young, but this could happen, you know, I'm sure that you are seeing some arrival, a lot of arrival of people, maybe of, I don't know if to call them seniors or middle age, or who are actually from digital nomads to, I don't know, let's explore the time away, and they can contribute also. So there must be solutions for them, and for them to be also an integral part of the community. And I think that that's...
Still, we have this problem in Barcelona, no? For instance, as an example, there are many other cities where there is this, what is tourism and what is not tourism, you know, and between, it's a very gray area, and this is sometimes blocking some of the initiatives, and it's sometimes public health authorities feel a little bit like, wow, I don't want to increase the pressure of tourism, but this is not tourism, this is people that come for work, seniors, less senior, middle age, and I think it's time to start maybe changing some of the definitions. You guys in your company, Frank, you are, I think, pioneering some of these things. I always said that, but I think it's time to speak common language.
This is one of the biggest conversations, so to say, because on one hand you want the flexibility, you need it. We know also from the environments that you have shown, like they are more attractive environments. We see what happens to vacant office districts or retail that collapses, that all of a sudden you have a huge disinvestment. So these kind of mixed neighborhoods and with more flexibility like are clearly winners, and yet sometimes also because of the technology changes that we've seen, or the flexibility that it allows, you know, from Airbnb to apps that, you know, all of a sudden change your whole urban management system.
Exactly.
That's where we see the tension coming in. And I know also, you know, your city, but also cities like Amsterdam, Berlin, Paris, they are really struggling keeping up, but also doing it from a proactive perspective that it's positive, right? So we see a lot of anti-regulation instead of like enabling or facilitate. What's your experience with your colleagues in City Council on that? How do you find that balance?
Yeah, you know that we are the side of the council that it's aiming to attract foreign companies.
You're the
okay?
positive ones. Yeah.
So we are inside the council those that always try to explain which are the benefits from the international flow or foreign direct investment arriving to the city, how the locals are benefiting from that, accounted in number and jobs for locals. No? But we need to take into, and I agree with you that flexibility is something that we need to improve for sure in many fields, because normally local authorities, but in the case of Barcelona, it's a big institution, 13,000 people working there.
Yeah.
It's a big organization. So that means that it's obvious that there are some rigid issues that need to be solved there. And I completely agree with that, with the issue of licenses, with the issue of co-working, co-housing, all the codes, no? And proposals like the one of the social hub in the 22 Innovation District, which there's a mixed offer of tourism and temporary accommodation, so on and so forth. But having said that, and maybe I'm going to say something which is unpopular in this audience, but the main...
We are protected.
The main problem for cities is not temporary housing, it's housing.
It's housing.
Exactly.
So, as the problem for, and you need, local authorities are political institutions. That means every 4 years there are citizens that go vote and express their opinion, and so they can take mayors out of the scene, no? So mayors are very aware because it's so, well, there are surveys. It expresses in many ways that the housing issue is the issue in the cities. I may say in the cities or in Western cities for sure. Okay, with all the issues gentrification. What's the problem related to temporary use for owners is more lucrative, or even for investors to create solutions which are needed. Are needed because is it not needed for indirect investment? Yes. Is not needed having international talent? Yes. But the consequences, on the other hand, that we need to manage is that it has an effect. Both the permanent international workers, the international students, and the international tourists put a pressure in the housing market.
But that's why these things should be able to help to ease that pressure, no? These developments. I think this is
what
not
are you
being seen.
advocating? What would be your policy on this?
Is basically, I mean, many times public authorities, this is another topic possibly, and I agree with you that housing is a problem not just for public authorities, it's a problem that we live ourselves. Many times they don't see these opportunities of, let's say, flex hybrid uses as a way. It's in essence a stock of houses, but it's for a people that they don't require yet a permanent establishment, or they don't know what to do. Why they are not seen as a way to ease the pressure on residential rents? Why authorities still see this as a hotel rather than a way to reduce the stock of houses? This is still, to me, a question, and having you here in this panel is very interesting. Why still this barrier? This is a very good way.
And if you do you know examples where you have seen that happening in the housing market? How did they do that? Did they create two markets that certain projects are allowed flexibility, or is it?
But in essence, it happens to us where we are. In essence, you are renting for, let's say, 10 months, 8 months. This is people that naturally were looking before into a residential housing market. So basically, you are removing that pressure for short stay people that normally are willing to pay more, and you leave that space for families, permanent residents. I think it's a good way.
But the demand side is clear. I think from where we need to meet with city councils and supply side, like the builders, that how to find a model that, you know, people don't feel that they're either pushed out for
There is-
gentrification or Airbnbs.
I
or
was
other,
the other
right?
day with some authorities in the Madrid City Hall, no?
Yeah.
And there is a very valid point from their side. When they did the urban planning, and they designed something like, okay, this is an industrial park.
Yeah.
They said, they claim, and it's a valid point, when we designed this area for this use,
Yeah.
we didn't design it in terms of public transport, in terms of infrastructure, for hosting now, instead of an industrial park of an office, 1,000 units flex living concept. So we are worried that the services that we designed are not enough for the people living in this area, because this was designed as a office building or whatever. And this is a valid point. But I think that with the proper public transport, you don't need to make big changes. I think they are more concerned than the reality of the people living there. They are not going to be generating suddenly a problem in urbanism in that area. I think this is more the authorities being worried about past planning not being able to be adapted to the new uses.
Yeah.
And this is a topic that we just can do it together.
But that's why it's quite good to have this type of events where you have the public and the private sector talking to each other, and there should be more. I had just to steer a little bit the sort of the wheel. I was quite amazed looking at the QS rankings on the most attractive cities for students.
Yeah.
And guess which were the top 4 cities? One was London, the other one was in that order, Seoul. The other one was Zurich. Sorry, it was London, Munich, Seoul, and Zurich. Based on quality of students, universities, quality of life, and also fee structure. And I was quite surprised in a way because I'm not sure if that actually has echoes with your experience, with what you are. I mean, in the case of Barcelona, which you are kind of in charge of, but also with your more kind of global experience. How do you feel that this is actually having an effect? This type of rankings, do they reflect well what is important for people to take decisions?
Before you answer that, I'm going to invite the audience also to, if you have a comment or a question, to raise your hand so we can involve you as well. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we try not to be looking at the rankings all the time. To
Really?
be serious, because if not, you get mad. I mean, sometimes the
No
good
more
part of
awards.
rankings. I mean, I'm not telling you not to contradict completely what you are saying. Obviously.
It's not me, it's QS.
No. I mean, just to explain my argument, okay?
Sure.
What is important in our perspective is that Barcelona stands in the rankings in a top position. I may say it depends, 10, 25 it can be, because at the end we are a small city. We need to take into account that it's 1.6 million inhabitants. If you take metropolitan area, 3.2, and we are competing with beasts. London, Seoul, I don't know how many million people there are. And Munich, the same. So sometimes we are playing in one league. The brand of Barcelona is so strong that sometimes we think that it's stronger than it is. I mean, both the economy and the population of Barcelona, it's okay. And what we try to figure out is the trends of these rankings. For example, in this ranking, are we appearing always more or less in the 10th position? Are we still there? Okay, we are doing a good job. Okay, let's see 15 more rankings that are evaluating quality of life, mobility in the city, public health, smart cities. There are hundreds of them, and trying to be in a good position, but at the end, working for have a good city, and then seeing reflected the work we have done in the rankings. Okay, so it's a way of, it's just, at the end, it's let's do the work, and let the ranking people do their job, and at the end we will be there, okay?
No, for sure, and I didn't want to put you on the spot at all. I was just thinking that it was interesting that the social aspects and the kind of the culture elements are one of the 3 elements on the decision. And I was just interested to see how maybe you reflected, of course, the academic life and the quality of the academic and the fee structure. That's something maybe beyond your control, but in terms of the social aspects and the cultural aspects, given that we are in this venue, and I also think that cultural life plays a huge role in attracting not only these people who are in a transient stage of their lives, young, but also elderly life stages. So, and that's, I think that is increasingly more and more important. And after COVID, I think that we've seen the importance of events, of music events, or any type of arts events where people want to be together. So,
Just to complement and not to contradict too much, I was trying to tell you that what we have a look at in rankings is recommendations.
sure.
Improvements that need to be done. Always there's a part of it, and that's the part that we take out of them.
We have a question here in
I
the
don't
front.
know, while people are asking, I don't know this specific ranking, but going to Xavier's point, what we see is Barcelona keeps being an absolutely amazing destination for us. Demand is
there.
keep growing and the interest keeps being there. So I don't know if it's not in the 10th, but I see
It's managing
top.
growth
It's
question,
top,
I guess,
top.
there, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Question in the front. Say shortly also your name so we know who you are.
Sure. First of all, my name is Jose Llanos. Thank you,
Closer,
everyone.
please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. So thank you so much for your insights today. My name is Jose, and I come from Miami, Florida. I'm enjoying the beautiful city of Barcelona now for the month of November, so thank you for hosting me. My life is very much blended at this time. I'm as a digital nomad and taking courses and attending conferences. So something that's very interesting to me, Civit essentially is a new startup. We're designing the infrastructure, a platform to power the future of learning, living, and working. We understand within the shared living ecosystem, everything's becoming more blended, and there's a need for the infrastructure to actually facilitate this integration and also serve as a complement to the housing solution to actually be able to bring together or make sure that there's an emergence, a natural emergence of community as we talk about designing neighborhoods and this concept of neighborhoods. How important do you think this idea of creating the human infrastructure to integrate these three elements is, and most importantly, whose responsibility is it to pay for it and provide it? We see a lot of investors hungry for higher returns on investment. We're trying to create an affordable product. So at the same time, how do we create a holistic solution that not only provides a roof over their heads and simply meets the demand for housing, but also serves as a more holistic solution to the social problems we're facing today, and we really focus on that S and the ESG goals.
Can I invite you, Christina, from your examples maybe? Or
Well, one thing that I would say, and especially because I'm wearing the hat of I University and I School of Architecture and Design, is that academic institutions have a huge role, and they should have more of a role in this community activation. Talking to the local authorities, talking also to the private providers of accommodation, and not only of accommodation, of any extended services. So I think that I don't know if we are the ones who have to initiate, but definitely we had to be at the table, and we are often reluctant to do that. So those players, the public sector with the academic institutions which are located in a particular site, and also the private sector need to talk, and we need to be much more proactive in that. We often stay behind because we just, are there. But no, we had to be neighbors, and to be neighbors is not just being there, it's to activate and to know who are the people next to you. So.
I'd like to add to that, but I think universities often underestimate their negotiation power. Because they are in many cities that we work in, for example, they are the economic engines. They own a lot of land that they can make available for the types of housing that they need under conditions that also meet what they need. They are very influential in terms of policy at the city. They are a civic group that has a lot of benefits from the city, much bigger than just the education. So I think it's, I see also, even in the role of, leading the redevelopments of some of the areas of the cities,
Totally.
their role can be very significant. So I think, and that helps as well. Because, as a housing provider, it's not always the suitable hat to wear to push for a certain development. You need someone that is, a partner that has a broader interest than just one single use. Go ahead.
Just to add something, it's like now comes this time of, I'm happy you make this question because just 10 days before here in this place, we, as an international economic department, which is investment attraction, organized one event which is called, we made the 10th edition, Barcelona International Community Day. And in here, you were able to find, it's a pity you missed it because you were here, okay? There were universities, because there was a SADE, there were international schools, there were private providers, security, Banco Sabadell, which is an important bank, was a main sponsor, but there were public institutions, public municipal libraries, public fresh fruit markets, 35 in the city of Barcelona, sport facilities, public, the police was there as well. All in this place with a whole day of programs, with conference, how to live, whether to rent, where to attain our children, how to discover the city. And this, we have very clear that we want to promote the international community and their integration between the international community of locals. Because if not, what's going to happen is that layer that is affecting all the problems like housing is going to affect the perception of the general population on the international class that is living in the city. So we are very aware that this is a sensible question. So that's the reason why we've done this event, that I invite, maybe there's some people from Barcelona that they don't know yet this event, but we organized the whole year events for the international community to feel more in Barcelona and integrated.
Gonzalo.
I think, in essence, we need more people like Xavier, okay, being able to link that mentality with the public authorities. I think public authorities should be the one, but I'm bouncing back a question to you, Frank, as Dutch. So you asked this question, and one of the best examples I've seen doing this is been in the Netherlands, where I see, or it's my impression at least, that this idea of redevelopments and full neighborhood transformations are taken like more holistically. Possibly not just the public authorities. I think that is in the mindset of everyone. Barcelona, Madrid, Utrecht is the example I'm putting on the table. I think possibly as well there are developers that has this wider scope. Possibly here in Spain still, we don't have those kind of developers that they are able to see such a big picture, like really big picture of the whole area of the city. So what you have experienced as well in other parts of it, what do you think is different? Because in my opinion, there is a lot to learn from some of the experiences that we've seen in my past experience in the Netherlands. What do you think is different there? What are
I think one is a culture of trust. I mean, that, although of course there's a lot of conflicts as well, but for example, last year we created a national action plan, student housing. And it might have been coming out of an event like you said, where we came together and we basically, literally, in a setting like this, we had to make a plan together. We had a shared problem, and we had all a part to contribute. So that was one thing, and it was kind of a culture of overcoming your own limitation. I think also from a real estate sector's perspective is like, we see a lot more ability, given the flexibility, the blending, that it comes about surfaces and space management and access management that are now moving towards the private side. So that also means that as, instead of being just a developer and exiting, like looking more as like, how can you be a long-term stakeholder in that? When you talk about with your investors, your institutional investors, we're going to be there 25 years. Like an education institution like IE, for example, what role do you want to play in that community beside your own, KPIs? What else can you do? And I think that helps. And I saw that also yesterday in some of the conversations, like, that we had in Aroba 22, but also Aparto, for example, when you really see a community facility starting, it helps taking care of the, shared facilities. Incorporating, for example, public benefits in private investments is a great opportunity, because the cities will need those things, and that the private sector can, if you have a process, you can improve your plan, so to say. You can make your plan even more flexible if you do it. So I think that planning culture can help, and it is also something that I think is a business opportunity. You know, this blending is like you discover new sources of income, or you find new ways of avoiding risks,
Yeah, I mean,
vacancies, etc.
we were talking about the idea of space as a service,
Yeah.
you know, a much more kind of fluid way of thinking of you know, housing is not housing only. I mean, of course, housing is a very serious matter, but when we are thinking of housing solutions maybe for flexible uses, it's like almost in the hospitality industry, which is what you were saying before. Maybe the difference between hospitality and who is who is being addressed at, it's not too different, shouldn't be too different from the one we think when we think of housing, with all due respect. Because the idea of, you can think of the hall as a kind of entry point for the people in the city, which is like the hall of a hotel, the foyer. That's, you know, you do that very well in the social hub, but in many other places as well. And I think that that concept also applied to universities, maybe, you know, like to the actual buildings where maybe we have a space for exhibitions, which is actually of public use. All that kind of idea of using space as a service in a much more flexible way. It's not just one single purpose for one single target group, but thinking of a much more fluid kind of way. And I think that going back to the issue that we were talking about, which this gentleman was asking, I think that we also need to kind of provide impact studies. What's the actual impact that we have? And maybe that kind of impact study has to be done, of course, with the public sector, with the private sector. How much talent are we actually providing to the city, to the territory, and what that talent actually means in terms of not only revenue and many other things, social capital, integration abilities to create more interesting communities, and eventually, why not, patents. So all those things together need to be looked at, and we don't do that just yet.
Oh, totally agree, and I think flexibility is an issue that is in the, when you are saying, for example, 22 Art, which is the innovation district of the city. I mean, now more than 10 years history, a success story with 1,200 companies, more than 120,000 jobs being created since its creation. And now what happened is that momentarily there is there is an excess of offer in offices space. That's momentary, because before COVID there was offices availability on just 3%. So promoters said, okay, there's demand, we're going to build. Now is where the buildings, after that time came, are being in market. And what happens is that the demand is not able to absorb so fast all these offices space. So one of the things that we are thinking in the council is, what with certain old buildings that don't have the sustainability criteria just in place, why don't we skip that into housing or temporary uses? It's not going to be a big trend, but maybe we are going to have some experience in that in 22 Art Innovation District.
I think that's very recognizable. And then it's great that you have real estate that is flexible, that you can adapt to changing needs, whatever the trends are. We have 1 more minute on the clock. Anyone that wants to share something, say something? Otherwise, I'll close the panel with this. Thank you so much, panelists, for contributing to the ever fascinating blending trends and how we adapt to that and how we create opportunities and better cities that are not only good for international talents, but also for work for local communities.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the attention.
A big round of applause, please. Thank you. Now, do stay with us. In a few minutes, we'll be starting our next session, session 3, about the sustainability dilemma, implications for PBSA industry and students. Stay with us. Thank you.
I'm Dan.
Welcome back, everybody. It is now time for our next session, the implications for PBSA industry and students. So I'm going to welcome to the stage our next moderator and speakers. It's Daniel Smith, co-founder of Good Management Group. A big round of applause for Dan there. And joining him is Paula Albaladeo. I hope I've said that okay. Head of Sustainability, PDS. EMEA, Head of Sustainability, JLL, and Andrew McCormack, the Associate Director, Osborne Clark, LLP. Enjoy. Over to you, Dan.
Tell me if I'm...
Can everybody hear me? Yeah, good. Thanks very much. Nice to see so many familiar faces. Can I just get a quick show of hands, everyone with a green headset on? Do we have developers here?
Can they hear?
Do we have operators here? Yeah, operator. Is there anyone who's an investor on this panel at all? Show of hands if you're an investor. Ideally, we need the money in the room at some point, but we'll work through that as we go. Hopefully more people will join. But yeah, thanks ever so much for turning up to this sustainability session. Now, my name's Dan Smith. I am the founder of Good Management Group, which is an ESG and sustainability consultancy working within real estate. I also run student housing consultancy, so I understand the sort of operations and investment into PBSA. I also understand the ESG and some of the challenges sort of surrounding that for investors, operators and developers. I'm delighted to be joined here by two experts as well, who I'll introduce shortly. Now, ESG is a relatively new phenomenon. I know we've been talking about it for a little while. There's been various different acronyms that we've used: CSR, ESG, sustainability, net zero, and then you throw in the likes of SFDR, TCFD, and it is pretty confusing ultimately. So what we're here to do today is to try and... Oh, thank you. Well, at least it's not a wardrobe malfunction. Ah, that is much better. Can everyone hear me now? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
That's actually better for us as well.
That's definitely better, isn't it? So yeah, ESG is a relatively new phenomenon. Whether you call it ESG, CSR, sustainability, it's about the business of doing good. You know, how much good does your business do for people and for the planet? And so what we want to try and help everybody here do is make a positive impact. And that's one of the key things that if you can take anything away, how can you have a positive impact on your employees, your students, your residents, your wider community, but most importantly for us, the planet. So we will primarily be covering the E in ESG today. If you want to cover the S and the G, feel free to grab me later on. Now, I mean, when moderating these panels, quite often you do get sponsors shoehorned in who might have a slightly tenuous link to the brief, but I'm delighted to say that my two panelists here are experts in their field and will hopefully be able to impart a fair bit of knowledge to you. So we have Paula, who's the EMEA Head of Sustainability Project and Development Services at JLL, and Andrew McCormack, who is the Associate Director of Real Estate at international law firm Osborne Clark. So let's get straight into it. Time is a bit tight. We will have some time for Q&A at the end, so do start thinking about your questions. Let's talk money. Now, in order to really move the needle on sustainability, firstly, we need the money in the room, so hopefully more investors will join. I'm sure they're all listening as they wander around the room or probably at the bar already. But we need to make sure that ESG measures have a demonstrably positive effect on the value of a property. So Paula, are we starting to see a green premium as yet?
Okay, I'm going to throw a big rock into the lake, and I would say that relationship between ESG principles and value, green premium, is not always evident. However, it has an impact, an evident, obvious impact on the liquidity, mainly based on the OPEX reductions. We are seeing up to even 15% of OPEX reductions, which is an important number. It is very much related to exit pricing, so it's really creating you it's protecting the value. It's not. It's preventing stranded assets. And the very third one would be access to capital. I think compliance with EU taxonomy is becoming more and more an ask in really accessing to the right money to do the investment.
So essentially we're not seeing a green premium as such, we're just seeing less discounting on exit. You know, ESG is kind of seen as a bit of a defensive strategy, I suppose, for the future. And Paula, whilst we're on lenders, what sustainability credentials are lenders currently looking for?
I would say that historically, certifications such as LEED, BREEAM has been, I would say, the standard. Now it is becoming more and more kind of nice to have. But to me, the most, as I said before, I think EU taxonomy is becoming the new must, specifically when it applies into Articles 8 and 9. These are the ones that our lenders are looking for in order to comply with their own policies. It is true that certain core money, it's even applying certain adjusting margins if they invest in sustainability assets. And that compression can even come, it's not huge, but it could come up to 5 basic points, something like that, but not more than that. It's a question of eligibility. I think, in my opinion, compliance with EU taxonomy or ESG principles, it's a question of how much can I be eligible to access to money, yes or no, rather than what is going to be the benefit in the capital cost, which is not that much, in my opinion.
I think one of the challenges is that this is ever evolving. So if all of your properties, and I was talking to Pavlina from Livenza just the other day, 95% of Livenza's properties are BREEAM very good, and that's great right now. But in 2 years' time, what's that going to need to be? Is that going to need to be excellent, or is it going to need to be outstanding? Like, how do we sort of future-proof these assets? I think that's one of the challenges you all have to deal with. You know, the acronyms, the certifications, what are investors looking for? At some point, it will become, what are students looking for as well? And the likes of me, Student Living, and Stuart Henderson's here, and I know Homes for Students are going through the process of B Corp as well. So there's definitely something to think about. It's not just about the lenders, it's also about the students too. So do start to think about that sort of B2C angle on the certifications. So Andrew, what are you currently seeing with regards to green financing at the moment?
Yeah, so there's kind of a distinction. So you've got green loans and then you've got sustainability-linked loans. I won't go into the detail as to the differences, but they're becoming more and more popular. The kind of key advantages, I think, as Paula said, there's the discount on the margin, so typically between 5 to 15 bips. And then from a reputational perspective as well, it's obviously a good thing to be securing that sort of finance. I suppose one of the key things that we're trying to understand is how much teeth do green loan covenants actually have in practice. And I think the key thing to flag is that, yes, they have these green loan provisions, but is there so much of an incentive in those facility agreements where, God, I'm really talking about the most exciting thing here, I think, as I'm listening to myself.
You're the lawyer, that's
so
fine.
Exciting.
We're used to that.
So, but typically speaking, you don't see breach of green loan covenants constituting an event of default, leading to an acceleration. It's more so from a reputational perspective that you see, well, so firstly from a financing perspective actually, because you lose that discount, it may ratchet down depending on the level of breach. But also from a reputational perspective, when a company or borrower is getting a green loan, typically you see a press release, we have secured a green loan. But where there is a breach scenario of the green loan covenants, it can be declassified, and that can have huge reputational consequences, and it's obviously something you'd look to avoid.
So there's a lot of challenges out there in the market at the moment. It's expensive to buy, it's expensive to build, it's expensive to run. So, you know, these challenges are really throwing into doubt certain amounts of sustainability measures that are being put into assets. Now, these general economic issues aside, what are the major challenges facing the industry at the moment, and how do they impact the extent to which ESG is considered, Paula?
In my opinion, and I think we are not being as quick as we should, and mainly based on, I would say, 4 different challenges. To me, the first one is around comparables. We are still lacking of enough data points into the market to really understand what is the impact, the real impact of the ESG in value and returns. To me, second is around metrics. I think we do need consistent and reliable metrics to understand where we are today and what's the gap to meet those, I would say, goals. Third one would, to me, maybe could be the technical solutions that we are not there yet. We are still, I mean, we are improving very quickly, but not yet there in terms of the right solutions, the right energy efficient systems. So there are a number of things that needs to be improved, and here innovation is going to play an important role. But to me, the fourth one, which is very important, is a cultural element. I think to achieve ESG goals, we do need to adjust our comfort standard, meaning that we need to learn in living in different indoor temperatures. We need to learn living with water quotas. And until we don't assume that we need to play a role as a society in that transition, it won't happen.
Yeah, we all have that responsibility. I think I've seen firsthand the issues around data in particular. There is such a lack of quality data out there and a complete misunderstanding of how you should be recording and then reporting on that data. And if there's one thing that you can all take away from this, is that every student, every investor, every developer, every supplier wants to see an ESG or sustainability report. So get it out there, make sure it's transparent, make sure you're really open about your current performance, because everybody would rather see where you're up to and that you're tracking your progress rather than pie in the sky policies and targets. So that's definitely one thing to consider. So Andrew, what are your thoughts on the current challenges?
Yeah, I think the student accommodation market is quite unique because it's so fragmented in terms of you have a lot of institutional level capital, you've got mid-market, and then you've got private landlords. So when it comes to kind of the sustainability crisis and the need to be addressing that, it's very easy to think, what should institutional investors be doing? And typically they have access to finance. They have a strong financial backing that allows them to then go and secure, for instance, green loans, sustainability-linked loans. My concern is more that because it's such a fragmented market, everyone needs to be taken along in the journey. And for instance, the mid-level or the lower end of the market, when you talk about ESG reporting, it's a lot more difficult for them. And particularly when it comes to securing kind of private finance, from a green loan perspective, you typically need to be hitting certain KPIs. And in order to hit those KPIs, you need data. But can you afford to bring in the technology to actually secure that data? That's incredibly difficult, and I think it rules out a lot of the market from being able to access that finance. Similarly, I think one of the other challenges with the market at the moment is that, and there is a bit of a significant push at an EU level to try and standardize the methodology that goes into producing EPC certificates. And I think we'll obviously come onto it shortly, but that differs quite significantly across the member states, and there's been quite a significant amount of pushback in the last couple of weeks on rectifying that. So it's that level of uncertainty across the market that I think represents a challenge for investors, operators.
It's also the lack of consistency. I think that's the trouble in certifications, in what every investor is looking for, in what the governments are saying, the EU, etc. And the differences between the member states and what they will and won't accept. Like, that's a real challenge from an EU perspective. I think we're typically quite UK focused in the way that we think about things. UK is a very mature market, but it's good to see that obviously EU taxonomy is something that's certainly being mooted, and investors and operators and developers are really starting to take note. Can you just give us a bit of an update on the compliance environment at the moment? I'd like to do a little bit of crystal ball gazing, because we want to know where we're at right now, and then maybe where we're going to be.
Yes, I'm going to leave the UK aside for now. So I think if we'd been having this conversation maybe a month, 2 months ago, it would be quite different. So in 2020, the European Commission put forward a paper on what was called the renovation wave. So that was setting out quite ambitious aims in terms of net zero buildings by, I can't even recall the date, but net zero buildings, quite ambitious targets. mandatory minimum EPC ratings, and mandatory renovations for the worst performing energy performing buildings. And there was quite a lot of discussion about, well, how do you enforce that? Are you looking at key kind of exit dates, for instance, when a property is sold, or are you expecting buyers of the assets to be, at that point, required to renovate to bring it up to certain standards? And I think that was causing quite a lot of discourse in the industry, the real estate industry as a whole. And I think it's obviously great to have ambitious targets, but it's important not to leave anyone behind. And I think that was a bit of a risk with what was put forward in the variation to that directive. In the last couple of weeks, I think there's been quite significant pushback from the member states on that. You had some of the more kind of progressive nations from a sustainability, environmental perspective, probably quite frustrated. But countries such as Italy were adamant that the proposals needed to be watered down, which from an environmental perspective, it's disappointing, but I think it's important to remember that the real estate industry, it really does require every level of the market to be going together as one in the right direction. And
it's also in the context of a cost of living crisis. And
exactly. And recovery from COVID, war in Ukraine, cost of materials, etc. It's a really challenging time, and yes, you need to be looking ahead in terms of impact on the environment, but you cannot expect to see onerous penalties, requirements to renovate at a time like this. It's incredibly challenging.
And just for the UK audience, don't expect any kind of legislation anytime soon from Rishi Sunak or the current government. Obviously, we're electioneering at the moment, and so immigration is going to be the key policy. So if anything, be slightly concerned about the international student caps, etc.
The only other thing from a UK perspective, so there has been an Energy Act 2023 that came in. Again, so exciting. But with the Energy Act, it's pushed a lot of things further down the road. So it will all be dealt with by way of secondary legislation, nothing imminent, watering down on lots of the proposals that had been put forward. So yeah, it's yet more uncertainty, unfortunately.
So what do you think this looks like long term, ultimately, in terms of legislation, etc.?
I think people need to be, operators, investors, developers need to be putting themselves in the best possible position so far as they can afford to do so. It's all well and good to be saying you need to all be aiming for BREEAM rating, outstanding, EPC rating, whatever, but we don't operate in a vacuum. Costs are costs, profit is profit, and yeah, I think so far as finances permit, I think that's got to be the best approach.
Yeah, I agree. So Paola, how can investors, developers and operators ready themselves for this future? I mean, given that effectively the future is now, the most sustainable buildings are ones that have already been built, and we're building, for the next 100 years effectively. So how can we make sure that, we're ready?
I think you're right, Dan. The thing here is that not getting ready for the future, but getting ready for today, because it's happening as we speak. So please bear in mind that just to give you some context, we have been estimating that 80% of the real estate stock in the world at today is non-compliant with 2030, 2050 goals, meaning that to achieve those targets, we need to triple the pace of the investment and the renovation of our current footprint. And it has been estimated at a few $1 trillion in order to achieve, to really make it happen. So I think it's a necessity that needs to be undertaken today in order to achieve. To me, the recipe for success would be structure the whole journey into baby steps, if I may, trying to really create a very solid pathway to achieve those goals, starting by understanding which are the goals, which are the needs. Second, measuring which is your current status, so really understanding where is the starting point. Third, create the right action plans that are realistic and are achievable, otherwise it creates huge frustration. Third one would be the implementation, really ensuring that this is implemented in the proper manner. Tracking To me, the fifth one would be, once this is done, track, reshape, redo, review if required. And the very last one, report. I think we are lacking many, many times in showing what is happening. And I think we need it. We do need, as a society, to show, to ensure that we are moving ahead. I have the feeling that there is a kind of sentiment that things are not happening, which is not right. There are many things already happening, but we are not showcasing enough. And this is where I think we need a huge room for improvement.
I agree. There needs to be that transparency amongst operators, investors, developers, and that comes back again to the sustainability and ESG reporting. Now, the ESG reports from the likes of Unite in the UK or Azure in Belgium and Europe, they're mandated. They have to do those because they're listed companies. And what we want to see is from every single person here, whether you're a supplier, developer, investor, operator, whatever it is that you do, make sure that your company has an ESG report that you are super open about, very transparent, and that you are publishing. Like, everybody wants to know that you are exactly where you're up to. This is a journey. We don't have to make sure that we are there right now and that we've got, let's just say we're net zero. It's really important that we make sure that we're just open and transparent about that process. Investors will respect it. Students will respect it in particular.
And I would say that I think you guys have a role in influencing the change. I mean, it is not something that can be done in isolation, but really showcasing, reporting, spreading the message. It's going to help others to really join the journey.
And also, from a reporting perspective, I think it's important not to be solely saying, look at how great we are. I think there needs to be reference to these are the challenges, because ultimately it's being open about those challenges that will influence policymakers. They need to understand that this is challenging. The wider market is challenging. Affordability, prices-wise, that's at the front of everyone's mind as well. So ESG reporting has to go beyond just saying almost self-promotion. It needs to be going into more detail about what are we trying to achieve and what's stopping us from achieving that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Are there any questions from the audience? You have two very good experts here from a compliance and an investment standpoint, and me. So if there's any questions, just let us know. If not, then we'll start to wrap up.
It was super clear.
Where are the stooges? I could have sworn we put some people here. Where have they gone? That's because it's nearly lunchtime. So in closing, ultimately, ESG is a choice. You all have that choice to make. There's legislation that's sort of pushing everyone along, but every single one of you here in Barcelona listening or watching online, you're choosing how you approach your impact and how you live and work. So do you choose the bare minimum and go after compliance, to raise investment or to comply with ESG legislation, or do you do the right thing by people and the planet? And that's ultimately what you can all ask yourselves, and you can ask your business what they're doing as well. So that's certainly something for you to take away. We need to make sure that we are building, buying, developing, operating sustainable buildings well into the future. This won't just be a topic that goes away. Eventually, this will be, the main stage, and then there'll be a bit of operations work around around these stages. So the choice is yours, and with that, I would very much like to thank my panelists, Paula, and Andrew. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To Daniel for moderating that fantastic session. Now, coming up, we have our next session, so do stay with us. It's going to be Affordability Lens Rent Regulation for Sustainable Housing Solutions. We'll be with you again in just a few minutes, so go and grab a coffee. Okay, everyone, time now for our next session. Are you enjoying yourselves? I can see not many headphones on in this section at the moment. You're enjoying yourself, Sam. I can see that. Well, time now to talk about rent regulation for sustainable housing solutions, and to lead the
discussion, I'm going to invite to the stage co-founder of the TCF again, Frank Uffen, if you could make your way to the stage. And joining Frank is Natalia Kolotneva, Head of Living and Hospitality of Europe, LaSalle, and Javier Younger, Managing Director, Catella. Welcome to the stage. Big round of applause, please. Hello, come on. I will hand over
Thank
to
you, Nadira. Let's get some water first because I heard people are.
Go in the middle. Go in the middle.
Yeah.
Ladies in the middle. Go ahead.
I recommend we sit a little close to each other because then we can hear each other better.
Well, you're gonna
Huh?
you're gonna catch
I'm going
this.
to point at you. And I think she knows.
All right, we're going to talk about the elephant in the room, as Kellyanne called it this morning. And that's the affordability question. So it's going to be interactive as well, in the sense that we have prepared a statement and we would love to have your feedback on that. That comes in the second part. I have
Not
two
allowed to look at your iPhone.
very knowledgeable long-term investors, institutional investors, that each in their own way have contributed already to the affordability debate in many different forums. So I'm also very curious to hear from them, you know, what their perspective is. But it also symbolizes an effort from the class to continue throughout our annual calendar the conversation about affordability. And as you probably saw this morning in the investment barometer, is that a lot of people in our sector are quite skeptical about the tool of rent regulation. It's not the only way to achieve affordability, but we believe that that is an interesting sentiment among our community members. And it's a bit different from some of the conversations I've been part of at MIPIM, but also what Savos was sharing, is that the attitude, or what's the word, the perception of rent regulations, if it's still something that is only seen as negative, or if we can turn it into something positive. So that's in a nutshell the base. But for this year, we want to also really bring back all the best practices around Europe into the community, because we realize that Europe, as it has many different housing regulation systems, many different traditions, that there is no one size fits all. But that some of the practices that we have created, maybe in the past or more recently, can really inspire us. So we see the class also as a platform where we can share those best practices and bringing new ideas. And we really invite you also to contribute. If you have something to say today, please join. But also afterwards, please let us know any initiative that you want to take forward, and then we can do that during the rest of the year with you. But as I said, yeah, the question of affordability for me personally is, and also I speak on behalf of the class team, which many of them have, you know, joined the class because they thought this topic of student housing was very important to their own lives. And I think it's never wrong to remind ourselves that, you know, it's a luxury. In many cases these days to be able to choose to go to a university of choice, and to have a living experience that is not only sort of like you know, giving you headaches, but something that really supports you in your academic success and your personal development. And this idea of social, you know, the promise, the fundamental promise of higher education as a tool for social mobility is something that I think we should never forget when we talk about, you know, real estate solutions. Because as I mentioned this morning, in the Netherlands, one of the first regions that we have data on, we see a decline of students leaving their family homes because they can't access housing or they can't afford the housing that is available. And this is obviously affecting in particular those that need higher education to
to achieve their personal goals, to also become economic independent, and so we really see it as a big social cause for us to focus on. But the reason why we invited Natalia and Xavier is because they have been long-term partners of the class, but I also think they have a particular a perspective that is often, especially in policy arenas, not understood, and that is the role of institutional investment and the role of basically the money behind the housing sector. That is, it's a given, but the way it works exactly and how we can achieve affordability in a market is not very clear often. So that's why we invite them, and they've also been helping us to think about how we can address this topic throughout the year. So, how is the conference going so far?
Well, we're having fun.
We're having fun, yeah. You were last night also part of the ceremonies and the dinner?
No, I didn't attend.
No, you were not.
Sorry.
You went somewhere else, yeah.
Yes. You're putting us on a spot.
Xavier, what was your impression last night?
I had a great time.
Yeah?
Yeah. We had some good friends that we just didn't see for a long time, and they were just sitting all around us. And that was a really, really made for an interesting conversation and a warm conversation. And I think that's also what most people really like, is the social aspect of the conference, and meeting people again after many years.
Bit of a reunion feeling, huh? Yeah, it's the same, yeah.
As if we were at university together, huh? Which
Yeah,
we weren't,
exactly. Alumni coming back. So maybe to start with you, Xavier, why is affordability an important topic to your organization, to Catella?
Well, I think that there are two aspects for it. In the beginning, it was important for us because we think that affordability is a measure of risk.
Yeah.
So the less affordable an asset is, the more downside risk there is in an asset. We call that the more fragile the asset is. And that's where we come from. So we have a longer history of kind of focusing a little bit more on affordable housing. These days, affordability comes in through another angle, which is that there is an increasing regulation that is hitting the sector, and that is because affordability is not really felt to be there in the market. And that's a completely different angle to the topic. And I guess that's a little bit more what we're come to talk about here today, this aspect. And if you look at that, it's rather interesting that all the statistics will actually tell you that household wealth is just growing. Income levels are growing. Unemployment levels are not that high. So the statistics tell you actually that we're in a pretty good shape, but at the same time, there is this sentiment that something is wrong and that things are not really fair, and that some people get things that they don't deserve and others are a little bit excluded. And that is where this affordability of housing question really sits in. I think the central topic of kind of feeling of injustice has a lot to do with affordability, and that makes it a much more complex and explosive topic.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll dive a little bit later into the regulation part also, because you are involved in many different markets. Before that, Natalia,
well, first of all,
how is affordability addressed in your organization?
Well, I think so rent controls regulations are the features, not a bug. So it's been there for wider residential sector of Europe. And I think rent controls has also been introduced as the result of what is external shock, macroeconomic weaknesses, recessions, COVID. It's intensified regulation to the sector. And so what I always say, look, we have to live with it. We have to embrace it. And I think you mentioned earlier is that, look, it's how we look at the returns. How do we, it does provide stable cash flow forecasts. It does create in various, markets as well, low volatility of churn, stable occupancies. But again, when we look at how do we design the investment strategy for our clients, it's a risk return profile. What is your risk budget? You're looking at the investors looking like, are we matching, hedging longevity risk? Are we matching annuity, obviously, payments? And now more investors, beneficiaries, trustees are asking a bigger question, this lovely word of impact. What is the social impact? How do we, how does this resonate with us? And so we need to somehow also think, well, okay, we can underwrite in our business plans all of the volatilities, uncertainty of regulations coming in, but also now, ESG, it sort of becomes S of the ESG, how do we impact social mobility? We have to, of course, appraise affordability. You talk about maintenance loans, about disposable income. And again, it's a wider question. I think another thing I should say is some of our clients don't actually truly care about affordability. They don't ask us, how do you look at affordability? And because for them, decarbonization, net zero carbon is now becoming the key priority. So affordability is almost like, well, we talked for so many years about affordability and sustainable housing solutions, but now decarbonization comes in. So now everyone focuses on that. So I think it's how do we prioritize? How do we set the strategy right? And again, being smart investors, how do we underwrite this uncertainty of regulation coming in? So it's, but for us, as I said, we have to live with it, and we have to, as I said, embrace it, and try to understand where it's coming from, or what might come from in the future.
But when you talk about the social impact or the social part, then we're talking more about society as a client, right? But when you talk about your clients, your core clients, and what they prioritize, how would you define those groups? What type of clients do you have?
Well, I think traditionally, so we have a variety of clients, whether it's, again, it's all down to the risk return and returns, actually aspirations, and your double IRRs, is it a core plus returns, value add, opportunistic? I think the more questions, what I've seen coming, particularly from how do you assess affordability, how do you measure it, how do you report on it, I think comes from your traditional pension funds. So exactly, there is a bit more involvement, understanding, they're those that, trusted beneficiaries I mentioned. I think that's more from core investors, or core plus, but I haven't seen this from value add for sure.
No, because Savills and also Hugo said this morning, like the availability of money for a sector like living has increased significantly. There's a lot of interest also in PBSA, as it is an attractive investment proposition for those that seek also social returns. Is that something that you've seen as well?
Do you have an impact fund?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's perfect.
So,
yeah, that's.
Yeah, but not really.
Or is that opportunistic?
No,
not really.
Not really. No. So you basically see that when investors speak out, they are in favor of the residential market because the fundamentals are so strong, from student to just the purpose.
And comparing to other business sectors, where like offices are, if you look at the balance portfolios.
True. Yeah. So in I'd say in the real estate arena, there's still a positive undertone for residential, but at the same time, the investments that are really being made towards the sector, they are at a historic low, I think, across Europe, at least in our kind of organization, including the brokerage colleagues. The real equity that's being put in the sector is extremely low because there's this discrepancy between what the capital market actually expects, because everything has been repriced, and what the sector is yielding. And then arguably the student housing sector is doing better than the rest. I think because the yield is a little bit higher, and also because there's perhaps more convincing fundamentals, even on the student side compared to the normal resi side, right? But it's not that it's a fantastic year for transactions, no?
No.
Not at all, I think. I mean, I didn't see it. So,
you see a lot of
so I think the statistics and the reality are a little bit disconnected.
Yeah.
No?
The potential, so to say,
the potential is there. But potential is like waiting for Godot. No, you don't know when Godot comes. It will come at some point.
But also,
nice
look,
to bring in breath of
PBSA
breath,
at the student sector is not, okay, let's be realistic and honest, it's not as regulated as your plain vanilla resi in the European context landscape.
Well, no, but for me, that you're right, so you have a little bit more space. But for me, if I think about the core of the problem, that isn't that important. Because what happened is that in the beginning, after the Second World War, everything was public sector. And a lot of investment went into housing. That generally in Europe stopped in the 70s, 80s, and it became a market phenomenon to invest capital in resi, including student housing in many cases, right? And our democratic system is built in such a way that there's not a lot of supply coming to the market, including in student housing, right? And that's a really important element. So basically, when interest rates are going down, the public sector retreats for the market, and you have this supply that is a little bit constrained because of regulation, then you get this enormous pressure on yields, and that is also beneficial to student housing. Right?
Okay.
And that is what we had in the last 10 years. But that is now changing.
Yeah.
The interest rates are going up, so the capital market pressure is not there anymore. Prices are going down, so the affordability is increasing. And the public sector is legislating on regulation and on rent caps. Now, and in many cases, that also includes student housing. So,
which is historically different, you mean? That they were funding?
Yeah, sure.
That's,
So I think there's a lot of dynamics
yeah.
going on there.
Yeah.
And still perhaps student housing is a little bit less affected than the rest. But I mean, the core fundamental is still, I think, capital markets, supply constraints and regulation, a little bit of technology,
pressure
new
on higher
companies like
rents,
Airbnb, and all of that pushed student housing as well.
But if I would make it flat, you're basically saying, okay, our investors or the investors that we work with are sometimes interested in affordability but also, something else might come priority, creating green buildings, for example. So they are not necessarily driving the agenda. So then there's the regulation part, and you both mentioned them as factors. Is it correct to say that the institutional investors are reactive, in general, to regulations, or are they also proactive designing regulations with the public sector to create?
No,
because I find it an interesting.
Not really. I think that most actually do a hedge strategy.
A hedge strategy.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of a secret hedge strategy.
Yeah.
No, we know the interest rates are going down. We know the planning system is stuck. So what's the risk, right?
Well,
do we really want to liberalize housing market?
Absolutely, and we put a premium. There's there's a premium risk that you have to put into your underwrite.
Yeah.
So you have it's boost returns. Well, you have to have high return expectations, and a low yielding profile of a lot of sectors in living sectors in Europe. It's hard to get your returns and hard to unlock some of the deals because you're pricing in this regulation uncertainty into your model, and that's where I think the big question mark comes in.
But we're talking also today about collaborating, right? And so I'm interested
Unless
also.
Javier is sitting on a lot of committees and panels and lobbying.
No, but we're talking about growing up, So if we're a mature sector and we're also taking our responsibility, could that also mean a shift in rules? I mean, we have people from city councils here. Like later on, I'm talking with Glasgow, for example, which is a coordinating of the market. But also the rules of the market we make together, because you mentioned pension funds. At the end of the day, is the employees that are part of the society.
They come in to support the growth, support the supply. Everyone talks about that restricted supply. But how often do you see at this round table discussions, whatever you want to call panels, where you have investors, operators, all of the stakeholders of the sectors, policymakers, governance, local authorities representation, talking together openly, transparently about what the issues are? How often have you seen that?
Not that often. That's why I'm thinking that it might be.
That's the next. That's the next phase.
Yeah. We saw it in the Netherlands, though, with the Student Housing Action Plan, the National Action Plan for Student Housing. That regulation was discussed among all the stakeholders, and it was the first time that the social sector and the private sector were basically invited to think of some of the proposals on regulations that were proposed. Due to a more rebellious parliament that didn't really result in much change. But I thought it was an interesting experiment where instead of regulators pushing things and you responding to it, that technically we could shape the world of regulations together as well. So I was wondering if you have been involved in any efforts or examples where that...
Yeah, sporadically, Sometimes we have discussions with ministerial teams or that are preparatory, but not in a very structured way, actually. It's just divide, I think.
I think UK is quite a good mature market for, honestly, market. So we're part of BPF, so British Property Federation. There's a lot of, not say lobbying, a lot of white papers have been produced to actually to provide evidence to the government of why you shouldn't be putting caps on this, why PBSA sector, particularly if it's dedicated purpose-built element, should be excluded or exempt from a lot of evictions. A lot of new things are coming in, and rent caps is obviously being one. So I think there's a lot of that noise and investors sitting at the table, and actually it's all about the data. It's all about the voices being together. more signatures, more support from the community. I think that's exactly what we need to do.
Yeah.
But it's hard because, you know, continental Europe is so fragmented in the sense that so many jurisdictions, local planning committees, you know, everyone doesn't want to relate to you here and there. So I think it's a tougher one. But I think UK is a good example where things have been done.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of good stuff that came out of a lot of, as I said, not opposition, but, you know, the evidence that the industry provided to the government.
Right. Well, we will tap into those conversations throughout the year. We want to bring best practices to the rest of the community, so it's being shared. So, and even when it's not there, maybe we can initiate conversations also as a sector. From the class perspective, we thought it was important to also have a statement, an ambition of how we want to be involved in this conversation as an organization. And I have the clicker, hopefully. Thank you so much. So what we've come up with, and we would love to have your feedback on this as well, is that we say we believe that student housing can greatly contribute to students' educational success and personal development. Housing shortages and rising costs threaten to make student housing unattainable for many. As a sector, we should therefore aim to provide every student with the accommodation that meets their needs, irrespective of their financial realities. Moreover, we firmly believe that affordability is not just a financial issue, but a fundamental aspect of ensuring equitable access to quality education and fostering a conducive learning environment. So the Class Foundation is committed to identify, share, and advocate for affordable student housing solutions. This is what we've come up with based on some of the conversations, and we would love to hear from you on your poll if this is, in your opinion, a great start, or are you missing some things, or are we overstating our ambition? We entered a little poll, but if you want to think about it and email us later, of course, that's very much appreciated as well. But I will ask my colleague Kristen here to share some of the results of your poll. So please take a minute to enter your response. From your side, what do you feel about this statement? Is this inclusive, or are certain aspects missing, or is it you think it's not fitting for an organization like the Class or a community like the Class?
I think it's a great start. There's a lot of detail that needs to come out of it. I think it's going in the right direction, because you do have to hear the voice of, as I said, operators, the pressures, developers. You sort of need to address all of that as well here. But particularly when we're talking about margins, how higher rents. I mean, I don't want to go necessarily in detail, but you need to bring more people into this.
Yeah.
So I think what we're planning to do for the next 12 months.
It's a condition.
Exactly.
For you,
yeah. So we just need to hear
yeah.
every voice in the room, as we say.
No, yeah, I think the statement covers, the scope of what we need to do. I also have this undercurrent feeling that for families that struggle, they will always go for the education first.
Yeah.
So if you don't have the financial means, then you see kids staying at home and taking university very close to home rather than spending money on accommodation. And that might be a better, ultimately, if you think about what's the real priority of the topic, if we think that it's about accessibility of education, then that is still the main thing. And of course, accommodation can foster,
like
your
a nice
experience.
to have,
No, it's more than a nice to have, right? But if it's really for households that are critical in their finances, and that's for many households really the case, then I think there's an arbitrage before we get to this level. No? So some households might be excluded.
Yeah. But should we strive for it as a community? I mean, do you believe, even from your personal experience, that ideally, if you want, even if you want to do a program that is not available in your region, for example, that we should figure out a way to help people?
But there's more. But there's more now. You know, you have your higher education, you have your typical university degrees. There's more apprenticeships being introduced. There's more.
There's different
interview-
ways
There's
to-
different
yeah.
ways to tackle that, and you know, the NHS in the UK at the moment, they're talking about particularly looking at apprenticeships as opposed to making sure that nurses go through 5 year of education and then have all this debt attached to them. So there's shorter courses, you know, there's ways to do it. And actually we do need to speak to universities and say that, look, they're marketing their package, you know, of education, experience, accommodation together. We need to see what their view and position is as well. And they should be helping as well, unlocking the opportunities. We've seen a lot in UK, again, I'm referencing UK, but it's a lot being done, how, you know, capital coming in on campus, developing sites for universities, you know, you talk about long income strips, you know, formats, but it can be done. So I think we should keep on looking at formats and ways and more, as I said, more opinions.
Beyond just the rent.
Absolutely.
I mean, Reza won the Affordability Initiative award yesterday, and I don't know if you saw it, but it was like they are supplying now 100 students per year with a form of scholarship. And the interesting model is that they also basically incorporate them in their organization. So in exchange of they are helping community life, they actually get a role in the community as well. So it's interesting also that, you know, the idea of apprenticeship or learning and working and contribute to the community can even be something incorporated.
But then some schemes, you know, we work with operators there where you have a couple of, you know, we always aim for not full occupancies, right? Site. But if you have 2%, you know, depending on seasonality, the local market sentiment, you can give this rooms, you know, to local, whatever students that are from deprived families, they can't access this, you know, whatever rents, the €1,000 rents you pay for. So, so it just, there are a lot of initiatives being done. We just need to hear more of that, and I think that's again going back to that survey thing you want to do.
Yeah. I'm checking with Kristen. Any responses or sentiments, Kristen, that you can share with us?
So at this time, can you hear me okay?
Can we have the mic on there? Yep.
Can you hear me?
No, not yet. Oh, can you hear Kristen? Oh, you can. Okay.
Okay. So at this time, it's looking like 67% of respondents like the statement, but there are a few people who believe it's not ambitious enough, and 8% think it's maybe too ambitious. I would love to maybe even hear from those people who think it's not ambitious enough.
Anyone that wants to elaborate on their opinion, wants to share something? Too ambitious, not ambitious enough? Anyone there, Yolanda? Yeah.
Thanks. I was thinking about the earlier session where the value of student accommodation to the city was emphasised, and I think by focusing this statement quite rightly on students, you're
when you're talking.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can't hear her when you guys are talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you focus on students, which is quite right, you're actually missing the value of providing accommodation in terms of relieving the rest of the city's supply. And the contribution of student accommodation and all the attendant sort of potential for co-living and co-working and so forth that goes with it actually has a value to the city, both in terms of increasing the value of the city, but also alleviating supply issues on other elements of housing. And I think if that was captured, that would be valuable.
Yeah, great, thank you. Anyone else here in the front?
Hello, hi, Jose here from Civet again. I would say ultimately, from our research, what we're understanding is obviously affordability is a multidimensional issue. It's highly complex. It's not just about whether people have enough money to pay the rent. It's a matter of wages, stagnant wages, a matter of preparing students to actually meet the skills gap that is actually going to prepare them for the jobs of today and tomorrow. It's about ultimately creating an environment where people can thrive. And you know, we're facing a multi-dimensional crisis. You know, there's made a crisis of disconnection, of the housing crisis, the mental health crisis. And it's important to understand how all these things are interrelated. And I think it's important to bring more people to the table that can also, you know, just not put the pressure on investors and saying, you're not supporting the right projects. Because I know you guys are on the spot, right? But also understanding that everybody has a role to play, and we all need to sort of chip in and create an environment where it's not just all left to the investors to say, you need to be supporting projects that, you know, create a surplus of value beyond just financial returns.
Yeah.
So that's very important.
No, I like that. I mean, this is also comes to like housing is a means to an end, right? We're talking about social mobility, development, ability to define your own
Well,
future.
the inequalities you talk about and everything else. So are we recording this, by the way, so we can...
Yeah, we are, yeah.
Because I think we need to interview you for this.
We'll grab him afterwards, yeah. Okay, anyone else that would like to contribute, share something? No? Well, to wrap this up then, any thoughts from your side? Any last forward-thinking ideas?
Well, I have suggestion for developers, so they should stop value engineering projects
Value engineering,
to compensate for that regulated segment, so they can push the rents on the unregulated. And we've seen awful designs. It's more and more these days, just because they have to squeeze everything, so they can match our capital. But yeah, I think there's a lot of. I think that's the next. Again, we can address it in the paper and the research.
Yeah. Xavier?
No, I think the class can play a role in this rather complex question, and I think it's good that you've decided to pick that up and give suit on it. It's just not a topic with easy solutions on the short term, so I don't think that's realistic. But we should start something to improve.
And also, let's not keep talking about the planners, local authorities. As I said, we need to bring everyone in.
Yeah. No, that's our ambition as well. So our goal is for the next 12 months to find 25 forward-thinking ideas, practices. We will do so by sharing, inviting people to write about them, to talk about them at our events. And so at the end of the year, we have an overview of some of the great things that we believe we can learn from. It's not going to be a panacea, but we also don't want to wait for Godot, because the urgency is there, and I think we all have a role and a capacity to contribute. So I thank you very much for being here today. Please, if you think you have one of those 25 ideas or multiple, come to us, because we're going to give you a platform to share those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And a big thank you there for another fantastic session. Frank, thanks for moderating that. So we have got loads more coming up for the rest of the day. We have a huge session later on called Tech Solutions for Enhanced Student Living Experience. That's at 12:50 to 13:20, so make sure you go to that. But what I'd quite like to do now is urge you all to move to the other stage, because we have a keynote speech by Mr. Pau Solanila, who is the Commissioner of International Relations and City Promotion, Barcelona. So please do make your way over to the next stage, and then you can come back here, hopefully. This session is taking place on the Insight stage, just a few meters away, and all of you are invited to go. So hopefully I'll see you back here a little later on. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I managed to eat a few of the dishes as they were flying past. They were delicious, I must say, and there's loads more there. So do make sure you go and enjoy all the trappings of today. Up next, we have the Tech Solutions for Enhanced Student Living Experience. on the Inspire stage, on the Insight stage, pressure points addressing student housing challenges, and in the networking corner, sustainability network. So do go along to anything that you wish to do. But here, it is our 5th session of the day, and it's Tech Solutions for Enhanced Student Living Experience. And I'm going to hand you over to the moderator, which is Anthony Lee. Round of applause there, CEO, Young Global Minds. And joining Anthony, we have Georgina Drury, Senior Account Executive Yardi, and Philip Clementson, CPO, Coley. I'll hand over. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome everybody. Looking forward to a very lively debate this afternoon on, I think, what is a fascinating subject when we talk about technology, particularly young people's use of technology and how it's going to potentially help the student living experience. Just to very briefly introduce myself, my name is Tony Lee. I'm the CEO of a company called Global Young Minds, which is fixated with technology and the student experience. And I spend the majority of my time actually in my other job as the Chief Visionary Officer of ICEF. I've just come from the ICEF conference in Berlin, where we also had ICEF Digital, and so I've spent literally days talking to technology platforms and how they interact with students. That's more than enough about myself. What I would like to do is introduce you to our fellow panelists and speakers. I'm going to start with Philip, and Philip is the co-founder of Coley. Philip, maybe if I could let you introduce yourself and your platform. Thank you.
So my name is Philip, and I'm the co-founder and CPO of Coley Technologies. And we have created a SaaS platform that helps student housing operations to prepare, match, and support for a better student living experience, but also for a better student well-being. As many of you know, starting university comes with a mixed set of emotions, and it also comes with a new way of living. And often those new way of living is sharing a room or an apartment with someone that you probably don't know. And today, when it comes to matching roommates, you do it either randomly, or you do it by gut feeling, or you have some simpler form of matchmaking where you fill in a questionnaire about your preferences, lifestyle, or interest. But even if you do this type of matchmaking and do it by random, we can still see that there are a lot of negative roommate matches. And if you live with someone that you don't thrive with, it basically leads to a lot of conflicts, and also the potential to do a room change, and in worst case, move out from your apartment or room. But also negative student well-being, of course. So we have at Coley addressed a two-folded problem. So first, a really costly housing operation, but also a negative student well-being that leads to conflicts and room changes and a potential dropout, lack of sense of belonging. So how do we solve this? So we have taken a 3-step scientific approach in our solution, which is basically a solution that you can plug and play and add to any property management system into that process. And what we do is that we start working with a student even before they move in. So we send out a psychometric assessment. This takes about 5 to 10 minutes. And after you have completed it, you will receive instantly a unique profile where you can read more about your personality and your values. And you can also see your strengths and your challenges and get some shared living advice. With this data, we are then able to find the perfect match for this student or for a couple of students based on where we can achieve the highest social functioning. And it doesn't stop after the matching. We also work with the data that we have collected from the student, and we have a community insight tool for the operations staff, but also for the student to get advice and of activities that you can do in order to build stronger communities and have a better sense of belonging. So for us, it's really important to get it right from the beginning and set the student in the right context so they will thrive and have a good time.
I have to say, you can probably see that I'm clearly what I would refer to as a digital immigrant rather than a digital native. I remember a world way before the internet. I'm not part of the Tinder generation, and when I went to university and college, the best way we would achieve this is by putting a sign up in the notice board saying somebody must be able to afford to pay the rent. And that was the only condition. As long as you could pay the rent, you were fine and you could be a roommate with us. But Georgie, if we can hand over to you, I know that your platform goes beyond that in terms of the chronological order of the student experience, but maybe if you could introduce yourself and your platform.
Sure, thanks so much. So, hi everybody, my name's Georgie. So, I work for Yardi Systems. I'm a senior account executive at Yardi. I've been with the company now for just over 7 years. So Yardi, if you haven't heard of us, we are a property management and accounting software, really focusing on that end-to-end journey. So really from the moment that a student is looking for one of your units to lease, all the way through to becoming actually a resident in the building. So we really kind of focus on that digital streamlining of operations for your leasing teams, but also for your students as well. So lovely to see some familiar faces and some new ones as well. So excited to get going today.
As we look at this exciting future that we all face with these new platforms, I think it's impossible to have this debate without us really getting into it and starting to talk about AI and what AI means. Again, sort of relating back to a bit of a personal experience, during the pandemic, I had a load of time on my hands, and I decided to spend a bit of time studying. So I went in to study digital disruption strategy. So I normally wouldn't have time for something like that, but I did. And one of the interesting things that came out of this course was this idea of a future driven by AI. And I was looking at marketing AI and how it was using all of these different data points to send you ever more personalized ads. And I think all of us have been in a situation where you think, oh, I really should mow the lawn, and then suddenly you look at your phone and you see an ad for a lawnmower and you start worrying that they're reading your mind or at least listening to your conversations. And of course, AI targeted ads have become a big part of our future. And I saw recently that there were now bots that were being deployed where you could filter those ads. So we've got a future state where basically my bot's going to go and talk to your bot, and our bots are going to talk about what it is that we do or don't want to buy. I mean, just literally on the way here, I saw an ad for a new piece of software that would look after my social media presence for me, and it would go and like and comment on posts on my behalf, which just terrified me. I mean, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, you know. Next thing I know, my wife's looking and I'm liking an ex-girlfriend's posts, and I'm not getting any dinner for the next 3 weeks. I'm like, no, it was my bot, honest. And so I'm really interested, you know, to talk a little bit about, first of all, your platforms and plans for AI, how that's going to be incorporated. And then if we can, I'd also like to get into, I think, some of the issues that we have with data and sharing data. So yeah, I mean, you know, what's your experience of AI? What's the experience of your platform with AI?
I mean, AI is a really interesting topic. It's all around us. We use it every day, I would say. We actually have implemented AI in our algorithm, so it's based on machine learning. So we use AI today, and how we do that is that we basically send out a question to the student if they are satisfied with their living environment. And with that response, we're able to train the algorithm based on decision tree machine learning that helps our algorithm to tweak itself based on that response. But I think since about this question about security and everything, I think it's super interesting, because if you have a platform that is free, it is usually that you give away your data. That's why it's free. But I think regarding what we see ahead is that we have a lot of data based on a personality and values for a student. And this is something we can like separate. So we have that security that we can disconnect this, and it's the student that decides when to disconnect and how. But I think predictions and forecasts to see if we see a personality type that could have a higher chance to not create conflicts, that's an interesting topic that we are looking into. But also, since we are working as a coach towards the student, I think this way that we use, or I use ChatGPT today to write and get help with formulating an email and such, to have this virtual assistant, a coach that can help you to assist you if you have a conflict or you're in a yeah.
Can I ask, with your student profiling tool that you've created, is that reliant on people's honesty? I mean, you know, when somebody's asked about their personality, and we've all read CVs that it says, I like reading, swimming and cycling, you know, and of course no one, when they're looking for student accommodation, is going to say, I like listening to heavy metal music at 4 a.m. while exercising naked in the kitchen. You know, that's not what someone's going to tell you on a form. Does AI manage to spot, I suppose, those lies that people tell about themselves when they're in that kind of situation?
Yeah, so how our assessment is designed today, we basically have a couple of statements that is more related to how you are in a situation and you agree or disagree. And the way we calculate the result is that we have questions related to a personality trait, but we invert the questions as well. So it's hard to kind of build your profile after a best case scenario. So yeah.
And Georgie, coming back to you, because I think there we've kind of got consumer to consumer matching happening with AI. But within your platform, you've actually got a lot of business to consumer, which gives you, I suppose, different complexities when it comes to the sharing of data.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to AI, like we are using that already. So we have like chatbots, right, which are like assisting the leasing teams and the residents. So throughout, I guess we see AI really useful in actually the application process. So once, you know, the prospect has kind of found somewhere to rent, it's then kind of there's not a disconnect, but that's it then. They're in the application process, and how do you edge them along? We did a survey with our residents, with our clients, and it turns out like 80% of inquiries come through out of office hours. So obviously having a chatbot there to be able to respond to those in an effective manner, things like, you know, do you allow pets or things like that, to be able to respond quickly and effectively back to them. But actually now it was interesting, you mentioned about ChatGPT, right, which is on the forefront everywhere, and what we're now trying to kind of encompass is the ChatGPT working as a chatbot as well. So it's kind of personalizing that messages more. You're not necessarily having to train the bot to actually answer those questions. We're going to incorporate ChatGPT into the online leasing process. So taking that away from your on-site staff, so the leasing teams or maybe concierge, having that answers automatically going back to those prospects and residents. So that's something we have on the roadmap when it comes to the AI front. Yeah.
I think it's interesting that, you know, obviously the instant response that can happen using a chatbot and the nurturing of a user journey, obviously we're seeing AI play a huge part of that. But I'm also interested, you know, because when we're talking about students, quite often we're talking about young people. And with young people, there's quite a lot of government regulation, and sometimes very well-intended government regulation can have quite unintended consequence. And you know, when we look at things like deploying WhatsApp for business, for instance, you know, having a WhatsApp conversation with someone who's 17 as a business might seem like a very good idea, because a lot of young people use WhatsApp. But it's actually illegal in England, for instance. That would be seen, you're not allowed to do that because that person isn't 18 yet.
It's strange though, because I think, like, you know, when we have surveyed our clients and we kind of said, what is your first form of communication channel to your residents? We were surprised. Everybody said WhatsApp. Like, it is WhatsApp now. So it's kind of like, well, how do you get around that? Because I don't really text friends. I use WhatsApp all the time. So to have that business channel, I think, how do we get around that then if it is illegal?
Yeah, well, I think it's that constantly evolving government regulation, particularly around young people and the use of technology. And I think particularly with people's use of data, you know, as we look at the tools like this and how people are using them, you know, it's fascinating. You know, I was looking, not again coming back to myself, but I was looking at a fridge that enabled my fridge to order my food, and I was like, wow, I'm living in a brave new world. This is amazing. I can wire up my fridge to my store. It's going to order my food. And then I thought, I don't want my fridge to order my food. And then I thought, well, I probably should allow my fridge to order my food. I'd probably eat healthier. But, it's... But I think there's that whole thing about we want to share data because we want the benefits of that data, like your matching tool and how you're working with tenants. But then equally, the flip of that is when something goes wrong, right? In terms of we say, hold on a minute, you shouldn't hold this data. I don't want you using this data in this way. And I think particularly when it comes to housing, when you're in or when you're out and the security around that data, I suppose is sometimes a concern for people. We don't worry about these things till something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Is data security an issue with your platform?
No, not at all. I mean, and again, I guess kind of taking it back to, we can talk about AI, we can talk about all of the kind of nice to haves. I think it's bringing it back to the necessities of really kind of making sure you've got the technology to cover the hygiene factors. So things like, residents making payments, they want to be able to do that through an app. They want to do it securely. They want it to be in one system. They want to make maintenance and they want to know what's happening with it. I know myself when I book maintenance, I'm like, what's going on? Are they coming? When are they coming? When's it going to be completed? So I think it's giving them a platform to also choose what they want to do rather than, oh, we've got this amazing app and it can do this, this and this. Half of the features, I'm not sure if they're going to be used. Residents and the students want to be able to kind of create their own events or create their own services through their own platform. So that's what I would say.
It's an interesting point you say there about the adoption cycle, because obviously when you're very excited, you're getting a new accommodation, you've got a new app, I can see when the electrician's coming, all that kind of thing. But then quite often we go back to our normal lives, right? We've all of us...
Well, we go back to Facebook.
Well, exactly. We go back to Facebook, we go back to WhatsApp. We've all got, 100 apps on our iPhones and we use 5 of them. And so how do you deal with that? I mean, do you see an adoption curve where people adopt early on but then maybe stop to use it later in the journey?
So, I mean, what we see the app really being used for, especially in the kind of PBSA world, so we have like a bulletin board where your students can communicate with each other. The highest thing we see is like they use it like a Facebook selling page. So it's like, I'm getting rid of like these drawers or selling different things or creating their own events. Like, that's what we've seen from our residents as well. Students like to create their own events. So you might put on, we're doing this yoga class, but actually they want to go cycling. So they do it themselves. So again, I think it's just allowing them to also be in control. You can create events and communities, but allowing them the platform through the technology to be able to actually do their own thing, be self-sufficient.
I want to come back to you on a point about moderation, but also as you were saying that, I'm also a little bit interested in the use of the whole matching tool. Because young people, when you give them a matching tool, obviously would want to use that for more than just finding a housemate. I mean, are you finding that people are using your tool beyond its intended purpose?
No, I mean, as it's designed now, it's really to find roommates for a shared living environment. So either if it's a room of 2 or 3 or 4 or up to, how many you would like to have. So it's really to find that social functioning, to get people to work together and have a good experience together. So, and if that leads to a relationship and the best friend, I mean that's always a bonus. Definitely.
There's another app for that.
Yeah, exactly. Then we convert them to other with integrations.
I just want to come back to the use of the community within the platform. You mentioned about people organising, I think, yoga or exercise classes. Which obviously is completely fine, and there's no harm in that. But obviously, again, where you've got a lot of young people organising, and then the next minute it's not a yoga class, it's a rave, and the next thing there's a rave in a house. I mean, do you have to moderate how that's being utilised?
So there can obviously be security levels added to permissions. You don't want people putting on the bulletin board that there's going to be a rooftop party or something like that. So yeah, you can govern it. You can choose obviously what you want to accept to go on, and obviously keep control over that. But I think it's actually the mindset's changed. I think when I was a student and kind of living in, I mean, none of the accommodation I went on the site tour visits, nothing like what I lived in. But I mean, I think student mindset has changed now. I think they are more kind of, they care more about where they live and, hosting their apartments or energy consumption and looking after their apartments much more than what we probably did when we went to uni. I don't know about you, but...
I mean, when I was lucky enough to live in a time when you went out partying, there were no phones, there was no photographic evidence of what took place, and certainly no posting it on any networks. Unfortunately, I've got a daughter, and basically her entire life is on TikTok, and therefore the idea of being inebriated somebody will fill her with dread, I think. It's a brave new world. So talking about a brave new world, I think we talked a little bit about where we are with these technology platforms and where we are a little bit with the AI. But I think if we were future gazing, and none of us have got a crystal ball, but where do you see, I suppose, both your platform, but I suppose more broadly, the technology in this space going?
From our perspective, I think it is, since we collect data that is super interesting when it comes to personality and values, I think we can do a lot of how we package that data. So I think when it comes to like community building and the social aspect, I think we can give a lot of more tailored advice and work with this big data set and work with their personalization for a specific room or apartment based on their personality type to give them and create a better sense of belonging and build stronger communities of what would be the best fit for this group. And then I think it's super interesting with this bot service to have some bot that you can talk with and get direct response and kind of elaborate your feelings, ideas, and kind of lift that off from the staff and save a lot of time. And I read that it's a university in US that implemented a chatbot for common questions when it comes to the university, and the increase of question was or the amount of question was increasing since they released this chatbot. So I think it could be also a way to be not afraid to kind of let your maybe stupid questions or ask them directly to.
I wonder if we get to such a brave new world where it's not even them asking the question, it's their personalized bot that's going to go and find out all the information.
They connect a neural link and they just think.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm not doing that myself. My bot's going to go and work that all out for me.
Scary.
So the same question to yourself. I mean, where do you see this all going?
I mean, is it a personal wish list where I'd like it to
It's
go?
a bit of
Or is
both.
it...
I mean, if you ask me where I'd like it to go, maybe they're going to create a bot that will go to the gym for me. But it's.
I guess from a Yardi product stack, and what I would like to see the product go in is, and what we kind of get asked from prospects, from clients, is around dynamic pricing, right? So, having that built within the system. But as a personal wish list, obviously everybody wants dynamic pricing to increase. I would like to see something to reduce. So if there's other rooms that are going for lower, or there's maybe only a few less, to reduce the dynamic pricing, to be able to lease them a lot quicker. That's my personal wish list.
But I think it's quite a realistic hope, isn't it? Because I think if we're using technology, I think what you've both described is a more efficient future, where there's less waste, and where, that more efficient future with less waste, with better capacity alignment, then we should see a reduction in cost.
Right.
Relatively.
And technology can only play a part
and
in
an
that.
increase in choice as well, as you say, more personalised living. And I think that, that all in all, that's a very good place for us to end up, and I think a very good use of technology. Given that we don't have that much time left, but I'd really like to open this debate up a little bit wider and see if any of the lovely people we have here in the audience have any questions, please.
Can you hear me now?
Apologies, we can't hear you. I can now.
Can you? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your insights, Jose here from Civit. I was mostly concerned, or actually curious about what your thoughts are using AI for customer service, because you mentioned how 80% of the inquiries happen, beyond normal working hours. From an aspect of reputation management, right now we haven't gotten to the point in the technology where it has completely eliminated all hallucinations, and we understand that in order for AI to actually give you very much answers that are very much aligned with your ethos and sort of your branding and tone of voice, etc., it's quite hard because you'd have to feed it a lot of information, give it a lot of direction. So are you concerned that, there might be some answers that might go completely wrong? Yes. It might actually, especially when we talk about these silly questions, how they implemented this technology and now they're getting all sorts of questions. Are you worried, that something could go so wrong that it might cause a PR issue, or it might be a systematic issue that suddenly all the questions get caught up into a certain narrative. So what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I'll go first. So yes, yeah, a little bit worried about that. But I think it kind of goes hand in hand, like I said. So we currently already use AI through the form of chatbots, which are like, again, you're kind of learning, like teaching that robot, right? So I think it's going to kind of go hand in hand. So there are going to be limitations. So it's like, you can't say this or you can't do that. So there's still going to be like, it will block it off. But 100%, I think we're doing it as well in the development stage of like demographic-wise. So kind of ages, how does it kind of respond, and it picks up the kind of keywords of hey or yo. I ain't saying that, but do you know what I mean? It's going to try and respond in their text talk essentially. But of course we're worried about it. I'm like, just to any sort of kind of ChatGPT, it's very new and very early, but we're wanting to incorporate that into that booking journey to make it more personalized for the students themselves. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I think AI's got smart enough that it can moderate language, right? So you're not going to see it completely create a PR failure, but I think the more interesting thing is as we start to get into maybe multilingual chatbots and you start to see cultural insensitivities and things like that. So it's around that sort of nuance, which I think we've still got quite a long way to go. I think we always probably over-predict how quickly technology is going to get there in the next year or so, while massively under-predicting the massive shift that it's going to create in maybe 5 or 10 years from now. So I think for me the answer is in the short term, yes, but in the long term, not so much.
Yeah, I think it requires to be very transparent when it comes to like how it works, and communicate in a way that it's for the person who sits and use the service or the chatbot or the AI. I think it's really important that you maybe say that it's a learning process at the moment, and yeah, don't take this super seriously, but. Yeah, I think, yeah, something like that.
I think the other thing that is quite interesting though is I think we're still quite early on. I think in the responding to questions development of AI, but I think we're not that far away from the asking of questions by AI. And I've started to see certain tools being developed that silly things like clothes shopping and that, where it knows your preferences and it goes and looks for special offers on the internet. And maybe we're not that far away from it doing a lot more than helping you buy clothes. Do we have any other questions from our assembled audience? There's, sorry, at the back there.
You're fired.
Thank you. This is almost an anti-tech question, but do you think that there's actually a frontier to all of this? The automation, the application.
So sorry, I can't hear it.
Is that better?
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm so loud. So I think this is a bit of an anti-tech question in a way, but I'm just curious to know if you have an opinion of whether or not there's a frontier to all of this. Is there a point at which we have too much tech?
It's gone really quiet again.
It's gone quiet again.
Get your headphones off. That's
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Do you think there's a point at which we almost have too much tech, or we will reach having too much tech? And
I think maybe not too much tech. I don't think you can ever have too much technology. I think it's just actually the way you deploy it and the way that you use it. So it's like, again, so underlying kind of all of our front office products, we have the core accounting platform. And I think sometimes that kind of goes amiss. We're here talking about the latest technology, the latest AI. But actually, this is giving you your investor reporting. This is what's, doing all your billing, your receipting. And I think the best technology is the tech that we don't know that we have. It just does its thing. It just works in the background. And I think sometimes we forget about that because we're here looking at all these flashy interfaces. So I think there's never too much tech, but it's just the way that it's deployed. Like, get the right tech, hit your hygiene factors, make sure it's working in the background, and then anything else is a nice to have that you can show your residents. But I think make sure you have that underlying system there to support everything without knowing it's really there.
I come back to kind of young people and the use of technology. I was just in China, I was in Beijing, and I thought I had a curious about going to go to the cinema, and you couldn't go to the cinema unless you used WeChat. And so everything was on WeChat. You had to book your ticket on WeChat, you had to pay on WeChat.
Pay on it.
No WeChat, no go to the cinema kind of thing. And you had to use it to get the cab there. And so I think it's that thing where a lot of young people they expect your service to turn up in their technology rather than they adopt your technology. You know, I literally have a daughter that literally does not get off TikTok, and I think for her it's all about how is what you're developing going to interact with what I want to do.
But it's so true as a supplier.
You can build as many platforms as you like, but I'm not going to migrate anywhere you bring it to me.
Yeah.
I don't think too much technology is bad. I think it's all about the user journey or the customer journey, to not populate that journey with too much technology in that sense. But I think tech will help us and make things more efficient. So if we have a tool or a service that covers the entire customer journey, I think that is enough.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think it's building technology that people want and that they utilize. I think where it's too much technology is, and we've all done it, we build features and functionality that don't get utilized, and there's a lot of waste in that, you know. And so hopefully we get better at actually building things that people appreciate and use. Was there any further questions? I think that draws us to, well, actually no, sorry, I think we've got a minute. Any closing remarks?
I think this topic is, I can continue to talk about it, but I think it's super interesting what we have ahead, the new technologies, and I think we can create great experiences for the students ahead, definitely.
Thank you so much for your time. The Yardi stand is right there. I'm on my own, so somebody please come and keep me company.
So in summary for me, I think it's been a fantastic topic. I'm really glad to know that if I was a heavy metal student that wished to exercise naked, that I could find my perfect roommate on your platform. I could then go and organize yoga sessions on yours while paying my rent, being moderated by AI. So I think we're all looking forward to an exciting future thanks to technology. And you know, thank you all with your little green headphones on for taking half an hour out of your day to listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Great discussion there, and a big thank you again to Anthony Lee, CEO, Young Global Minds, Gregory Drury, Senior Account Executive, Yardi, and Philip Clementson, CPO, Coley. Right, in a few moments we are ready for our next session, and it is on this stage the pricing dilemma, dynamic pricing versus all-inclusive. And on the insight stage we've got pressure points addressing student housing challenges. So do stay with us, grab a coffee, grab something else to eat, water, whatever you want, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Time for our next session now. I'm going to introduce the next speakers and guests onto the stage. It's the pricing dilemma. Dynamic pricing versus all-inclusive. What would you choose? Well, to help us along with this discussion, we've got Christopher Holloway, Global Business Development Director, Hugo. Welcome onto the stage. Round of applause there. Our moderator, Madeline Smith, VP Business Development and Partnership, Student.com. Madeline's just told me she flew all the way from Australia, so I think an extra round of applause there. And Guillermo Rodriguez, Director of Operations, Spain, CA Ventures. Over to you, Madeline, if you're still awake.
Yeah, I'm awake. Hello, everyone. It's very weird not being able to hear anybody. It's just us. We're having a private conversation on the lounge. So obviously the pricing dilemma, you know, dynamic pricing versus all-inclusive rents. Very hot topic this year with the energy cost rise. You know, in the last 5 years, kind of where have we begun with pricing dynamically, and what's changed in the last 5 years?
I think the first thing to maybe reference is that here when we're talking about dynamic pricing, we're not really talking about dynamic pricing in the hotel kind of system or the airline system of prices adjusting to demand coming from some kind of database and system. Here what we're talking really about is whether rents are fully inclusive of utilities and other services or not. So I think that's the first thing to kind of clear up maybe on this topic. It's really great to be with Guillermo as well, because we're coming at this, both of us, from a global perspective, right? So it's an interesting thought process. So hopefully we can give some reflections on the practices in different countries around the world. I think all-inclusive was considered to be the thing in Spain about 10 years ago. and one of the reasons for that was that it was a very open market, in the sense that there was really only Resa, and then we entered the market in about 2012. And we deliberately positioned ourselves in the kind of more premium segment of the market. And we looked at how Resa did their pricing, which was dynamic in this sense. In other words, rent plus an allocation for utilities, plus an allocation for security, not security, the gyms and, amenities, thanks. And so we said, well, if that's how they're doing it, that sounds like Ryanair. We're going to be Emirates, and we'll put everything in the price. And so that's where we started.
I guess also it's more related to the kind of how much is the local market able to take on the rent. And when you have more competitive cities where you need to go, despite of having a low spec product or a high-end product, at the end you are competing with the starting prices for all your comps. So you need to kind of differentiate. So it's like, okay, should we split the cost of our services to make it look even with the competitors? Or if we can charge higher rents, it makes more sense to make it inclusive. So it's more clear for the customer, it's more clear for the management of your PMS or your IT system. And basically is that then, I guess with increasing the utilities cost, is when we are all kind of considering, after we've seen in the last years with COVID and with the war and with increasing prices and everything, to kind of put a cap, or we are starting to kind of protect the all-inclusive rents in the tenancy agreement, saying like, okay, we need to set something based on legal grounds in case that this spike up, we are not assuming this cost and we can charge to the customer. The question is like, is this fair for the student? How do we do this process? Should we show some transparency or to have some policies in place and to communicate them accordingly? So the student at the end is not being impacted from one day to another one without no justification or understanding. And I guess for this, what is very important is like what technology has to offer, no? It's like, because how do you measure this in the rooms when a project is kind of planned and designed 2-3 years in advance? Maybe ESG was not so big and it was not considering metering or certain systems to get all this data, and then with all that data, what do we do? No, it's like.
And so you say that we're not like, dynamic pricing is not the same as it is in the airline industry or the tourism industry. But those industries have obviously been through this before, and the tourism industry had copied the airline industry in being able to create dynamic pricing, all-inclusive with a hotel. Is there anything that we can learn from those industries and bring into the student housing sector that would work in this hot kind of market?
I think that the availability of data is the key thing that opens that possibility. And if we look at
Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Can you hear?
Can you hear Guillaume?
Yes. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Oh, now I've got this mic. It's karaoke time.
Now we can hear you clearly, Chris.
Okay. So the first point I think that's really crucial here is data. And the sharing of data, or the availability of data on which to base this type of decisions is crucial. You get a lot more of it in America, by the way. In America, they've got some really good data sharing platforms, and the availability that you can either buy it or in some cases get it for free to make those pricing decisions. And to make them in almost real time is there. That's not the case in Europe. We don't have a platform that shares real time actual data of pricing or even demand. And so we're kind of stuck in this thing where we have to make a pricing decision, in some cases 12, maybe even 18 months ahead of when we actually go to market with the prices because of the budget cycle, not knowing key factors or basic factors like what inflation is going to be, right? Now we can predict it, but we've seen over the last 12 months that it's been very volatile, particularly in some countries. And so you're making decisions really early, that are then baked in for a long period of time. So I think what has become called dynamic pricing in European student housing has really been tiering and tiering upwards only. There's never really much conversation about tiering downwards. It's always tiering up.
Well, I mean, how would you, when is it enough? When is it too much? Can you go backwards? And if you go backwards in your pricing strategy, how do you explain that to the student or the students who were in first and second year that were already living in your assets when the prices were at the peak?
And that's really one of the main challenges, isn't it? And especially culturally, there's some cultures that understand if I buy at a specific time, I get a specific rate. So an early bird offer, for example, is quite common. Or, you know, I bought on a Tuesday, therefore I get it cheaper, and that's, I just was lucky and I baked it in. Other cultures really don't accept that at all, and you know, you're living next door to someone and you're paying 100 euros a month less than they are, they're going to get pretty annoyed with you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess in that sense it's very important when you do the budget to kind of consider your concessions for across the year. It's very important to understand what your comps are doing, and what Chris was mentioning about we do not have a platform like hotels maybe use certain platforms like booking.com, and you can gather some insights and data in a very easy way about what is the pricing from different similar competitors at every stage of the year. Maybe it's an opportunity to open here and to save agents that we work with that are not majority, but to kind of bring together all the operators to kind of put a platform together so we can share prices and be more dynamic in that sense. That will help everybody kind of setting the budget.
Sounds like a job for student.com, Maddie.
We're on it.
Yeah.
So I think, were you referring to College House, the platform in the US?
So College House is one platform.
The
there
data
are
sharing.
other platforms, but yeah.
And I think like in the tourism industry, they have a lot of platforms like that where you pay as a member, but you share a lot of your data. Do you think there's enough sharing within our industry, within the UK, within Europe, EMEA? I mean, the US
no
is...
sharing.
Yeah, no sharing. So how can you plan, or how can you try to plan for a full year when you're releasing those rates almost within the first 6 months before that academic year?
Yeah, I guess you need to have some sort of contingency between your budget for concessions, kind of trying to monitor your comps and anticipating what could happen based on the pipeline and the openings that you have, but it's so not fully % accurate or foolproof. So you need to have a certain flexibility, you know. But the idea that budgets are kind of created ahead, and what Chris was saying, you cannot do a promo later on to bring down the prices and affect your pool of bookings that have been done previously, you know? So...
But you mentioned a good point earlier as well about the fluctuations in energy costs, but they're also, they're not just sort of OPEX questions, it's also public policy questions. So if you look at Ireland, for example, 2% rental cap, but inflation way above 2%, you have to do something to kind of get around that. So one of the things that the majority of operators have done is separate rent from service charges. And so allowing then a service charge to kind of cover those extra things like utilities, but also other services provided by the residences to grow, because that part is not capped at 2%, can help to offset some of that inflationary growth. So that's one thing that is happening, and pretty much everyone did all at the same time in Ireland. In the USA, you know, they're much more sort of mercenary about this in a sense, and I'm pretty sure you guys have the same thing. You get rent, and then you get recharged your electricity either at a fair usage rate, or individually metered units get the total cost of their energy rebilled to the students, much more similar to traditional residential. So, you know, it is already happening. It's not something that's particularly new, but it's become a hot topic mainly because of these two factors. Public policy on the one hand, and we see similar things happening in Barcelona, and on the other hand, the fluctuation of especially energy prices, and the desire, I guess, to maintain investment returns, potentially at the cost of the cost to the consumer who's the student.
Yeah.
Yeah. In any case, I think technology will be crucial for this dilemma in terms of the utilities, because we need to get that data, no? And we need to be able to to show transparency or how to measure that. And in terms of like what Chris was mentioning about like having a cap price or a fixed price for utilities, then you need to explain. It's like how is that measured, or how much consumption, and to try to kind of bring the communities involved in that, no, rather than policing our tenants, saying like, you are spending too much, here you have your bill. It's like we need to understand why has this situation become, no? And it's like, are we implementing energy strategies in the units as well to prevent tenants from leaving the room and having an air fryer or an extra radiator plugged in? Can we look for similar models like the hotels, that you kind of remove your car and everything is
So you open the door and everything shuts off with the aircon. Yeah.
Because we cannot be demanding tenants to be responsible and then not offering them solutions. It will be more responsible now that we are, it seems that we are going to be moving from all-inclusive, specifically in certain markets where rents are too low and we need to cover all that OPEX cost, to introduce all these services, no?
Yeah,
and then we need to consider as well, how do we do the billing and how do we process all of that? That is not just a matter of having site resources to look for that. It's like, how do you process all the finance related to that?
And so when you look at the fair usage price and also tying that in with the ESG, how do you apply that in the operating of your assets or your properties?
The first thing is, picking up on what Guillermo's saying, is that the building has to be prepared to provide you that data. So you need to have units which are individually metered, or rooms which are individually metered, or some sort of retrofit technology that allows you to do that. And the one that springs to mind is probably Utopia, that can do some similar things to that. We also then have rolled out measurable across our portfolio, so we're able to then capture all of the consumption data, particularly from water and from electricity, less so from trash, because trash is another hot topic, but anyway, that's less interesting. So we can capture all that data, and we can measure it against benchmarks, and those are benchmarks from within our own portfolio, but also from other industries and similar sized buildings and similar locations, to see whether we've got any outlier points and so on, so that we can start to attack the big numbers first. And what we found is that when you start looking at that, there are definite outliers. And you think it's because they've left the aircon on and they've gone out, or they've opened the window with the aircon on. But actually the true outliers seem to fall so far into two camps. One is those people who are doing data mining, or Bitcoin mining, that kind of thing. Is extremely consumptive in energy. And the other one is growing marijuana. So they've got a grow room inside their bedroom that you'd never know about unless you were looking at the consumption data. So this is what we're dealing with at the operational level. Data mining and pot.
I mean, anything from your side, Guillermo, on the operating side?
I think before, maybe like 3 years ago, investors were not so keen in kind of allocating this budget for considering all these energy strategies or systems, or systems that the building need to be equipped. Now, thankfully, with ESG policies and with everybody being more invested, they are more kind of overseeing the need and to doing, because otherwise you need to retrofit. It's more inconvenient, more expensive, time-consuming, and difficult to coordinate. So we have the benefit, that everybody is more invested on this, so we can start designing buildings considering all that options. But before, it was not a consideration. So the building is done, and now it's like, now what? It's like, just because the prices have increased, now we need to consider all of this. So it's an opportunity.
So, but with that, if there is that's an easy solution for new assets, right? For existing assets that are having rental increases of 25 to 30% across UK, Europe, and the US, how does that then go back into the building and into the student experience for while they're living with you?
For us, it will be a retrofit, and you will need to kind of introduce metering. Going back to the question is like, how do you measure this? What we do is to kind of check building by building to analyze what is the kilowatt consumption per unit. So rather than trying to compare with similar buildings, because it's always very difficult to find the location, the orientation of the building, the temperature in one city or the humidity is different to another one. So we kind of check unit by unit, kind of try to get an average between clusters or single units, and kind of say, okay, if the average consumption at this month, last year, you need a period to kind of compare, was like 30, 40 kilowatts or whatever, and we have some big users that have been identified. First will be the process of trying to analyze through the system's data, are they having like a high temperature in the rooms, because with Utopia we kind of measure the noise, the humidity, temperature, electricity consumption, in some buildings even like the water consumption. So you can have a lot of inputs to try to first think if they are growing pot or if they are like using Bitcoin to kind of warn the tenant. And then once you have completed that first stage process to say, okay, if you're going to continue in this way, this is our cap based on these numbers, so it's full transparent, and the tenant can understand what would be
Bitcoin and growing pot in your room are very unique cases, but obviously happen a lot.
You need the Bitcoin to buy the pot.
Exactly.
And so, like,
Or the
you know,
lamps.
it's specific overusage students living in the property, that would be like a one-on-one, you know, discussion with that tenant. Is there anything from the Yugo perspective that you would be, you know, for existing assets versus new builds that you would put back in with the rental rise?
We have to balance the whole thing, right? I don't want to give a wishy-washy answer, but I'm going to. We have to balance both sides of the coin. The market ultimately will dictate what students are able to pay for the rooms, and that's the cap, right? We can't just keep putting more and more and more and more, because they'll stop coming, and then you have an occupancy problem. And that might benefit, you know, Guillermo's business 1 year, because if ours goes down, his will go up. And then they'll get really excited, and then they'll put their prices up to compensate, and then we'll get the benefit the next. So just racing to the top on pricing is not going to be the solution. We have to be very conscious of the economics and of the families that are sending their children to live with us. And there is a maximum. But I think that, you know, because the flip side of that is, if we take out electricity and say we're going to charge that back separately, I don't see anybody taking the 50 euros off the rent in the first place. So it's just an additional 50 euros, right? It's not, we're going to be fair and we'll measure it. It's an extra 50. So, you know, I think it's quite controversial, that point.
And where is the balance between the affordability for students, if you look into the future, where's that balance between that affordability piece for students and then the return for investors?
I think affordability is a fantastic conversation, but it's really difficult to have with only the private sector. You've got to have the public sector involved in affordability, because I've heard other people say it in the past, it's not our responsibility, right? That's one way of thinking about it. I think we have some responsibility in that space, but we also need to involve the public sector. And whether that is through you know, publicly owned and publicly managed buildings, publicly owned and privately managed buildings with specific rental caps or whatever, but that still provide the correct returns, but have deliberately structured in such a way that it's more affordable, or that there are bursaries available for students that otherwise would be excluded from that. That sort of thing is where we need to go, but it needs to be a dialogue with the public sector as well.
And I think it also depends on the type of product that you are offering, because if it's a high-end product, we cannot be, or we should not be talking about like having a split between utilities. Is always kind of comprehensive and inclusive. Obviously, if you have a low-spec product where rents are more restricted or limited, there's no other choice. So it has to be with market, with the type of product that you are offering. And I think to have the flexibility as operators to kind of accommodate to every single building or every single location is crucial to be able to deliver for our clients, talking about the investors, and to offer a good service for the students. So again, it's like the ability to be flexible and understand every market. It's like, I cannot think of a high-end product and then trying to recharge for this. For me, it would be more, I invest in the building to kind of limit the non-fair use of the energy and to kind of restrict it naturally, so we are not impacted by the cost, the tenant is not impacted by that neither.
And so we have almost all of the top, operating brands joining us here for class this week. Do you think, or do you know of anybody that's really done this very well this year, like with the energy rise? Anybody that's put in a policy or has good technology behind killing this as a dilemma for the running of the assets?
For us, I think it's quite fairly new because the prices of utilities increased considerably last year. And what we were talking about technology, you need time to implement that and the budget. So that's not that you get the increase in utilities and you start implementing solutions drastically. You start doing it this year, you start drafting your policies, trying to test and communicate in different buildings how the residents and the tenants react.
Yeah.
And based on that, you can have a more broader strategy for your whole portfolio, for all your properties, that needs to be also involved with the owners, with the investors, and that they comply with what you are trying to push.
Yeah, I mean, this year definitely is the biggest impact in dynamic pricing has been around for a couple of years in a post-COVID world. What do you think it looks like for the next 5 years or 10 years when we talk about dynamic pricing in this industry?
I think what we're going to see is some really clear delineation and segmentation of businesses around brand identities. By which I mean, going back to my example earlier, there will be some brands who will make a deliberate business choice to be the Ryanair equivalent. So you'll buy a bed, and if you want if you want a toilet roll, you buy that separately, and if you want, and so you'll just have those choices that you can build up a la carte. And then there will be other brands that will be somewhere in the middle, kind of like, I don't know.
So like
Iberia.
star ratings in
Yeah.
hotels or airlines,
Exactly.
budget
And then
versus
you will
deluxe.
have those who will choose and at the premium segment to be fully inclusive, and it will become part of the brand identity. And I think we're starting to see that happen. And I don't think we're fully there yet. It's not as clear cut as star ratings right now. But I think the potential in the next 5 to 10 years is that will consolidate.
I think that has been a trend, like since PBSA, modern PBSA started, from my experience in Spain, that there were different segments of operators and products. But I think that's always going to exist, and the issue will be protecting our kind of OPEX costs, kind of putting some limits legally on the contracts with tenants. But some operators started putting a fixed price of 30 euros, 40 euros, 50 euros. But at the end, it's more like what is every building is going to be different, and you can have an increase of 80 euros that is not contemplated in that contract. So should we go more to a fair use policy that is more comprehensive, as I was saying before, understanding the building, setting the average, and then charging accordingly on a kilowatt price or on a cubic meter of water price? So I think that will be my approach of how we see it in CA Ventures.
And what do you think it means for the student in the next 10 years? Like, what is their living, affordability and experience going to look like?
I think we need to bring them on board, and we need to kind of make them participate. It's like when you are growing up and you don't have any working experience, so you don't know how hard it is to make a living. So you need to make them understand that how much energy uses like an air fryer or a pot heating plant to grow it. So maybe if you start considering the cost of the artificial lighting for that, it's like maybe it's better to live outside the city, to have a little plot and kind of grow them naturally there. I don't know, just like being funny about
How
that.
accommodating.
But I think we need to kind of involve the tenants. We need to make them understand what is the reality, because this is not a question of like, should we kind of assume that cost? Should the investor give for granted that expense in the budget and assuming? It's like you have an increase in the utilities in your house and you need to pay it as well. So it's important to understand how the world works, what systems do you have to kind of measure your consumption and to be responsible with your own use. And based on that, it's not punishing, it's just making someone to take ownership.
Education.
Because maybe someone is like, I'm very big in Bitcoins, I earn a lot of money and I don't mind paying you the extra utilities for my Bitcoin business.
To go mining on my computer.
Exactly. So just charge me. I just want to see that it's something fair and that you can prove it, that it was right. that before was very difficult
Yeah.
because if you don't have the systems, how do you say it or how do you measure it, no?
Yeah.
I think the trends are for student living are going to be similar to what we said. So I think the first thing is going to be data-based. So by giving the students that data, you're empowering them to make those decisions. I think that's kind of what you were saying just now. And I think one example of that, the guys from the student hotel, as was Social Hub, can confirm whether they still do this or not. But they used to have in their showers a little
polar bear.
What's it called?
A polar bear.
Yeah,
no?
polar bear. And the more water you used in the shower, the iceberg that the polar bear was stood on started to melt, right? And so you're like, oh my God, oh no, I don't want to kill the polar bear. That's the first day. On day 2, you're thinking, hang on a minute, how do I kill the polar bear, right? So I think but gamification, I think, of those sorts of things will become a huge part of the life of students. And we're going to be starting to introduce that through our app in the next sort of iterations of it. So that's one thing. The other thing that I think is the question that brands will become more important. The recognition of brands will become more important. And so they'll be able to identify, oh, this is what I get with a Yugo offering. This is what I get with Nido. This is what I get with, CRM. This is what I get with Collegiate. So, and this is what I get with CA Ventures. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you. But
I know what you were getting.
I was trying to be, the whole breadth. And so I think that students will be able to choose based on a service proposition that right now I think is probably quite similar across the board.
Again, I think it's educating the tenants because the gamification is very reactive and the generations that we work with are very reactive to
He's having a microphone meltdown.
Yeah. To the immediate reward, but in a long term, that's not sustainable because there's not learning. It's just like a rat test that you are just doing something based in impulse, and it would be more interesting to bring them on board, to be conscious about the environment and
I think
the
a
planet
very
to be
hot
more
topic
clean.
since we've come back from COVID is definitely around education of the pricing, education of different rents. And we could talk about this for hours. But I think I'm almost at time. So just to top it off, like if there was anything, if you could go back in time and do one thing differently about your plan or your structure in the operating, would you do anything differently? And if so, what would it be?
For me, I think it will be based exclusively in the design of the buildings and the design of the units. It's like, how do you kind of try, as I was saying, to kind of implement the strategies that, despite of not being considering at some point for budget or for lack of interest, in the future is going to bring you a lot of savings in OPEX cut or measuring all these variables.
Yeah.
Build the data capture into from the very beginning.
Okay. And we did have a poll that we put together on the app. If you guys would like to vote, we found out we are unable to share the results with you. But once everybody has voted, I can share it in the app and you can see where everybody's collective thinking is on the topic. But I think that's a wrap. Thank you both so much for this incredible discussion. And yeah, we open up to questions. I think we have a couple of minutes if anybody has any questions. No questions, very thorough.
No, this one.
One. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Jose again here from Civet. Can you hear me?
No, we can't.
Can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, Jose from Civet, thank you for your insights. I was wondering, as I go through this affordability conversation and how you brought up the whole affordability versus return on investment and how do we get investors to buy into and produce a solution that's actually fixing the problem, right? The affordability problem. I think right now what's happening is that we're in a seller's market, right?
Yeah.
So the housing crisis is so rampant that people are just taking whatever they're offered, really, that suits their need. There's just a lack of inventory. But how do we actually get the problem about bringing the public sector on board? And I understand that it has to be an effort that everybody sort of chips in, is that it doesn't quite move at the same pace as the private sector. So I think there's going to be a lapse of time that it's not like we're going to sacrifice a generation, right, to get it fixed and get a system that works. But do you think investors have a responsibility to kind of make up for this lack of the government, because we know that they're not going to act quickly enough to
Great
actually put
question.
the regulations in place? I think we often forget that we're talking about students.
Yep.
We're talking about our youth, the future of our countries. I mean, these people don't have the life experience to think about creating a crisis fund, about saving up for if there's any economic, forces that stand in the place. So we have to safeguard them. We have to create an environment where they can thrive and they don't have the economic burden to actually, not function in society and integrate as good citizens and worry about other things rather than just living paycheck to paycheck and not being able to take off.
It is a great question, and it's probably deserving of a whole hour in and of itself. No, it really is. I think there's a couple of ways around it. So one is scale, right? So when we look with some of our partners who've deliberately built larger buildings, and up to 900, 1,000 beds, because that allows you then to mitigate a lot of the operating costs over more beds and therefore have a lower unit cost. So that is one solution. The problem comes on the kind of mid-sized and smaller buildings is that the land is still expensive, construction costs are still expensive, cheap debt's gone, and yields are not going the right direction for investment. So that puts the pressure back on the rents. And that's really the tricky thing. So should investors be more interested? Yes, right? And also it plays into the S part of ESG, and they should be looking at how they can contribute to the social fabric and social justice overall. Absolutely.
I'm going to have to
but
step
there are a lot
in
of headwinds to it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Fantastic
Great
question. I'll ask you to close, and then I'm afraid we're going to have to cut off there. Big round of applause for all of you there. Really, really fascinating. Thank you to Christopher Holloway, Global Business Development, Hugo, Madeline Smith, all the way from Australia, and Guillermo Rodriguez. Now, on to our next session straight away. Don't forget, we have two stages here today in this wonderful location. On this stage, we've got Investment Lens, unboxing next generation investment in PBSA and mixed-use projects. But don't forget, there is another stage. On the Insight stage, you've got a student living monitor plus student happiness and well-being panel. And in the networking corner, we have higher education and housing network. But I am going to go straight to our next session, Investment Lens, and invite onto the stage Yolanda Barnes, Chair of the Bartlett Real Estate Institute. Round of applause, please. UCL. Josh Miller, Managing Director, Harrison Street. Mandalina Contreras, Apollo. Stuart Osborne, Head of European Living Sectors. And Robin Moorcroft, Transactions Director. Please, all of you, find your way onto the stage. Big round of applause. Thank you.
Go for the middle.
We have enough. Yeah, we do.
You have the middle, Josh? What do you want?
Sure.
Wait for everyone to get comfy.
We need.
All right. So, good afternoon and welcome to our session on unboxing investment in PBSA and mixed-use development. We've got an hour to debate some of the tensions and a lot of the changes that are happening in the sector. And I'm really privileged to be joined by three investors and my co-moderator, Stuart Osborne from Knight Frank. But we've got three investors here who are responsible for directing capital into the sector. So I'm really interested to know what they're thinking and what they're doing with that money and why and how it's going to change. So we're going to divide this session into two halves, really. First of all, looking at the current trends and what's happening, which Stuart is going to moderate. And then we're going to look at what the future might look like, what could happen beyond what's the current trends. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to Stuart, who's, I think, going to ask each of the panelists for a quick resume.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Ananda. And strap in. We're in for a good one, guys. So off the seats. Probably worthwhile just first of all just doing a few quick intros just down the line in terms of who's who and what you do. So Robin, maybe we can start off with you and work our way down.
Sure, so my name's Robin Moorcroft. I work for Global Student Accommodation, have done for 8 years. GSA solely focuses on student housing. It's an absolute passion and focus of what we do. And I look after transactions for GSA, mainly in the rest of the world region, but I also cut my teeth starting deals with Josh Miller here at Harrison Street in Ireland. So breaking markets and seeing that move from nascent student housing to mature markets.
Thanks very much. Josh?
So my name is Josh Miller. I head up the transactions team in the UK and Europe for Harrison Street. We're a global fund manager. We invest in across all real assets, but on the real estate side, we're focused on the alternative asset classes. Student accommodation has always been a bread and butter sector for us and an area of focus. We've been investing for almost 20 years in this space, and we've invested in over 220,000 beds in student accommodation between North America and Europe.
Hi everyone. My name is Madalena Contreras. I work at Apollo, leading the student efforts there. We already have, I think now around 3,500 beds. Looking to continue growing in the space.
Great.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. So, look, one of the resounding things we've probably just heard is the pure focus on student accommodation. And I'm assuming GSA isn't changing its name anytime soon, so global mixed-use student accommodation. No. So, but first of all, I think really we just need to understand and define what we're talking about, mixed use. Like how granular do we go when we're talking about this as a discussion point? I mean, are we talking about in a building, or from your guys' point of view, is it more kind of wider level, master plan level? Where do we, maybe Robin, starting with you, seeing as you're sat right there, and purely focused on student housing. Yeah. So how do you guys see it?
I think I can address this in 2 ways. So let's look at it at a building level. I think student accommodation, PBSA, has really moved on in the last couple of years. It used to be purely focused on dormitory style accommodation, a bed, 30 beds per kitchen area or something like that. And I'd say if you look at it at a building level, we really have mixed-use buildings now with greater levels of amenity and thinking about the interplay and where those parts of the building come together. The best example I'd use in something that GSA has done is actually a building we own in Melbourne, where we integrated the laundry spaces into the gym areas to try and activate those spaces to avoid social isolation and loneliness, because everyone has to do laundry. So we're thinking about how we move amenity space within a building to create those connection points. So not just a bed, but actually for places for people to live, work. And that's what a student life and student experience is about. If you then expanded that out to a master plan, I think the strength of student housing really could make student housing to be an absolute core of a mixed-use development as a part of a master plan, because it's proven to be recession-proof, an incredibly resilient investment, and it can really draw a lot of alternate use accommodations and different type of buildings in that master plan thing. So micro and macro.
I need to roll you out in some of our processes. That's a great chat. All right, I'll write some of that down. Josh, from your point of view, I mean, obviously from a very student-focused point of view, like if we're talking about other use classes and we've seen things like the social hub, for example, and other like integrating other types of uses. How do you guys kind of how do you define that? Is that what we're talking about now, or are we talking about something a bit more broader?
Yeah, sure. So I think the way in which we invest and what our investors look to Harrison Street to provide to them is very specific access to our defined asset classes. So on the student accommodation side, when our investors come to us, they're looking to convert capital into properties in that sector. So for us, we're generally not investing in master plans. We would look to invest in a student accommodation property that may have some other uses on site. There may be some ground floor retail, or maybe co-working space, and in some cases to provide additional amenities to students. But the strategy that we've really employed more in the mixed use context is we'll invest in a property that's part of a master plan. And we're also very active in build to rent, life sciences and things like that. So we will look to effectively build an ecosystem where there's potentially some student accommodation in an area. We're offering additionally life sciences to drive traffic to the area as well, for whether it's grad students or other uses, and just offer extra amenity to the residents within our buildings.
Yeah. Does that resonate at Apollo, Madalena, as well, in terms of those complementary uses? Like BTR, for example?
So I think that from our perspective, and maybe important to note that Apollo is typically known for the private equity angle, but the student sector is actually allocated in our long-term capital. So it's balance sheet investment in our insurance companies. And so when looking at the more core part of the capital, I would say that the focusing on a single asset class is fairly important. And so the way we look at it is, if you want to do student well, let's focus on students. If you want to do BTR well, let's focus on BTR. So I would say that perhaps less relevant for core capital. And you do have some mixed use, so we see a lot of value really on retail. So how you add value to the properties. The students like to have a supermarket nearby so that they don't need to order food all the time, and having pub, so things that actually make them get out of their studio or their cluster, and really be with other students. So we do see a lot of value in having that mixed use nearby. But we do struggle to see how we would also invest, in the same strategy in student, but also in an office building nearby or shopping center. And I think that's where perhaps the more value-add capital plays quite an important role, and also the councils and the master plans, which I'm sure we'll talk about.
So I think it sounds like from what you guys are saying, in terms of complementary uses, it's kind of smaller parts of buildings, whether it's kind of retail or kind of redividing internally. It's not necessarily kind of BTR hotels. I mean, at building level, obviously with take the social hub for example, in terms of having hotel residents or tourists, or whether it's business trips. How do you guys see that tying in with student use at a building level? I mean, does that kind of correlate, or because it sounds like what you're saying is it's student. Is that fair?
I mean, I'll just reference that different parts of the world have different legislations. So in the United States, you can't rent a property just for students. Fair housing law dictates a room has to be available to everyone. So our student properties in the US, our properties in the US would be focused on students, but we'll often have graduates or other persons living there. Two success stories we've had, though, would be game days. So you have a massive amount of interest in college football in the United States, and we see a lot of parents wanting to come and visit their children at weekends. So we actually save a number of rooms aside for that use, for parents traveling through, or for professors or that kind of thing as well. So I think when you have like rooms that are associated with student use, that's one way we've been able to expand slightly. The core function of what we're going to do is student accommodation and student focus. And that really helps our operational business as well, because operators are focused on a customer type, and they can sometimes get distracted by tending to a person coming in for 2 days, when actually you want to focus on the person living there for 9, 10 or 11 months.
Yeah. Because I get, it's very much a service-led sector, right? In terms of making sure students are happy, their parents are happy, their parents feel that the students are safe and secure, and it kind of sounds like that's kind of the route that we're going down as a panel.
I would add, and I think COVID was a great lesson for most of us, and I think the student sector clearly was impacted. And one of the things we've observed that was extremely interesting is that students actually want to be with students, and students actually want to have that campus feel and that academic experience. And so of every type of testing that you can run, and asking students, what do you prefer, and do you want to do more online courses? There was a time where everyone thought, there's a problem in student accommodation because everyone is going online, and so this will be great for universities, terrible for the student accommodation. And very quickly that turned around, because universities that were, especially in the UK, that were driving online courses suffered more than the ones that were going back on site and wanting students to go back physically. So that shows you the importance of creating that atmosphere for the students, and that actually it is very valuable to have the amenity spaces, to have the teams on site building that marketing program, and that's really not something that we can underestimate for the success of the sector.
And I guess just off the back of that, and like focusing a bit further out, so on kind of communities, and I guess looking at Barcelona, like the 22 At district, are these kind of multi-use communities, whether it's through seniors, build to rent, co-living, student housing, hotel, is that dream of having these interrelated communities, is that close to becoming a reality for you guys, or is that still kind of just a dream, and they can't necessarily become bedfellows?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say from my perspective and what we've seen from the customers at our buildings, I think yes, it's maybe it's a little bit still of a dream. I don't think it's a bad one though. I mean, I think the distinction we've seen is that at the property level, and within our buildings, the students generally would like to keep it to students. So it's okay. Maybe there's a building next door that's more focused on seniors housing, and that's great because it builds up an ecosystem and a real feel of community in the area, but not necessarily within the same building. The one wrinkle I would say there though is in some of our UK and European assets, we manage summer a little bit different than we do during the school year, and during that period, at times we let on a shorter term basis, and it's a much more varied customer mix than just pure students. So that's something we do manage that over the summer period as well.
Yeah. Interesting. And actually, Madeleine, you made a point earlier just around for your investors and as a core investor, how as a fund, for the investors within the fund, how does all of this tally for them? I mean, because there's different risk profiles in each of these uses, right? And so that must be quite a difficult sell internally.
I mean, I hope you're not asking me to crystal ball for you.
Absolutely. That's what we're here for, right? We're unboxing. This is the unboxing.
So I would say that core investors would definitely want to invest in BTR, in students, in hotels, so in the different sectors. I think where it becomes difficult is when you're going to an IC with the opportunity, and you have all of this mixed use in the same bucket. Like, how do you unbox, for lack of a better word, unbox that risk, right? And so it becomes quite important, even when you're doing a mixed use opportunity. What you will see is that we need to separate each of the components and also analyze them as a separate, a separate investment thesis. I would say if it then helps society and it's a step forward to a more integrated community, I would say that's probably a plus that we are very happy to see happening. But from an investment perspective, you need to have the right KPIs, and they need to stand on their own.
I would maybe just add to that at the start of a planning process, student housing PBSA can be an incredibly positive thing to get on a master plan or at a council level. If I take Dublin as an example, when we started walking and finding sites there was a real pushback that students were taking up terrace houses away from young families, tossing litter every week, and it was a real sort of antisocial. Bringing students together into a purpose-built accommodation was seen as a real positive for that community. And also, students are more than happy to live for a few years in a gentrifying area. It doesn't yet need to be gentrified. So that the Pillar Banks in Ireland were very supportive of us building in the slightly less desirable areas of Dublin, because they saw it was going to gentrify or studentify, or studentification from that work. So, I think student actually has an opportunity to get a wee bit earlier in that master plan process than an office or a retail that requires footfall and gentrification already.
Yeah, I know it creates community there already, right? It's kind of like semi-placemaking.
Yeah.
And Josh, in terms of investors, in your funds, how is it a similar kind of point of view that Madeleine was making in terms of grouping all of these together? Like do the BTR, PBSA, life sciences, seniors, do they fit into the same bucket for your investors, or are they?
It does. I mean, yeah. So we invest in all of those sectors, throughout a similar fund. But similar to Madeleine, each project that we underwrite has to stand on its own. So we're happy to invest in an area that has multiple uses and different properties and buildings, but each individual asset has to make sense kind of on a standalone basis.
Yeah. And just on the investor piece, a touch more, in terms of, is there more flexibility higher up the risk curve and the kind of the return spectrum in terms of being able to blend some of these uses? And we talked about some of the more core end of the spectrum. Is there more flexibility at the value add end to maybe to blend these?
Yeah, I think there certainly is. I mean, our investors are probably more focused on taking a little bit higher octane in terms of risk and generating commensurate with return with that. So absolutely, I think from a core perspective, it's much more it's much more defined from a project perspective. So yeah, I mean, I think absolutely our investors are willing to. Maybe it's maybe it's buying a PBSA property with an adjacent land site that we can convert into something else. That's something that we could do that core vehicle couldn't.
Probably right.
Yeah. And just, I guess, looking at it at an operational level as well, and I think obviously we've talked about it from the investor point of view, but from kind of your students and your residents, like how, what's the kind of, how do you guys view it operationally in terms of mix? Like, do students want to be like mixing with? Is it a kind of an aspirational thing with young professionals? They're mixing with young professionals and they're kind of working their way up the greasy pole, or we've talked a bit about intergenerational living and how ultimately the younger demographic can basically help keep people alive a bit longer, to put it quite plainly. I mean, how do your students view that?
I mean, I think the way I'd answer it is, I think generally students prefer to house amongst themselves, particularly younger students. But an interesting wrinkle that we've seen through investing in the BTR sector, at least in the UK where we have operational assets at the moment, we have a higher percentage of students living in our BTR assets than we ever would have anticipated, and they're happy to mix with maybe some others, whether it's seniors, young professionals, and just have a little bit of a diverse mix in terms of the tenant base there. But again, those are generally skewing towards older students or even graduate students. I think certainly in the younger students, they kind of want to be amongst themselves, at least from where they live in their building.
I'd probably offer two snippets. The first, Josh's point there, is about unit type or bed type. So our best properties are those that offer a range from studio to 1 to 3 to larger clusters. We would tend to find younger students focusing in year 1 or year 2 in those clusters where they want to find community. But already by year 4, they need that studio to study by themselves. They're already getting that little bit more focus. So having a product mix and a building mixed use helps us. I guess the second thing to note, more in the States, would be when you have destination-based or universities where there's nothing else in the town apart from the university, it's all about the student experience. When it's an urban environment where student just happens to sit in New York, they're more likely to engage with different sorts of real estate types and other types of persons because they're in an urban environment that is more mixed. But if you go to the middle of nowhere, where the only thing there is the university, it's student town, and they really wanted to focus on that.
Yeah.
So perhaps taking the mixed use out of the equation for a second here, and talking about the evolution of the product itself in the last 10, especially in the UK, but also in Europe in the last 10, 15 years, it's massive, right? We have now buildings that have vlog rooms, and they have mini golfs and all sorts of it. People started inventing new ways to activate the amenity spaces to try to create that feel. But any investor that has had any exposure to the operations will know that ultimately it's a people's business, and ultimately the team that you put on site and the team that you have running, all of the events, all of, if a student, it's an 18-year-old, right? If an 18-year-old has an issue, who do they go to? So all of that from a next generation perspective, what we and I really have seen is that you do need to go back to basics, and ultimately community and community feel and academic experience is just high up there, irrespective of whether you've over-amenitized a building. And so, in my view, I think it's more important for us to focus on the operational aspect of these buildings and really looking at where you spend your money and what you're getting out of it. versus whether you need to change anything or put senior housing there or BTR, because guess what? The family may not want a crying baby because the students are, doing what the students should be doing.
The students or the BTR people?
Hopefully the students.
Absolutely, I think the interesting thing that kind of probably comes out from operationally from all of you guys is that to make the student experience a student experience, it's with other students, and that's kind of like a key focus. Is kind of what I'm taking away from this. Just like switching it up a bit, so talking a bit around kind of building obsolescence and how we kind of factor that in with. If we're talking about mixed uses, either within a building or within a kind of a community or a master plan, does that help with your views on obsolescence? And Madeleine, I know when we were talking before, you kind of talked about how you view it as these investments as the end investor as well, to try and sense check that. I mean, do mixed uses help with that kind of view on obsolescence, or is that not really a kind of a concern?
I think they're probably two separate issues, I would say. What we were talking last time we touched on this point was that core money is actually quite welcomed in the sector, right? Because what you are is, and I say this over and over again, we are the next buyer. So every time that core money backlogs and doesn't do an investment in a property, when you hold it for 10 years, it most certainly will come back to haunt you. So whilst I do think there's a bit of a consequence of value add capital, which was very necessary and important to really put the sector into a next level, into a more institutional level, what is now important to do is really it is a bit the core capital's responsibility to take over some of those buildings and ensuring that they stand the test of time. Which perhaps when you have value-add capital or opportunistic, just naturally it's not how you look at things. I don't know how obviously value-add capital looks
Yeah, no,
at
I think those are good points. I mean, I think every time that we go into a deal, we're obviously generally investing opportunistic type capital, and we're looking to create assets that weren't otherwise there. So obviously we do a significant amount of development. And what we're doing when we're building assets is we're doing that with Madeleine and I, right? Because ideally we're going to develop something, stabilize it, and then look to monetize it with a core vehicle.
Perfectly packaged.
Exactly. So we've certainly, I think we've been at the forefront with some of our development partners in terms of putting ESG very high on our list in terms of requirements for anything that we're doing at the moment. So we've had a big focus on delivering best-in-class buildings, things that really are going to stand the test of time. Obsolescence for us is a key consideration when we're looking at a new development, because we never want to be in a situation where once we deliver something, there's not liquidity for it because it was under-spec'd or it's just not up to standard in terms of ESG. So that's something that is a huge focus.
Look, I'd applaud the class, because the more that people share ideas and learn from others' mistakes, the less obsolescence there will be. So if we think about the maturity of the Spanish PBSA market, it will grow. It will get to mature status so much quicker than the UK did, because the UK was a slow-burning, poor sharing of information. The US took 20 years to get to maturity. It won't take Spain 20. So I think the more that people share great ideas, the less obsolescence we will have, and people should keep their ears open to new ideas and build the right buildings, because our customer base changes really, really frequently. We're not a home builder for 50-year-olds. We're building right now for people who are 15 and 16 years of age, and Lord knows what they'll need in 2 years' time. So we really have to be on it, and kudos to class for sharing ideas.
Oh, fantastic. Well said. Just, I guess, in addition on a couple of those points, is there then therefore a kind of, do you guys see or expect there to be an impact on student retention if you've got some kind of uses around the building? That, so if we're talking about master planning, if you've got kind of tech startups, office hubs, again 22 At's a kind of prime example. Would you expect that to kind of attract more students, better student retention, because of like graduate job prospects as well? Does that argument kind of play into it? Or?
I mean, I can only speak from our experience, but actually we just in one of our buildings we employed an ex-student that was that stayed with us in one of our buildings, and his first job was actually to work in the building, and we have another building where, interestingly, the general manager is called the parent whisperer. So basically,
Wow.
she really has she really knows how to deal with parents, and ultimately you're selling it to the parents, not just to the students.
Yeah.
And so in those buildings, we actually saw retention, higher retention, because we create that environment, which is why just to finalize on this point. I was earlier alluding to the operations and how important it is, the team that you have on each of the sides, even though sometimes people underestimate that when looking at OPEX, more generally.
As part of our operator sister company, Yugo, has 3 pillars to it, and it's Yugo Eco, You Grow, and You Pro. And You Pro is all about bringing professional ability and ideas to customers when they're living with us. It's not just a bed we offer. We offer lunch and learns from like banking partners or investment partners. We aim to have 25% of our workforce as our student customers, so we're working in roles of that nature to give them the first position on that ladder as well. So I think it's totally about the operations. They can transform a building and really help retention, because frankly, the cheapest way for us to fill a building for 3 years is have a customer move in first year, love it, and stay for 3 years.
Yeah. And is that helped by surrounding uses, or is that, are we talking like it's all about building level and then everything else is kind of in the periphery?
I think it certainly helps being in a community you want to be in. Yeah. And I think I go back to my first point, if the student's the first one off the boat and there, good things will come from around it. It can be a real, a real catalyst for that investment.
Great plug for the platform, I love it. And in terms of just, I guess on some of those points, I mean, do you expect to see like impact on rental growth or better pricing? I mean, actually, probably that's a stupid question on pricing, because
I thought we were not going to touch on rental growth.
Do you expect that to be a driver of rental growth in terms of these kind of community-style approaches? I mean, a resounding yes, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is, whether it's whether the metric is rental growth, occupancy, whatever you want to choose. I mean, I think the points that the panelists have made are the right ones, right? It's an operational business. We're not just providing a building to customers. We're providing experience during a very formative 3 to 4 years of their life, right? So I think it's really important. And I almost would say I take a little bit of issue with describing it as a bonus or things like that in terms of delivering amenities. I think it's a requirement. I really do for this asset class. If you're in an area that doesn't have any amenity, there's no cultural or nightlife or entertainment options. It just is not going to work for the students for the most part. So I think from my perspective, it's an absolute requirement.
So look, I think that's the kind of the current part unboxed, and I don't know if everyone's literally still on their seats or if they've been too blown away by some of the comments. But what we're going to do now, we're going to race ahead and have a look to the future and see what the future has got in store for mixed use. Yolanda.
Thank you very much. One thing that really has struck me during this conversation is how incredibly far the sector has already come. Because my research career goes back about 40 years, and there was no such thing as PBSA in the 80s, and not until sort of mid-90s when the very first ones, pioneering ones. And now you're talking about core investors looking at it as an asset class, which it just wasn't, though relatively short decades ago. But it seems to me that the big revolution is also just the extraordinary amount of care and attention you will pay to the occupier. And that really kind of sets the sector apart from those conventional sort of institutional leases, long for repairing and insuring, where you kind of build it, they will come, and then you sort of wind it up and let it go. Now that's quite revolutionary. And it seems to me, should investors be much more explicitly valuing your parent whisperer? In other words, should we be much more explicitly looking at the value of the management entity as part of the asset. What do you think?
Oof, that's probably a longer conversation, but I would say that in reality you are already capturing that value, because every time you manage a property well, it always pays off. Not even on rental growth. Of course, rental growth is great, but that's also a bit more market-led than operationally led. But by having the right team that manages the asset with care, that manages the students with care, you actually have a tangible upside. I.e., you have more retention that costs you less to get students in. You have less churn in the team, so you have to pay less on hiring fees. So there's, even on the operational expenditure side, you see the results.
So it shows up in the gross to net value and all.
And so that's what you're capping, right? So the reality is, and not going into too much detail because it's also not the topic of this panel, but a management company will not be capped or valued at the same multiple that your real estate is. So really, where we believe from a core capital, where a lot of value should be focused on, is really creating the success in the propco and ensuring that everyone is aligned to doing that NOI growth versus just creating profitability in the management company.
Okay, so you talked about sort of how, if you like, investors are capitalizing the net cash flow. Have you seen investors discriminating in terms of the multiples or the cap rates they're using to assess different teams as opposed to different properties?
Absolutely, no. I mean, I think to the earlier points, I mean, look, we all know it's an operationally intensive sector. It's impossible to be successful in it without having great partners, at the operational level. It is very different than some of the other sectors. I'll use office and retail as an example, where a tenant may not see their landlord or their property manager literally for months at a time. Whereas, in a Yugo building, for example, the customers are seeing a Yugo employee on a daily basis, right? And it really does impact their experience overall. So for our perspective, that's why, a lot of the work that we do is not just sourcing and originating interesting real estate transactions, but it's finding the right partners to work with, because that's actually just as important, if not more so, than the actual real estate itself.
Okay. So this starts to speak to the value, if you like, of a brand, but not just in terms of your capability of marketing to the students themselves, the occupiers, but also marketing to the capital. Is that something that you're leveraging or looking at?
I'm going to be slightly biased to answer this question. So yes, is the. No, I think if we look forward to where PBSA is going to get to, we see no reason why it shouldn't mirror the hotel industry, where a Hilton or a Marriott will carry a 50 bip premium on cap, and it will do so because we have yet to see aggregation in our space. We're on our way to 50,000 beds within GSA. Yugo will be operating around about 100,000 beds in the coming year. Now that's across the globe, and we genuinely see a huge benefit to a global brand that parents recognize, that students recognize, universities recognize as well. Because a lot of the time we're trying to unlock partnerships to find those best pieces of land near to universities. So bringing that together, we should be able to find the best sites, get there first of all, help those developers, and fundamentally, so it's not, you're completely right, it's not just a sales pitch to a student, it's the whole stakeholder engagement piece. And if you look at the maturity of sectors, of the PBSA sectors in the US and the UK, Europe is ready to move in that direction as well.
So we've established then that investors are looking at net income streams and that the management entity is a really important component of value. I was really interested to hear in the conversation sort of how things are now, that mixed use, as you might call it, is kind of incidental, that other uses and facilities are really thought of in terms of what supports that management activity, if you like, or the life of the PBSA. And I was interested in what you said, that the local neighbourhood does come into it, and certainly thinking about some of the conversations around the impact of PBSA on the city this morning, it seemed to me that you kind of have a choice that, well, there are two things. One is that your management of your assets is constrained by the neighborhoods in which they sit, that some of the value, if you like, at the neighborhood's capacity to attract your students is kind of out of your control. Is there therefore, do you ever look at some of the sort of more diversified providers with jealousy, thinking that they've actually got a certain amount of leverage in terms of being able to create that neighborhood through their diversification into other uses? I'll start with you, Madalena. I can see you're thinking hard about this.
It's a good question. So I would say maybe taking this the investor angle, I would say that we have the benefits or the luxury of cherry picking. So every time we look at a new transaction, if location is probably it's very high up there, and so if the location is not right, or if the product is not right, then obviously pricing adjusts accordingly. So although I don't think we directly influence that what you were saying, i.e. I wouldn't say it's jealousy, but yes, we cannot create that neighborhood, but what it does do is, by the demand of that capital, going after one asset with a very strong location versus an asset in a very secondary location, I think naturally that motivates developers and more value-add capital and councils, by the way, to really create the planning in accordance to that. So I think it's more an indirect reaction.
So the neighbourhood management, as it were, is in the hands of a local authority and their planning policies and other policies.
In our hand, because if I believe that, so if I am an investor and I believe that that location is not a good location for students for XYZ, i.e. because it's too far from the university, it doesn't have enough amenities nearby, it's not a safe neighborhood, then naturally the demand for that particular location will reduce unless at universities decide to expand the campus in that area, or there is a master plan or infrastructure plan to grow the retail areas. And so perhaps more core capital than value-add capital, because we can take a more longer-term view. If we know that in 5 years that will pay off because we know that that area will regenerate, perhaps we're able to take a view on that asset.
This is fascinating because this potentially takes us in two different directions, and I'll try and ask questions on both. First of all, what about then the capability of student accommodation and student activity to actually be part of the regeneration, to, if you like, add value to neighbouring landowners? How do you deal with that?
No, I mean, I think it's part and parcel of what we do. I think in some of the markets in which we've been active, and I'll take Dublin for an example. We delivered some assets, as early as kind of 2016, 2017, in an area that was a regeneration area and it was up and coming. And within a year or two of the assets opening, it spawns, coffee shops in the area, restaurants, entertainment options, things like that. And the entire neighborhood has really completely revolutionized in the last 5 or 6 years. So I think that's a lot of times what our assets and properties can bring to an area, and I think a lot of that comes out to the relationships that we have with the local planners when we're going through the development process, in terms of understanding their vision for the area. Of course, we don't have control over that, but we can deliver a building, and it's part of a broader vision that they have, and things just spring up around that in terms of ancillary uses and things that support all the students in the area. And you get the benefit as well of drawing students out of the HMOs in the area. And it does allow those to be used now for young families or other residential needs, which I think is it's a great use that we offer as well in terms of building these student properties.
Yeah. So that then links into my second question, which is going to be about land values. I mean, one of the disadvantages, if you're completely relying on existing neighbourhoods, as it were, to set your value and create the value for your occupiers, then you risk paying a high prices, as it were, at the entry point. To what extent how do you tread the tightrope between buying land cheap but relying on regeneration happening to increase your investor value versus paying top dollar for land and not getting that oomph, as it were.
Yeah.
You've got any sort of...
I mean, that's the balance, isn't it? It certainly helps if you've got multiple capital pots, and you might find the right opportunity. Clearly, one of those is a higher risk profile, and then you go to the partner with the right risk tolerance. So we try and break down the micro location. Fundamentally, if there are good transport links, because students can walk and will walk, and for some cities are a 15-minute radius, some will only be a 5. If the topography is a bit different, so we really, really walk the locations to understand. And because fundamentally, a student building can go in, those little ancillary buildings can crop in, but as long as your micro location is solid, supported by good local transport. Most universities, high-quality universities, aren't going anywhere, so that's the great thing that we can really set our stall on. And when we go to universities and talk about being a long-term investor, I always get laughed at, because they're like, well, we've been here 600 years, son, so just, when you're talking long-term, it's that. But fundamentally, go for the right university, good transport links and that general infrastructure, you can then afford to take, we would then take a slightly higher level of risk going into that about to gentrify area, rather than paying top dollar. And then let's look at the market we're in today. There will be lots of opportunities for us to buy in places that maybe we couldn't 3 years ago. So that's a huge opportunity for us as well.
Yeah, so that's...
Sorry, just to add to that, there's a couple of points there, and I guess, Yolanda, you made the point around, in some of the kind of less prime locations, obviously you can kind of get some good land values.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, when we look on the continent and we look at, the zoning or the use classes, in a lot of cases we're competing with residential as well. So the values are always difficult to make them stack up. So sometimes you then look at like tertiary uses, commercial land, and they're often located in areas where you'd see more mixed uses and maybe not necessarily in the ideal locations that Robin was talking about. But student works there, and therefore the students are going to have a higher threshold of what they're willing to tolerate than someone either buying a residential unit or renting a residential unit. So there's a real balance between some of these markets and what ultimately we're talking about, because there are other competing land values. But and your point, if like in land in kind of 22 out, or to take the UK for example, in Wembley, there's some great deals made on land there when there was literally not a lot going on, or Stratford. And I guess that's the kind of the play of the developers as well, which then feeds into...
Well, I'm beginning to think that actually, when you talk about PBSA, I'm very conscious that the concerns of the sector are very intertwined, obviously, with the future of teaching and learning. In other words, the nature of a university itself. And it strikes me, universities always were. The whole idea of a university was a residential proposition. The early Oxford and Cambridge, it was all about scholars from all over the then known world, as it were, coming together and living together. So it seems to me to be an integral part of the university experience. But what also strikes me is that mixed-use regeneration very often will actively seek those institutions, the universities, and obviously the Olympic Park's a very good example, particularly the Here East part of the UCL campus, where the managers of that space actively wanted to get universities to be there because it gave life, if you like, to a new neighbourhood and played an important part. So I'm just thinking, although we talk about individual asset sectors, this is a hangover, I think, from an age where in the late 20th century, the name of the game for investors was deploying large lumps of capital for capital growth. Now that shifted to much more to creating income to pay the pensions of the baby boomers who were saving. That your net income streams now are really important. So we're talking about a kind of single asset use class or asset class, a single use, but in practice it depends on so many other things happening in a neighbourhood or a city, and indeed gives life to so many other things happening in a neighbourhood or city, that shouldn't we actually be thinking, sort of having our mixed-use hats on when we think about PBSA?
I think we always are when we are doing an investment. I think the question that we were making, just being very precise, was whether the same investor of PBSA should also be the investor into retail, hotel, offices. And I think that's where perhaps some of the opinions diverge depending on the type of capital you're talking to. I think that's probably
a really important question, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you were advising your investors, should they actually be broadening out of just the PBSA and taking some of that value that you as a PBSA provider, and indeed the university you might be working with, is conferring on a neighbourhood? Should they actually be, if you like, diversifying the investment away from pure PBSA? What do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a good point. I mean, we're a little bit different in that we're pretty nuanced in the sectors in which we invest, so we are quite limited. You know, we're never going to be an investor really in the office space, the retail space, and some of these other ancillary uses that may spring up in a mixed-use development are just not, you know, our investors look to other fund managers, frankly, to get exposure to those sectors. So for us, again, it does come back to being very specific in terms of what we're targeting. But the investments themselves, you're absolutely right. I mean, we need to take a much wider look in terms of the locations that we're looking at. I mean, that's a huge analysis for us in terms of any project that we're looking at. And for us, I think we've been doing this long enough where we've made our share of mistakes. And I think from a location perspective, generally we're looking at projects that fit into one of two buckets. One, it's targeting underclassmen type students that are a little bit younger, that want to be right next to campus and are in a full out of bed location. The other bucket is targeting maybe some of those older students that want to be certainly still accessible to the campus, whether it's through public transportation or biking or walking, but they're more focused on entertainment and cultural type options. So those are the two main locations that we're typically targeting within a market. And we found that if you're not in those areas, you're kind of in this no man's land where you almost don't want to invest regardless of the price, right? I mean, for us, that's the underperformance in terms of assets that we've had at points in the past. From a location perspective, that's kind of what we can point to.
Mm-hmm. So you've got a situation then where you've got, I like the way you said, you've learned from mistakes and made mistakes, and so investors potentially have
that's
this.
Well on those. But yes,
when I say you, I don't mean you in particular,
For sure.
but it's a great thing to make mistakes, fail and fail well. I think. Because the end result has been quite spectacular, so I'm then interested in coming back to, if you like, the value of asset management in it, and active operational management. What do you think the investor might actually do next in terms of? I think what I'm trying to get at is, do we have sufficient information and data? Can we fully prove the value of operational management in the PBSA and indeed in the broader sort of mixed use around PBSA? Are the metrics right? Can we measure it? Can we demonstrate it to investors to the right degree, do you think?
I think
if I might make a slightly controversial statement, in periods of higher inflation, you will start to see data proving good asset managers and good property managers. A lot of mediocrity has sort of prevailed in periods where cap rates have compressed and we haven't had expensive debt. So you're going to start seeing many more data points on those who are performing alpha returns as opposed to beta returns.
So that's interesting. You're saying in challenging times, actually the quality of asset management really starts to come to the fore.
I think.
Yeah, interesting.
Hopefully that's not too challenging. I think we're in a. Yeah.
Okay, so if picking up on that theme, we've had half a century or more of certainly since the 1990s of an environment of falling interest rates and broadly reflation receding from the superinflation of the sort of 60s, 70s, 80s. Consequently, we've had this automatic asset price inflation in all areas of real estate. Do you think that's actually then hidden the lack of performance? Because you've got this automatic asset price inflation, which arguably has come to an end now, perhaps with a bit of a bump. So starting sort of with you, as it were, following on from your previous comments, if that's over, surely that means that the future, not just of the PBSA, but of all operational real estate, is very much more pivotal, important to the whole of real estate. And, you know, the skills that this sector have are potentially some of the most valuable in any investment sort of sector. What do you think? Shall we start with you at the end and come back?
Clearly coming from a position where we're an asset manager and also a property manager, sister company and student, I think finding your right partner to deliver services to that asset, it is really fundamentally important. And I would agree that there has probably been some hidden performance in the past. And that's why we have specialisms in what we do. And you know, from the first moment that the customer moves in, the move-in experience is a really incredibly well orchestrated you know, dance once a year, but also that continuous engagement with the customer base throughout, and then managing ESG credentials and the use of energy with inflationary pressures on that. You need an ESG policy based on that. So, you know, it's all starting to play out.
Yeah. So you've thrown in ESG as well, of course. That needs huge amounts of active
So it's a massive potential cost risk. And the more that you can educate your customer base, and fantastic, we have a customer base that really cares about the environment, how great that is. But if that's not at the forefront, inflationary issues on energy.
Yeah, so there's this potential alignment like never before between the interests of the tenant and the interests of the investor, the landlord, in terms of, what are your views?
No, I think that's right. I mean, I think, you know, over the last decade or so, the degree of difficulty for investors has been, you know, has probably been lower than it's going to be for this period, you know, that we're coming into right now. I think, you know, for investors that made the decision that they wanted to put capital out into student accommodation, they could invest in the sector, and unless they were doing something horribly wrong, they were going to make decent returns. I think that, you know, that period has obviously ended. I think with you know, the interest rates increasing and some of the, you know, macroeconomic headwinds that are being faced, it is going to be more challenging, and it really does shine a light on the need to have great operating partners, you know, from our perspective, because we don't operate the assets ourselves. We're partnering in JV structures with groups like Yugo and others. So we're very dependent on having best-in-class developers and operators. So for us, that's a key ingredient.
Adelina.
Not wanting to be controversial here, but I think that sadly what's happening in the markets is that supply and demand dynamics are just off the charts. And so the reality is that if you are in the right markets, yes, you also need to be a good operator, but the buildings in certain markets I mean, I don't know whether you guys saw the same, but we certainly saw in the stronger markets, the buildings just lease themselves, right? And so what I think is currently happening versus other sectors, and in my view, people put very little emphasis on this, is downside protection. So it's not a question, of course, if you outperform, that's great, but the question is when you're not doing so well, do you still get your money back, right? And I think that's a very important and a fiduciary duty that you have as an investor to ensure that in a downside, you're still getting your money back, right? So it's not just about, yes, supply and demand is currently working in our favor. Inflation is also working in our favor on the top line, and let's face it, it's 75% of the value, right? Because the leakage on the OPEX and rents are, you know, depending on where you are, between 20 and 35%. So it's really about those 35%, whether you are creating value, and that's where I do agree. Operators play a big role, which is resilience and ensuring that downside protected, which is even if maybe rents don't, you know, grow as much, that you're still making sure that your OPEX is in check.
Got it. So I think the upshot of this is that you're either protecting value or delivering it. I see the future as belonging to operators and facilities managers. You know, forget the capital transaction guys, you know, their old hat. It seems to me to be you that
I mean,
are
we still have a job.
adding the value. So, I think there are big lessons for the whole of real estate. You know, you're on the spectrum, and I think potentially really showing the way that real estate can be done. So found that really interesting. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Can
Maybe a
we
quick
thank
round of
the
hand for
panelists?
our panelists as well. Thank you very much indeed, guys. We can well and truly consider that unboxed, I think. So.
I hope so. A big gift unboxed.
Okay, just want to say thank you, everyone. Big round of applause to our panelists there again. Yolanda Barnes for moderating, Stuart Osborne for co-moderating, Josh Miller, Mandela Contreras and Robin Moorcroft. Well, a busy day and there's more people this afternoon. I can't believe it. It seems like this place is nearly full. Thank you for sticking with us. It's been a fantastic day so far, I'm sure you'll agree, but there's still more to come. So, in a couple of minutes, we will introduce our next session, which is the Experience Lens, Social Impact and Student Experience in PBSA. On the Insight stage, don't forget, you can go along there and listen to everything you need to know about designing spaces for people and the planet. And there's our networking corner, which is all about the affordability agenda. So please, again, take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Sick and tired of handling physical keys and daily administration? Worry no more. Introducing the Livy Mobile Access Solution for Student Accommodation by ASSA ABLOY Global Solutions. Students of today are used to digital technologies. With Livy, operators can adapt by becoming more streamlined in their daily administration. As an operator, you can sleep better at night. Livy eliminates the risk of students getting locked out or subletting. Ease arrival and no stress. Say bye-bye to queues on move-in day. Students can go directly to their apartment with directions from the app. Also keep track of lock battery levels. The Livy app. Find out more on assaabloyglobalsolutions.com/Livy. Sick and tired of handling physical keys and daily administration? Worry no more. Introducing the Livy Mobile Access Solution for Student Accommodation by ASSA ABLOY Global Solutions. Students of today are used to digital technologies. With Livy, operators can adapt by becoming more streamlined in their daily administration. As an operator, you can sleep better at night. Livy eliminates the risk of students getting locked out or subletting. Ease arrival and no stress. Say bye-bye to queues on move-in day. Students can go directly to their apartment with directions from the app. Also keep track of lock battery levels. The Livy app. Find out more on assaabloyglobalsolutions.com/Livy. Sick and tired of handling physical keys and daily administration? Worry no more. Introducing the Livy Mobile Access Solution for Student Accommodation by ASSA ABLOY Global Solutions. Students of today are used to digital technologies. With Livy, operators can adapt by becoming more streamlined in their daily administration. As an operator, you can sleep better at night. Livy
Welcome back, everybody. Now, time for our next session, which is the Social Impact and Student Experience in PBSA. And I would like to welcome to the stage now, it's quite a big panel this, a good one to nearly end our day. So first up is Kellyanne Watson, Managing Director, TCF, our moderator. We've got Mark Pietro, you came first. Head of European Living Operations, Romy Levin, Senior Marketing Manager. Kellyanne, then you. We'll get you up. Lee Rawlinson, Director, Homes for Students. And finally, on the stage, we've got Renee Hulls, Senior Director, Customer Marketing and Insights, Greystar. Big round of applause for everyone. This is going to be a really, really good discussion. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. I'm going to move this way. I can hear.
Okay, guys. Last panel of the day. How are you feeling? Can I get a woo? Woo! Yes. I'm losing my voice, so you know I've had a good day, okay? A good night and a good day. But we're going to keep this tempo high. We're going to talk about some really interesting things, social impact. It's on everybody's agenda at the moment. So I'm really excited to dig deeper with these amazing panelists and my co-host, Lee. So, do you want to introduce yourselves first?
Sure. Let's do it.
Mark, should we start with you? Yeah.
Mark Pietro, nice to meet you. I'm Director of Operations for Aparto, Pan-European, and I'm working for Heinz, that is an investment real estate fund, working worldwide.
Could you hear that? Oh.
I couldn't hear it, actually. Could you pick your mic up a little bit?
Can you hear me?
No.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
I repeat it, or it's fine? It's fine? Okay.
Okay. Hi, I'm Romy Levin, Senior Marketing Manager for Nido. I head up our Environment Committee and lead on our Wellbeing Partnership. We've got 5,000 beds in operation currently and another 4,500 in the pipeline across Europe. So we're UK, Ireland, Denmark, Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, the list goes on, and I'm super excited to discuss social impact today.
Amazing. I'll bypass me, you all know who I am.
Hi everyone, I'm Lee Rawlinson, Director at Homes for Students. We operate 40,000 beds across 52 cities around the UK and Ireland. And excited to be part of that growth story. Join us.
And I'm Renee Hulls. I'm Senior Director of Marketing and Insights for Greystar. I'm responsible for managing 65,000 units across BTR, PBSA and urban living in 7 of our European markets. Super excited to be here today to talk about social impact and what it means for the student business.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Huge round of applause for these guys. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to start off this panel by asking what social impact means to you. Like, we've invited you on the stage today because you're leaders in your own right. You know, you're independent leaders that are pushing the boundaries within your own organizations, but hopefully also championing in social impact also from yourselves. So I'm going to start off with Mark.
Yep.
What does social impact mean to you?
For myself, so I think it's important to think about positive change, not only from our own lives, but also in terms of community. And I think it will be great if all of us, we work in that direction. So putting in place activities and actions, not for today also, but looking into the long term for the future generation. So this is more or less what I have in my mind when I talk about social impact.
I love that. Yeah, making a better world for our children and our future.
Absolutely.
Very nice.
Same here, Mark. Opportunities for change. I hear like social justice, access to education and healthcare, environmental pressures. There's so many buzzwords when you think of social impact. I think the opportunity to change and connect everyday people with businesses and investors and inspire each other to do better. Because ultimately, like you said, it's for our children, it's for the future. And if we're not in it together collectively looking for change, we're in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so creating those change makers that are needed.
Exactly, yeah. And inspiring it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I guess from my side, much like the rest of the panel, it's all about positive change, right? But also for me, it's about creating environments that allow everybody from whatever their background to thrive in that environment. So that sense of belonging, whether that's, you know, working with them on things like access to higher education, whether it's things like healthcare, well-being, kind of all of that kind of good stuff that we don't necessarily touch on too much. It's kind of that connection to the community, like how do we bring the community into our world as well and make sure what we're doing there drives impact for those as well. So for me, it's positive change, belonging for everyone.
Yeah, that community element, absolutely.
Yeah.
Lee, what does social impact mean to you? Go on.
So I guess 25 years in residential, I've seen a lot of change, certainly technology playing a bigger role in social impact. But ultimately, one of the things that unites all of us is understanding, are we making a difference? Are we supporting the sector? Are we supporting universities that we might all work with achieve their aims? And are we having a positive impact on student recruitment and supporting universities and young people?
Yeah, I think that's really nice because I'm a massive believer that everyone can be a winner, particularly in our sector. I think students can win, I think investors can win, I think operators can win. I think there's I think we're very lucky to be able to be in that space. I think social impact for me is about creating fairness and about living with integrity, really, for me. It's about creating the world that we want to live in and the world we want to see. So I think that's a really nice way to start our panel so we can dig a little bit deeper. Lee, I think you're up next.
Yeah, so we're seeing leading brands create a sense of accountability around delivering social impact. And a lot of you guys are incorporating it into your core strategies. In which areas do you believe there's still room for improvement as a sector and also in your own organisations? So we're going to start with Heinz and Nido first.
Go for it, Mark. Are you sure? I can go. So I think when it comes to determining what there's still left to do, we have to think bigger picture. We're all excited to talk about this today because it's a real thought leadership piece. So we have a huge opportunity to think big and not as competitors, even though we do compete day to day. And I think the way that we work together is important in that we need to push each other to create change. We need to be thinking about what else can we do. We do incredible jobs of delivering amazing wellbeing services and thinking about sustainability, but what other aspects of social impact can we change? We heard from our residents team in Cork recently that they've done this huge end of year kind of checkout waste strategy by which they've collected 100 bags of clothing waste, then turned it into a donation, 800 kilograms of food, and they're working with a local charity partner to meet food poverty, help people who need clothes for interviews, and kind of finding ways that we can look beyond well-being and sustainability and address other issues that affect the communities that our residents are part of locally.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think you say something really important, is that we need to be really transparent. I think transparency in this topic for all the competitors and all the operators is key, because at the end we can compete on pricing, we can compete on the best locations, but when we talk about sustainability, it's something that is common for all of us in terms of community. Not only the community of your own local building, but also the community of our student housing. That means PBSA, operators, universities, institutions. I think we need to go in the same direction because we can reach much more all together. One of the topics in Aparto, when we talk about experience, we're doing around 754 events, I think. Tara is there, correct me if I'm wrong. So one of the pillars, we always talk with our managers that one of the pillars of these events needs to be sustainability and social impact. And it's the best way then to manage, that maybe we can discuss about this, how to manage and how to reach feedbacks from the students. If what we are doing is okay or not, we need to check with them. If we do these events and we already educate them, it's the best way to start working, because at the end we're talking about, as we know, guys of 18, 19 years old. They come, most of them, already with this switch that maybe when we were at that age we didn't have it. So this is something a plus for us, that we are working with people that they have already in mind the concept of the social impact. And working on that events is the best way to continue to improve in that direction.
And like you said, with transparency among ourselves,
absolutely.
Do we know what we each do as competitors beyond our kind of headline achievements? Can we learn from each other and better share those local initiatives that go on in smaller markets that we might think are an activity here and activity there, but it's a huge opportunity for us to pass that on collectively in the different communities.
At the same time we did, and I think also you did in your companies, best practices sharing between the properties, even if are different countries. So if Milan is doing something great, we push to do it in UK, in Ireland, or in Spain. I think it's in the same around with our other competitors and colleagues. So why, if something is generating so much value on the social impact, can we translate it in other properties, in other locations? I think it's great. I think we discussed 2 days ago, or two weeks ago, about to create a kind of app for all the competitors where we can bring all the best practices and share it, because we don't need to compete on that, right? So I think it's a good idea to start working in that direction.
And in that spirit of sharing as well, being able to share with the wider community around adjacent sectors such as co-living, build to rent, and others, hospitality and that mindset, but also with university partners, and be able to formally report some of the wins and positive change that we're seeing, and also understand from student unions and students themselves what they would like to see, what's missing.
Absolutely.
How do we know it's working?
This is a key point, because if we talk about what we are offering as a PBSA product in terms of well-being, sustainability and social impact, and you compare today what the universities are doing, is not balanced.
Yeah.
And it's something that is creating the guest journey experience of the student. It's not because they are going to study in that university, they get the experience. It's the entire cycle of those students when they come from the first day until when they left. So if all the institutions, universities, partners, we work in that direction, I think will be great.
And Rini, from your side, are there any trends, particularly around different countries and nationalities and student demographics that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I guess from our side, we definitely see, differences between what students want and need from us based on, local culture and things like that. And we try to tailor everything that we do to meet those needs, to make sure that everything we're doing is with the customer in mind.
Awesome.
Sorry, I was just WhatsApping the team to switch the volume up. Could you ask to switch the volume up, please?
It's quite
I'm
hard
sure
to
you said
hear.
something great, but I couldn't hear you.
I can't hear you guys either.
No.
We'll carry on, because
I
we
can
have
hear
had a
you.
pre-discussion, so we kind of know what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
vaguely.
Yeah, vaguely. We've spoken a little bit, about how what it means to us as leaders, what social impact means. How do you anticipate with, up and coming trends or challenges that you see around being able to make that impact and be able to deliver? Like you said, there's a level of expectation from maybe students, but also parents as well. I think the PBSA sector is much more advanced in supporting students, and whether that's through delivering amazing designed spaces, creating well-being programs and so on. Where are you finding that data to see what the next big trend is?
Yeah.
In our case, the first data comes from the same student that is living with us. So we make some different internal surveys during the year, around 3 per year, and then do also specific questions related to the events that are related to the social impact.
Yeah.
And the surprise is that most of those events are better than the pizza night or the cinema night. So you can feel it that the students are coming with this mindset in their head. So this is a good starting point. For sure, partnerships like with the class conference, the survey that you did, in terms of which is the trend on these specific topics, allows us to understand, first of all, our students, what we have in-house, but then also what is the marketing doing, the market in that sense. So these kind of surveys and these kind of reports, it's helpful to make different activities for next years.
Yeah, having access to that type of data is extremely difficult, and that's one of the reasons why I know at the class we were like, this is essential.
Absolutely.
Really. I'd like to know a little bit, so when you're surveying, because I've worked for operators, we all survey our students. Satisfaction surveys, they run all the time, we bombard our tenants constantly with surveys. Is there any other methods other than surveys? And I also want to ask you, are we asking the right questions? Because I'm pretty sure we're probably all asking the exact same questions in our surveys. Like, how do we advance that understanding and that data set as well?
I think we have a best example on the well-being situation. So 5 years ago, when we talk about well-being of 18 years old, we didn't care. Say, 18 years old, they do not have problems. This is an issue today. And we see that all of us, for sure, we are supporting them with psychology services, with different apps, etc. So you make the bridge in order to get the solution or try to solve the solution or try to talk with someone. But we need to take also in the other way around. So how can we treat our staff in order to identify before this student come with a problem? So that's why also in Aparto we're doing training to all our staff, receptionists, in order to try. We are not experts for sure, it's not a science, but we need to try to teach them in order to identify problems. There is an isolation, if this is a case of drugs or it's a case of whatever it is, we try to identify it first in order to support them.
And use that to then evolve the questions you keep asking and the events you tailor to those needs. Yeah. We rely quite heavily on surveys as well, like you said, but I think it's important to differentiate between which kind of surveys are we running. We're running internal NPS surveys, which align with the key metrics that we need to measure upon year on year to understand how do people use our buildings, how is the service, the quality of the design, the events that we run. But then we also we participate, and we have done for several years, in the Global Student Living Index survey, and that now gives us, since 2018, year-on-year data with an industry-wide set of questions that evolves each year and includes different modules. You can tailor it, so there's an element of us deciding internally based on the results that we've seen across a portfolio and single assets, do we want to for instance, this year we've placed more emphasis on the well-being question set because we have our internal data and now we want to compare that to industry-wide external data and interpret that into internal actions and localize that place by place. We're finding, particularly across Europe, things are so different between the UK, even Ireland, and then you come to Spain. When you talk about a well-being service, we've been running a well-being hub for the last few years with chartered psychologist Dr. Tara Quinn Cirillo, sorry, mouthful Tara if you're watching this. And one of the really important things that we're learning now that we've established this hub of resources, the whole point of this service is to proactively equip people with the tools to manage their emotional well-being and make those decisions, empower them to use the resources rather than being reactive. And when we look locally at different markers, it's super important to have those insights globally that an index like GSL provides us so we can better tailor the kind of understanding and approach to well-being, and the stigma around discussing mental health differs enormously from, I don't want to say city to city, but country to country, even though the EU right now is like a huge investment focus for us because PBSA is massive, but it doesn't mean that topics like well-being and sustainability have the same level of understanding and the same database and availability of data for us to report on an action. Site team feedback is always super important for us, kind of adding what we see from a survey perspective and these indexing numbers, personal feedback from the people on the ground who deal with our students every single day and our residents and can kind of add a real personal touch and explain scenarios to us that enable you to interpret that data in different ways and provide different services. Focus groups with students, polling them digitally. Our wellbeing service is wholly digital in our app, so you can kind of, well not kind of, you can measure engagement across all of these different touch points. So I think it is something that's on our mind. How do you evolve that? But I think now it's about getting a robust set of data that you can look at year on year so you can understand expectations and anticipate those trends that are coming. This year, we've just finished our NPS, and top of the agenda again is cost of living and financial worries. That was the same last year, but in the years previous to that, it was all about socializing, and mostly socializing and making friends, loneliness within the pandemic. Loneliness is still a huge topic now, but we've seen a trend. With Ukraine war, we've now got a cost of living crisis and financial pressures that didn't apply 2 years ago. So it's really important we look back and have a data set that takes us year on year on year to change the services, the products we deliver to meet their demands.
And speaking of polling, we polled you guys, so the audience, thank you for taking part on the app to understand what was being used, just generally more around the sector.
Yeah.
So Rini, if you want to go through some of the feedback from the room.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully you can all hear me now. So looking at the feedback that's been provided to the questionnaire, it's very, very similar to the things that Romy was talking about just then as well, in terms of how we're capturing feedback from our students and our residents. So satisfaction surveys and focus groups tends to be the top thing that's coming back here, and at Greystar it's the same for us. I mean, we do tend to go a little bit further with how we analyse our customer data as well, so I'll just be indulgent and talk about this and then go back to your points here, where we want to understand how external and internal people experience our brands for us, and looking at our wellness offering, and our internal students, customers, residents will respond in a certain way, but what about people that haven't chosen to live at Chapter or Canvas, our student brands? What are they saying? What are they feeling? Why didn't they choose us? So kind of having that full feedback loop is really important, so that full 360 piece. So surveys and forms, hugely important here. NPS, which we all know very, very well, is coming back massively here, and pulse surveys. I think pulse surveys are super important, like those quick surveys that you can get out in a couple of hours, get responses back really quickly. Amazing. I think one of the things that's really interesting to me at the moment is AI and NLP. So how can we use new technology to really get into the nuts and bolts of how our residents feel? So a lot of the time you'll see quant data coming back, so the numbers, but if we want to go into qual and the feelings of why does the customer feel that way, using AI is really going to enable us to understand the true meaning of those responses. So I think that's going to be a future trend for sure.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
And also, I mean, I can see a number of universities already here in the room as well. So I think survey fatigue is something that, I remember my days at the University of Liverpool. That is something we've got to be conscious of, that we're not doing something that is swimming against the tide of what the university is doing, and how many There's no survey sheriff, so how many no one really knows how many surveys a student has completed and whether there is an element of survey fatigue. So cognizant of universities also are trying to gather that information, so benchmarking is important.
Absolutely, and it's quite interesting, yeah, because I see some people from like like kind of cities as well as you were saying, HE. I think there's a real opportunity here, like we spoke about, to centralize some of that data. I think we're polling the same stuff and we're surveying about the same things, and that maybe, you know, a student might be more receptive to answer a certain type of survey if it's come from a certain type of, whether that's, you know, transport, connectivity, the third place, their experience of their green spaces, what it's like living in the community, might be better sat with the city, for example. The student experience, the study spaces, and then the living experience might be better sat with us, and how that data can talk to each other.
And how we're sharing it
with
those other stakeholders as well, of course.
I think it's really interesting, though, what you were saying before, Romy, which is, you know, students are seeing or surveying, saying that, you know, the cost of living crisis for them is the most challenging or most impactful external factor at this moment. And prior to that, maybe during COVID, it was, you know, socializing, meeting friends, etc. And I think something that we forget, and I don't think we forget, but I think the wider world forgets, is that, you know, students feel real world impacts and challenges as well. And I think that's actually really interesting as well, because sometimes we do place students into a bubble. And when we're talking about social value, and I think this is probably where we're a little bit more advanced in the sector, is we've got all of this data, and it is golden data, but it's actually how we're actually measuring it and then influencing in that way. So I think there is an opportunity here for collaboration and to talk about, like you said, social impact in a way that is non-competitive.
Exactly.
Because I don't think anybody is winning when you have unhappy students anywhere, you know?
No. And they're grossly underrepresented when in terms of psychological research. Dr. Tara's done an amazing job of looking more broadly at what do we actually know about student mental health. And one of the reasons why she came on board is because she wanted to help this desperately underrepresented, under-researched cohort of people. They're not children, they're not adults. Like you said, you have 18, 19-year-olds in residences who might have real experience of the real world, or this might be their first time away from home. And just because we provide these incredible products and these amazingly designed buildings, it doesn't mean that they don't suffer from very real mental health issues. YouGov in the UK have just released a new report on loneliness, highlighting that something like 43% of students would be ashamed to admit they were lonely. If they knew other students were talking about it, they wouldn't judge them for it. And 92% of them have experienced loneliness. And that's so sad when you think it's a community and it's supposed to be such an exciting time in your life. You're going to learn, you're going to study something you're passionate about.
And this is a good point, because here we have also, let's say, responsibility in that sense, right? Because loneliness is also one of the biggest problems that we have. Depending, I don't want to mention specific countries, but there's some specific countries that we have isolated students in their rooms. So you need to work on that, no? So that's why we have a responsibility to create those kind of events in order to create community. We realize, and this is a conversation that we have with some of the colleagues that I found today, we all of us have a ping pong table that is cool, it's super fine, but it's for two. Our building is for 700 students, more or less, or 500 students. So that's why we try to twist a little bit the service and the amenities in that direction in order to create community. So for instance, right now in Aparto, we are working so hard in having outside sports, not only the gym internally, but also outside. And sometimes you realize that there is much more demand on the outside than in indoor services. Having a basketball, we are working already with Italian competitors to make a basketball championship on the competitors, on the different operators, promote the sport. With the sport, you are promoting also the connectivity between them, the connection, and for sure the well-being and the social impact in that direction. So sports for us is also another pillar of all the events that we're proposing, but we have a responsibility to create those ones in order to try to connect between them and create a nice community. Another example that we are doing is open the doors of our buildings to the local people around. So it's really nice because we are having some kids, 15 years old, with their teachers that after school they want to use our study areas to make exercises after the school. So this kind of connection also with the city and with your local neighbors, it's great. You know, the community is not only for our students, as you say, as a bubble, but also open it to the community where you are working.
That's real social impact, isn't it? Being able to I don't know, say there's a local group that want to come in and use your common spaces that aren't used for a couple of months during the summer. You're providing volunteer opportunities for the residents in the building to be involved with the local neighborhood. There's a real kind of partnership then between you as an operator and a business plonking this stunning new building in the middle of their neighborhood and actually providing value to local people, spaces. The tour around Shore yesterday was amazing to see how open it was to the local campus and that kind of, not transient, but welcoming atmosphere. And it was so calm, the way it had been designed to have everyone interconnecting in that way. And I do think places like the UK are not so fortunate to be able to play basketball outside all of the time. But I think if we can kind of develop those spaces to encourage community-led interactions within the residences, but also externally in the local neighborhoods, we're providing another kind of exposure to the real world for our residents, but also opportunities to help, I don't know, create jobs, understand what do people in their local community really suffer from, make them interested in the world around them in a way that isn't so doom and gloom we see in the media that they're constantly consuming.
Yeah.
Using technology for good.
Yeah.
So we all use our buildings and communal spaces and use that as a place for students to build that sense of community. But also we need to meet them on their terms.
Yeah.
And technology is an interesting frontier. I know you guys have done a lot of work around the Student Living Monitor.
Yeah, the Student Living Monitor is very similar to what you guys have just been saying. The MHI5, which is a metric system that is used worldwide to measure happiness and well-being, but the only cohort that isn't surveyed in the whole of the world is students.
Yeah.
It's from adults, sorry. So it's really interesting that that kind of cohort was just completely forgot about, turned to the side. And what we actually found from that survey, if you didn't listen to the presentation before, was that it was 57. It marked 57 on the index from 0 to 100, but anything under 60 is classed as mentally unwell. So and that's the average, and everything fit between 55 and 62. So even still, every single country is struggling, and a lot of that came down to loneliness, sense of belonging. So although, yes, we're doing amazing things, there's still a hell of a lot more to be done, for sure. But being able to benchmark that and find out what the nuances that actually impact mental health and well-being, I think we can then start doing more of that will be extremely beneficial for the sector. And it's a piece of research that is not only transparent, it's open. It's open source, it's for everyone. And I think more of that needs, and it's kind of a call to operators, really, to say get involved, share it with your students. Okay, yes, it's another survey, but it's something that it's your ownership as well as everybody else's, and it's something that we can all advance over. So I think it's a really beautiful piece. And if you did miss Sarah's conversation, it was my highlight of the day. Sarah Jones was our research analysis, and she read through every single comment from students that filled out that survey. And she cried on stage about 20 minutes ago because she said she spent 3 days reading through comments like, I don't believe I belong here, I don't want to be alive anymore, I want to, really negative comments, and it really impacted her. And I think the beauty of it, though, is we're in a space now with people and organisations that really do care about the people living in their buildings. They want to spread love. They want to continue to support these people. So I think the data is the key. Sharing data, sharing best practice, learning from each other, picking each other up to continue to make sure we do have real social impact.
And as leaders within the sector, we collectively we have a responsibility to safeguard those students and also our teams, because people who are coming into PBSA or co-living, did they choose that as a career path? Did they gravitate towards that as a route? Or did they find themselves in that role? And then making sure that they've got the tools to support them. And they want to know that we, as the industry, are measuring this, and we care about it, and we're paying attention to it, and we're safeguarding our people just as much as our students as well.
Oh my gosh, how much we've evolved over the last 10 years. Can you imagine thinking a landlord would care about somebody's mental health and well-being in a building 10 years ago? we've come a hell of a long way, you know. It's a huge round of applause to everybody that's been pushing this very difficult fight. I think it would be good to kind of dig a little bit deeper about that technology question that keeps coming up.
Yeah, so we found that ourselves. So 18 months ago, we developed an app within the business. It's called Click, and won an award last night. So thank you very much, everyone that voted for us, and the judges as well. We're really happy about the impact that has had across the student community, across 40,000 beds, and being able to use that as a positive vehicle for change, understanding what students care about, hobbies, interests, societies, and then also tailoring events. So you've got to ask them, right, and then find out what they want to then deliver on events. For students to be able to rate their events, but also on the ESG side, so just coming into impact around the buildings and the waste that our buildings and the residents produce living in those buildings. We took 537,000 parcels last year through the app, and when it sends out a parcel notification, we're able to see that that student's getting 10 deliveries a day, oblivious to the impact that that's having, clogging up the post rooms, and then the cardboard waste off the back of that has to go somewhere. So by raising awareness and showing it in the terms of 537,000 parcels is 3,700 cardboard boxes. 3,700 cardboard boxes is a huge amount of trees. That amount of trees is a huge amount of hectares. That equates to Old Trafford, Anfield, and St James's Park combined, just in cardboard waste of trees. So being able to show students, we were able to significantly reduce, because there's a box on an Amazon delivery that we all know when you're ordering on Amazon. Instead of getting that today, click the box and it says deliver it on an Amazon delivery day. So instead of 10 boxes, it's one box. And that significantly has reduced the amount of cardboard flying around some of our buildings.
I'd like to see a raise of hands of people who the bane of their life is parcels being delivered to their building, the thousands of parcels that get delivered every day. Definitely was for me when I was an operator. Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that. How about with you?
And I found what Lee was talking about there really fascinating, because, you know, educating our residents is a huge component of social, ESG, etc. One of the things that we're thinking about at Greystar is, yes, how do we educate them, but how can we get them to act on that as well? So we're thinking more around gamification. How can we use technology and gamification to educate our residents on why they should cut down on their number of Amazon deliveries? So maybe we should have a conversation after this panel and connect on that one.
Sounds like a collab.
It sounds like a collab, for sure.
I think there's an element of authenticity in everything we do, whether it's the social media campaigns that we're running to the way that we're communicating with people more directly. It has to be authentic for our residents to resonate with us and buy into what we're saying. So I think if we're surveying and getting all of this data, are we listening to them and actually putting into practice the things that they're telling us they need and they're asking for? And in the latest survey we did, over 80% of people said, oh, they know what their impact on the environment is and what they can do to reduce that. But do we do things within our residences and within the sector to facilitate those things they want to do and they know how to do? And like you said, gamifying things and quantifying things in visual ways so that people understand impact and how they're contributing to it. They're completely cognizant of all of these factors, so all we have to do is create the tools for them to be able to live their lives the way they want to, and it's going to help in terms of how they feel about their impact on the environment as well.
And I think it's key also the way, and here we have a representation because we have marketing and operations teams. The key for us is also to work together as much as possible, because we can have all the data that we want, but if we don't manage that data, it will be on a box or on a folder in the computer. So having marketing teams together with operations and working together, I think is the best way, first of all, to explain to marketing teams how we want to communicate the topics and the things that we are talking today, but also to listen from operation to the guest that at the end is the student. And we sometimes have information in the student and not in the data or in the surveys. So I think all together, putting together and put also different teams working together is the key. What happens also here in Aparto is that we start working with the construction team, because the construction, the LEED certification, the green gold certifications will allow us to manage better the spaces, you know, the efficiencies, etc. So it's a connection. By our own, ourselves, we cannot manage, but as much people is there, And I have a good example of listening to the students in one of our residents. One of them in the survey came, yeah, you're doing a lot of things on social impact, etc. But what about biodiversity? So we didn't have this one. So our marketing team has a great idea. So right now we have in one of our properties on the rooftop that was completely not used because it was not allowed. We have 250,000 bees in the rooftop that they are generating honey that we deliver to the students in the check-in process. So you can have great ideas, listen to the students. So, and this can be a best practice that we want to replicate in other properties. Our investment funds are happy because we are profited the square meters of the property on the rooftop in order to generate value to the building. And I think it's great. And this was an idea coming from our student. Working together, I think, and also listen to our guests is the best way to manage.
I really love that connection to nature. Good for students, good for the planet, good for biodiversity. But also the concept of a hive and students going off to study, to gather, collect the nectar of education, and then come back and make the honey, which is the community. Exactly. Fascinating. I was in a session yesterday over at the Social Hub, and we had a workshop which was around inclusivity and facilitation around spaces. And we're fortunate, Ian Jones from the University of Sheffield was present in one of those talks, and said that the sector kind of is really good at creating spaces. So we know buildings and we create beautiful spaces and we furnish them with really beautiful furniture and make it an aspirational, collaborative space. But actually it's more, from the university's perspective, it's more around the facilitation and what goes on in the facilitation of that space. So I am a massive advocate for trying to understand more from university stakeholders to guide and help and work with PBSA across the sector.
Yeah. We've spoken a lot about stuff that I'm sure you guys resonate, quite widely with. Is there anything that we haven't spoken about that maybe kept behind the curtain? Is there anything that, really we should be speaking about and should be at the forefront in terms of conversations around social impact?
If we're going to go big, we may as well refer back to the sustainability dilemma that was on this stage this morning. Articulated a number of things. I learned so much, but one of the key points I took away from that, which we've been talking about, is transparency. And we don't have to be perfect, but we're on a journey. Maybe there are things we don't know about other people doing behind closed doors, but why aren't we sharing that? Why aren't we trying to do better by each other and collectively to advance? And like the student monitor identified, there's elements where we have opportunities to ask for policy change. We can link in the middle as a business between the everyday people and our residents and government and ask for things that are going to help us facilitate the kind of change we know we need to make for our residents, we know we need to make from a regulatory perspective. I think it's just all about transparency and maybe there's nothing to show, but I think there is. Everyone's doing incredible things. We could talk about this all day. I think but there's so much going on and we don't know we're all doing it, and we need to bridge that gap because we can create solutions.
Yeah, and I think this brainstorming is great because we have thousands of ideas. We need to think maybe to work on kind of playbooks and tools to the people, new joiners on the company, because we know we are quite on that sense, on that way, but not everybody is looking or thinking like us. So if we have new joiners, for sure, we need to improve the communication to the employees, and in the onboarding programs, we put on a core base the ESG topic. Needs to be one of the main pillars in order to teach them, because we think that everybody knows what is going on, but then you realize that not everybody is going in the same direction. Yeah. So having these kind of procedures and tools will allow us to start from scratch with the new joiners and go in that direction with the DNA of what we want to achieve.
Who should be responsible for doing this, though? Where does it sit? It's all well and good saying we need to start sharing all our data, but who needs to do this for us to be?
Well, I think there's one bit of data that's very clear. So earlier on, Ben from UCAS gave a talk around how many students are coming to study in the UK, and with the current birth rates and some predictive analysis around growth in student populations, is the sector really equipped? And that touches on the sustainability dilemma in terms of, is there going to be enough supply? Is there going to be enough places for those people to call home? So one bit of data we know for sure is that by 2030, there is a journey to 1 million students. And is the sector ready, equipped? Universities will have to work more collaboratively PBSA will have to work more collaboratively, because aside from everything, it's that the supply and demand imbalance needs to be addressed.
And I think there's an element to that as well, like there's a change coming in terms of demographics as well. We talk a lot about millennials, we talk a lot about Gen Z, but Gen Alpha is that growth that we're going to see over the next 10 years or so. Like, what do they need from us? That's going to be entirely different. So kind of staying close to those trends and building that into our plans is going to be incredibly important.
Is there anything else that we want to touch on before I open up? We can always come back. I thought it might be quite interesting to open up to see if there is actually any questions at this point.
Nice.
Does anybody have any questions they would like to ask? Yeah, fabulous.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me?
Could we get it up? Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can you hear me now?
Just about.
Just about, yeah.
Okay. Jose from Civit, thanks everyone for your insights. Particularly passionate about this subject, and it's very central to what we're trying to do at Civit through our development of shared infrastructure to power shared living solutions. I was curious because in my personal experience, I've had the opportunity to travel around the world and experience a lot of different iterations of communal living and shared living spaces. And it comes to me that this is always a topic where there's a lot of rah, 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 everyone's excited about it. They know they have to put a good front in order to buy goodwill from the market. And it's almost a requirement nowadays that you put it into your marketing. But it's often overpromised and under-delivered. So, and then when the results are not in, or we can't really see a tangible result, everybody's pointing fingers and saying, well, it's investors that are not giving me the money to pay for the green premium, or pay for the programming or the more adaptable design that foster communal experiences, and or it's the developer, or it's so everybody's sort of pointing fingers, and I'm wondering, what is it going to take for operators really to sort of take it under their wing, and ultimately, I think people can see right through the marketing, right? So we can now go into ChatGPT and say, hey, sell my product, and make it sound like it's really meeting all of these ESG goals, and there you go, but it's not going to go through. So how do you make sure that you're actually being just as committed as your residents, and you're taking on some of that burden as well, because you can't just put the meters and put it on them and say, it's your responsibility, and how do you keep yourself accountable, and how do you also meet that effort and that commitment from your residents?
That was a great several questions.
Yep.
Who wants to give?
Well, as I say, can you hear me? Yeah. As I said before, for us it's key. As you said, communication is important, but we need to communicate in a proper way what we are doing. It's not because of marketing by themselves, it's because we need also to communicate through all the channels that our, not millennials, generation set, that are our guests. We need to arrive to them in the best way, with the best channels of communication. That's why it's important what I said before, marketing team and operations team that are the ones who are managing the business and running the business with the students needs to work together. I remember 5 years, I'm coming from the hospitality industry, and 5 or 10 years ago, I would say, there were completely different departments. We didn't speak each other between us, and the communication of the company and the mission was here, and the real operations and feedback on what's going on in the business was here, and it was completely two parallel worlds. And what happens is that when you communicate something, you don't identify your business with the messages that the company is selling to the market. That's why putting all together, at least in the PBSA, is working quite well, and here we have a representation, I think, is working together. Marketing and communications team needs to understand which is the value of what we are doing to those students, and they go together hand by hand. There, in my case, the marketing team is also involved in the opening of the business. They need to understand how is the efficiencies of the building, the feedbacks of the students, and is the best way to arrive to this goal, to communicate in the proper way, at least in our case.
Yeah, I think we're uniquely positioned as operators because we can, regardless of all of the excuses that might be behind these ill-delivered promises that you're talking about, we're on the ground with the experience from our residents, from the residents' teams, and we're there to advocate for that kind of change. And it's up to us to build the pitch, develop the proposals, back it up with data to incentivize people to make those changes, because there is a monetary benefit to delivering on these promises that we've said we'll make and that we know our residents want. Like you were saying in terms of communication, I think one of the most amazing things about the Nido team is that we are so integrated beyond our siloed functions. Like, we are there because in the same way we're here, we all serve a greater purpose, and we all have a moral, not incentive, but we're all morally driven to deliver the best product for the people who live with us, because like Sarah expressed emotion, it doesn't take a lot for you to resonate with these people. You were these people once. You want to deliver the absolute best service to them. So I think as operators, we're the perfect people to say, okay, yes, enough excuses. This is what we need, and this is how we're going to make it happen, and build robust pitches to your investors. One of the stats earlier was about 80% of the housing stock that doesn't meet the 2030 and 2050 sustainability goals. Okay, so we're going to have to retrofit, we're going to have to refurb, we're going to have to think about how we change that and make it fit. And I couldn't think of better people to do it with than my colleagues in the operations team, my colleagues on the ground, colleagues in finance, thinking about creative ways to make solutions. I like to think we don't make excuses.
I think that's really interesting, actually. So I actually said this morning that I felt uneasy that there was going to be 70% of stock that's not going to meet ESG standards. But actually, this is a perfect opportunity to build spaces that enhance that social element. And, you know, create happy environments. So maybe it's the opportunity that we've all been waiting for. 100%. You know? I like that. Positive.
Rini, over to you.
Yeah, of course. So from our side, we, you know, much like Romy was saying there, we make a lot of promises to our customer, and we measure ourselves against those promises at each touch point that we have with that customer. So we try and think about it in an omni-channel, integrated way. When are we talking to this customer? Which promises are we making? How do we measure them, hold ourselves accountable for them? And then ultimately, how does that hit our revenue? So like ESG, wellness, they're all so demanded now. It's not a nice to have. It's not a, we should do this, it's a good idea. They're essential, and the customer will talk. So we know that our customer requires us to deliver these things, and if we don't, they will leave. They will go to another brand that does offer that and does offer those services and those provisions.
Yeah,
I
think just to finish that off, I think recognising that this is a cost of doing business, this is a price of entry to the market, is making sure that your culture, your sense of purpose, your why, whatever you call it in your organisation, aligns with the goals of what it says on the tin, what you're using to attract residents to come and experience your brand and your buildings. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
there's not much faking it till it make it, and I think it's, you know, I think our students are smarter than that anyway.
Exactly what you were saying about greenwashing. What's the point?
Yeah, it's going to come back and bite you in the ass.
Literally.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, we've got Annabelle over there.
Hi, Annabelle. Oh, mic en route.
Oh, hi everyone. It's really weird to hear myself speak. So you've talked a lot about your responsibility as corporates and what we do to, you know, support students in the community, but how can you influence students to live healthier, live more sustainably, or go out and do good in the community? Because we're looking after young adults who are taking their first step into the world, but how can we make them live better and do the right thing? Greens?
Thanks, Annabelle. So I think from our side, we talk a lot about better living guides, right? Where we're creating a guide for our students that tells them how they can live a more sustainable lifestyle. So we'll talk to them about waste management, about water management, kind of all of those things. And like I said, moving into gamification. So how do we bring that back to them in an educational way, but also make it fun so they understand their impact? Did I pass the test, Annabelle?
I think that's really funny though, because when you go into education, you go to primary school, you go to high school, you go to university, you don't ever get taught how to like use your washing machine properly or cook your food properly or like live life. And we're doing a lot of that.
Yeah.
And I think that's also something that's really interesting to, you know, teach them about their water usage, teach them about their wastage, teach them about how to do good and impact their own lives as well. I think there is a sense of ownership as well in that.
Yeah. We need that data to be able to show them, to tell them.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a call to action, really. I think, you know, we've got I think there's two things. I think two sides of the coin. You've got, I think operators need to be willing to be more transparent around this topic. I think we have a, strong enough presence on this panel alone. If you guys are at the forefront of saying, okay, we want to share this data now, this is what we need, this is the urgency, and then I'm sure other operators will follow. I think there's a big enough need for that there. And the second thing is really a call to our tech partners to help us build platforms that help us share that data or understand that data better to make better informed decisions overall.
Yeah.
And I think something that we as operators can sometimes be a little bit scarce about is when we're speaking to tech providers, we feel that maybe there's a bit of a sales transition, or there's, it's not bespoke enough, or it doesn't do this, and I think there's a real opportunity there for us to go, we need this. Help solve this. You're the experts. This is what we need. Can you help us? So I think that's a really...
So with you saying call to action, my brain's been working, and I think let's put a label on it, beyond beds. So we need more information collectively to understand the scale of the problem, validate what course of action we might need to take as a sector. So beyond beds is the quickest thing I could come up with in a few seconds.
Sounds good. 1 minute, we've got some marketing on the team.
Okay.
Beyond beds,
what
okay?
Did you say? Beyond beds?
Yeah.
It's catchy.
It kind of sounds like a mattress company, but okay.
Okay, so to be confirmed on the title.
I think the enthusiasm is key.
Yeah.
The enthusiasm is there.
Yeah, but I think it's a great way to end our panel. If there's anything else you'd like to finish on?
I mean, I think we could go on for hours. We could talk about Utopia and helping us manage our consumption data so that we can share that with residents, a bit like what you've asked, Annabelle, quantifying, okay, you've used, I was about to reference a statistic to do with pandas or something then, being able to quantify into something they can really relate to, a bit like what you were saying, Lee, turning into 32,000 cardboard boxes equals X number of, I don't know, whatever it is, being able to use consumption data to say, okay, if you turn down your heating by 1 degree, you can save 20 pandas or whatever it is. I don't mean to trivialize that, but I can't think of any other metric right now.
But that visualization, I mean, we are stating to the sector, this has worked.
Yeah.
Being able to visualize 3 football pitches of trees that are just waste, cardboard. And that's one small action that already exists.
Yeah.
So being able to use Click as an app to be the vehicle of notifying students to try and get some action, that has worked. So 18 months in, 40,000 beds, 52 cities, I can tell you that has worked.
Yeah.
And looking forward to collaborating more on other initiatives across the sector to change action.
We should have a chat about that. We've got a few. We can start with Beyond Beds.
Beyond beds, to be continued.
TBC.
Okay, thank you so much. That was our final panel. We're going to invite Nadira back on stage for the closing ceremony. But huge thank you to my panel today for sharing such interesting insights.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm going to ask Mark, Romy, Lee, Renee to leave the stage. Kellyanne, if you could stay there, little change of plan while you sit on stage there.
Oh, sorry,
and
thank
I'm
you.
going to invite Frank as well. Well, we have a little Q&A to end the day.
Surprise Q&A is never good at the end of the day,
it's
is
a
it?
surprise for all of us, I have to say.
Oh, I've got some wine. All right, everyone,
Frank's trying to get us
right.
drunk now. I don't know what this means, Frank, but take a seat.
Yeah, take a seat.
You don't want to know what we were talking about behind backstage before. But I think it's been a rather fantastic day, don't you think?
It has. It has.
I first of all want to talk about your key takeaways. Let's start with you, Kelly.
Yeah. I think my key takeaway is that there is even more of a reality check around creating social impact and us all taking real responsibility for it, about those kind of shared, not only best practices, but being more transparent as a sector, but also finding solutions collectively. We always, every single time we come to the class conference, we always talk about collectively, but I think there's a real opportunity here to look at how social impact can be a collective mechanism as the sector, for the sector. And I think that's really nice, and I think that came across You know, we're talking about investment, we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about social impact, and how much they're all intertwined as well.
Of course they're intertwined, aren't they, Frank? To think that they were never intertwined seems rather ludicrous now, doesn't it?
Yeah, true, but we are also people, you know, and we like to simplify things because it's otherwise difficult to manage, and especially in cities where things change quickly, as, you know, the team from Barcelona and Glasgow and Amsterdam shared, you know, things sometimes happen so fast that you just try to do what you can. For me, one of the best insights today was this joint, like expanding our capacity to find solutions and looking long term.
And the willingness to do that.
Yeah, and the willingness to do that. And to also bring in, you know, you mentioned the tech partners before, but like we see a lot of like new data available that can help us plan ahead. We heard from cities that need to work with the universities that can play a bigger role in terms of like where we're going, and then to provide the diversity in housing solutions that also came up. Because some people are concerned that there's maybe too much luxury in our thinking, because, you know, that's just the way we have been doing it in the last couple of years. But that, you know, we need to go back again and say like, okay, so what are the solutions that we need, and who are the ones that we can work with? But that, you know, I travel a lot around Europe, and I see hardly any city that has a plan, you know, has a 10-year plan. And it's extraordinary that we keep reacting to things.
Yeah.
And you see also that the investors
We're never going to catch
like,
up.
we need the frameworks. You know, we're investors. We want to help. We want to contribute. It's also not easy to make business decisions around capital. But if you come together, then all of a sudden, like, risks start to get reduced. There's more collaboration and sharing on information. And then all of a sudden, things start to become a little bit easier. But you need processes and events like this. So that was for me, a validation to speak in marketing terms of like why it makes sense to have public sector, private sector, universities together, and the input from the students. And I was very moved also by conversation about well-being and things that happened here today.
Yeah, I think also as well, for me, it was just a reminder of the amazing individuals that we have within our sector as well. Like real, true thought leaders, carers, people, just human. And they really care about what they're doing, and they're passionate. And I think that's outstanding, and we should be really proud of that. And we should pick them up, and, you know, and they're not just from operators, they're from tech, they're from the investment side, they're the whole sector.
Don't you think, though, both of you, because, you know, you're talking the same language as me, and, you know, I'm fortunate enough or unfortunate enough to be looking at lots of different industries and sectors, but what I'm really feeling today is the love, you know? And I think that's very important, what you just said, the humanization, remembering who we are, remembering that we're meant to be in communities, helping and supporting each other. And there's a culture here. That's certainly a takeaway that I've had today, is there's a different culture within your industry. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. And it appeals also to a type of people in the real estate industry, in the tech industry, that likes to be part of this. So it's also, you know, it's a privilege of working in student accommodation that so many people are emotionally connected to it, whether it's from their personal experience or from their experience of helping others. And everybody can contribute in their own capacity and with their own talent. So yeah, it's a good point.
It's really weird. It's a bit like PBSA is the ugly duckling out of the pack, not because it's ugly, because it's different. Like, there's no other real estate sector that collaborates like we do. I'm sorry, I just really don't think it. I think we're so forward thinking. I think we're so willing to put other things aside to do what's right and work together. Yes, we have lots to work on. Everybody does. But actually, it stays like this that makes me really proud and honored to be a part of anything and be different. You know, and I think that's really nice.
Well, I must say, I think you've both done an absolutely fabulous job. There's a little bit of housekeeping because I can see everyone's desperate to go to the bar. Can you see that?
Yes.
So very quickly, Kellyanne, we've got a couple of sponsors to thank.
We just want to thank all of our sponsors today. I hope you guys also had a wonderful time. This event would not be possible without you. We've got Yardi, we've got Yugo, Housing Anywhere, Techno Gym, TLJ, Salto, Flywire, Asa Bloy and TransferMate. So thank you to all of you. It is a huge, huge support and help.
Yeah, they deserve
Thank you.
that. Big round of applause for them. And also, a bike competition.
We have a bike competition.
I love this.
So I hope you're all very excited for this. So we are going to pick a name at random and it's going to come up on the board. This bike has been made by Branded Vallo and the winner is... Maria Katrina. Is she here today?
Marina, come on down.
I believe she's from
You can
student.com.
cancel your flight. You're biking home.
Yeah, biking home.
I think it's in the back there.
Oh, really?
Oh, I can see her. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Fabulous.
Congratulations.
Oh, here she is.
she ran over it.
That is the biggest smile
We'll
of
get
the
to
day,
have a
isn't
hug.
it?
We'll have a hug. Congratulations. She just said I don't cycle. You can start auctioning it off maybe, yeah.
But I think
Yeah.
it's the end of the day.
This is the end of the day. This is the end of the day, guys. So it is time for you to make your way over to the bar, get some drinks, connect with each other. And we have a really exciting announcement to tell you about 2024. The class conference is going to be held in, drum roll, I've probably told everyone by now, but Manchester! It's our first time ever doing it in the United Kingdom. Annual conference next year. Be there or be square. See you soon.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.